Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents A Brush with Shadows by Anna Lee Huber, narrated by Heather Wilds. Chapter 1. The Devil's Boots Don't Creak. Scottish Proverb. July, 1831. Dartmoor, England. The first time I laid eyes on Langstone Manor, I could not blame my husband for having stayed away for over 15 years. I'm sure it didn't help that the weather was far from hospitable. Heavy grey clouds filled the sky, releasing sheets of rain that obscured the horizon, all but concealing my view of the infamous moors rising to the east. But even on a bright sunlit day, I struggled to imagine the house being more inviting. In truth, it appeared downright foreboding, even without the painful memories that plagued Gage. Memories I could see weighing on him now. They were written in the tautness of his brow and the deep pools of his eyes as he stared up at the stone manor through our hired carriage's window. Sebastian Gage had conducted dozens of precarious inquiries, had faced down Turkish warriors in the Greek War of Independence, and had most recently been winged by a bullet fired by a temperamental Irish housemaid during our last inquiry only a week before. But this place somehow still troubled him. Perhaps I shouldn't have been surprised. After all, if I were about to enter my first husband, Sir Anthony Darby's London townhouse, that place of so many unhappy remembrances, I wouldn't have been so sanguine. It's never easy to confront the demons of our past, but to see my normally unflappable husband so apprehensive unsettled me. I reached out to touch Gage's hand where it gripped his leg, hoping to offer him a bit of reassurance. I wanted to do more than that, but with our maid and valet seated across from us, that would have been highly inappropriate. As loyal and trustworthy as Bree and Anderley might be, and privy to more intimacies than most, having assisted us with numerous murderous inquiries, there were still some things that should remain private between husband and wife. Gage turned his hand over to squeeze my fingers, and offered me a fleeting smile before turning back to the view outside his window. I followed suit, curious about this place, where he had spent so much of his childhood. He'd told me little about his time here with his mother, while his father had been away at sea, fighting Napoleon and manning the blockade. However, what he had revealed had spoken volumes, and I'd been able to infer even more than he probably realized from the things he hadn't said. Whatever else he felt about this place, it was clear he'd not been happy. I stared upward at the manor's edifice of coarse stone and tall mullioned windows, their glass dark and oily in the gloom. 2 symmetrical wings projected from the main block, their exteriors echoing that of the one before us, but for the long narrow windows, which I suspected had once been arrow slits, now fitted with glass. The roof was covered in small slate shingles, only a shade lighter than the clouds. The tall chimneys and sprocket eaves with their gabled ends added angles and dimensions to the bland facade, but they failed to lighten the overall melancholy feel of the setting in any way. The manor didn't look much different than I anticipated the granite-shattered outcroppings of the tors would look. I wondered if that had been the builder's intention. If so, he'd succeeded. But at what cost? As beautiful as the landscape of Dartmoor was purported to be, it was also treacherous, and this home had taken on many of the same characteristics. The garden which had sprung up in the courtyard before the manor also did nothing to help matters. Hedged in by an imposing metal gate and stone walls, thick beds of green plants and a few straggling pale flowers had taken root at the edges of the gravel lane. Trees ringed the edge of the property, their twisted trunks seeming to sprout from the very walls themselves, as if they would not be denied access or allowed to escape. The garden was clearly well kept, its verges rigidly maintained, but some more colourful flowers and a bit of judicious pruning would have done much to lighten the space. But perhaps those plants did not grow in this climate, and the dense foliage refused to be stunted. "Do you think they realize we've arrived?" I asked, beginning to question whether we should send Anderley to knock on the door. In the failing light, it was impossible to see much of anything beneath the pale stone archway, through which I presumed one accessed the main door. But a footman hurried forth from its recess, allaying my uncertainty. However, any question as to whether our arrival had been anticipated was swiftly answered by the widening of the young man's eyes as he scrutinized our trunks strapped to the roof of the carriage. "Good evening, sir," he murmured, upon opening the chaise's door. "Were you expected?" Gage's mouth tightened in what looked like annoyance, but that I knew to be an emotion far more complicated. "Yes," he announced, before stepping down into the loose gravel without offering the servant any further explanation. Taking the umbrella from the startled footman's hand, he reached back to assist me. I wrapped my shawl tighter around me against the wind, and opened my mouth to remind him it wasn't the servant's fault he'd been caught unprepared. But one look at Gage's face made me fall silent. He already knew this, and his tight-lipped displeasure was not directed at the footman, but at his grandfather, the Viscount Tavistock. Regardless of our delayed arrival, the Viscount should have made his staff aware of the prospect of our coming. After all, he'd been the one to write to Gage, begging him to visit, a move which Gage assured me was entirely out of character for the proud, taciturn man. His urgent missive had originally been sent to London, and had to be forwarded on to us in Ireland, where we had just wrapped up our latest murderous inquiry, causing a delay of more than a week. In our rush to reach Langstone Manor, we'd not paused to send a message ahead of us to confirm our plans, knowing it wouldn't have arrived much before we would. Given that postponement, it was possible that the matter for which we'd been summoned had already been resolved. Or perhaps Lord Tavistock had simply given up on us. Whatever the reason, the household was not prepared for our visit. Gage hurried us forward, pausing once we'd stepped through the arch into the covered porch, where he turned to address the footman who trailed behind us. "The coachman has driven us all the way from Plymouth, and I've promised him lodging for the night for himself and his horses. Please see to it, as well as our servants and luggage." The flustered expression on the footman's face would have been comical had I not also felt some empathy for him. He was young and inexperienced, and so could not be blamed for his failure to recognize Gage after his long absence, or perhaps for even being cognizant of his existence. The footman glanced back and forth between us and the carriage, uncertain whether he should insist he announce us, or do as Gage had instructed. Fortunately, an older man came to his rescue. "Timothy, do as he asks," said a slight man, standing in the shadows next to the door before shifting his gaze to meet my husband's. "I'll show Mr. Gage inside." It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the dim light underneath the porch, but Gage already recognized the speaker. "Hammett, I'm surprised to see you're still with us." I stiffened, surprised by the rudeness of my husband's comment, but the other man didn't seem the least insulted, if the grin that cracked his thin mouth was any indication. "Aye, your cousins haven't rent me from this mortal coil yet, nor your grandfather neither." A flicker of a smile crossed Gage's face. The elderly man, who I now recognized must be the butler, ushered us out of the damp into a small vestibule. He tilted his head to inspect Gage, and then me, dislodging the few stray grey hairs still clinging to the top of his head. "This'll be your bride, then." Though he was merely a servant, I felt I had been assessed and judged, and apparently found acceptable, for his creaky voice warmed. "Welcome to Langstone Manor." "Thank you," I replied. Then his eyes narrowed on Gage. "You've been gone a long while." Gage was not fazed nor chagrined by the old retainer's censure. "If I wasn't already conscious of that, the sight of your wrinkled face would certainly remind me. But what are you still doing here? I thought you would have retired to one of the estate's cottages, or shuffled off to the seaside long ago." "And leave his lordship to fend off these leeches alone?" His scraggy brow lowered. "Not that it'll matter much longer." The remainder of Gage's levity fled at this comment. "How is he? "You'll see for yourselves," Hammett replied gruffly, turning at the sound of footsteps. I followed his gaze toward the gleaming wooden staircase on the opposite side of the long stone entry hall, where a tall woman dressed in a midnight blue gown had paused a few feet from the base of the steps. I could not immediately discern who she was in relation to Gage, but it was evident from the manner in which his eyes hardened and his nostrils flared that she was not someone he was fond of, and the feeling was mutual. I was accustomed to everyone liking my husband. Those who weren't already won over by his good looks were quickly persuaded by his charm and easy nature. Even his father, who was derisive and sometimes unforgivably hard on him, still cared for him in his own contrary way. However, this woman took few pains to conceal the loathing simmering in her eyes. Where this naked animosity came from, I didn't know, but it took me aback. Maintaining a facade of polite composure, Gage stepped forward to greet her, but halted when a dark-haired man came bustling into the hall through a doorway on the left. "Mother, did you know a carriage has arrived? Do you think it could be—" His words faltered as he followed her gaze toward where we stood. His eyes widened. Given my reputation, it was not the most awkward welcome I'd ever received, but considering the fact that I suspected these people were related to Gage in some way, it was certainly the most disconcerting. Indignation began to build inside me, not on my behalf, but on Gage's. I was used to people thinking the worst of me. The scandal over my involvement with the work of my first husband, the great anatomist, Sir Anthony Darby, specifically my sketching his dissections for an anatomical textbook he was writing, had blackened my name and made me a figure of fear and revulsion in many circles. Few cared to note that my participation had been forced, or that in spite of it my drawings had been beautiful and flawless. For them it was proof enough of my unnaturalness that as a gentlewoman I had not only survived such a gruesome ordeal, but also gone on to use that reluctantly accrued knowledge to help solve murders and other crimes. Gage, on the other hand, was a different story. As a gentleman inquiry agent of some renown, he did not suffer the same slights to his character. In fact, the work he undertook as a diversion, for he had no need to earn his living, only enhanced his reputation. Combined with the fact that he was perhaps the most charismatic and attractive young gentleman in all of England, he was practically guaranteed an eager invitation from every hostess in the country. I had feared that our marriage would harm his standing, but thus far our unlikely match had only raised his prominence to almost mythical proportions. But apparently this partiality did not extend to his late mother's family. Watching the trio eye one another, their expressions ranging from wariness to outright enmity, I now better understood my husband's initial reluctance to come here. Even though it had been quickly overridden by his own inclination and my admittedly uninformed opinion, it said a great deal about his relationship with the maternal relatives he'd spent much of his childhood with that he wouldn't immediately wish to come to their aid. The dark-haired man was the first to speak. He took a few hesitant steps toward us before resuming a more assured stride. "Gage? Is that you?" His mouth curled into an uncertain grin. "By Jove, it is!" He reached out to shake his hand. "Dashed! It's been a long time." "It's good to see you, Rory," Gage replied. Much of the hostility he'd directed at the woman had faded from his eyes as he greeted the other man, but there was still a guardedness to his demeanor. "And this must be your wife," Rory guessed. "Grandfather told us you'd wed." His expression couldn't help but hold rabid interest, though he did at least try, rather unsuccessfully, to mask it. "Yes." Gage gazed down at me with a glint of protective pride. "Kiera, allow me to introduce my cousin, the Honourable Roland Trevelyan." I offered him my hand, which he clasped respectfully. "I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Trevelyan." "Likewise, Mrs. Gage." His pale blue eyes just a few shades darker than Gage's wintry hue, obviously a Trevelyan trait, softened with regard. Is this your first time visiting the West Country?" "Yes," I replied. "Before today, I'm afraid I'd never set foot on English soil farther west than Oxford." I paused to consider. "Unless you count Cumberland. I suppose that's farther west than Oxfordshire." Rory's expression turned self-deprecating. "I wouldn't know. I'm afraid I never was very good at geography." His eyes flicked to Gage. "Got my knuckles rapped more than a few times for not being able to point out Devonshire on the map." I smiled at his attempt at levity, even as his jest failed to amuse the others. Though I didn't yet know what his relationship with Gage had been like in the past, I couldn't help warming to the man before me. There was something about his lack of pretension and his almost bumbling charm that made him quite agreeable. He wasn't as handsome or alluring as Gage, but in this instance I think such slick assurance would have worked against him, making me question his sincerity. The click of footsteps crossing the granite floor recalled us to the presence of the other woman in the room, who had observed her son's greetings with cool detachment. Rory glanced over his shoulder. "Mother, come meet Mrs. Gage." Though past 50, she was still a remarkably beautiful woman, with dark hair sparsely streaked with grey, smooth skin, and flashing dark eyes. I could see now that the lovely gown I'd viewed from a distance was also terribly stylish, and undoubtedly purchased from a London shop. Combined with her rigid posture, elegant coiffure, and what I suspected were artfully applied cosmetics, I began to feel rather unkempt and dowdy in my striped carriage dress of straw, rose, and pale blue. Little as I cared for fashion, I felt grateful my more sophisticated sister had insisted on helping me choose the new gowns for my trousseau before I wed Gage 3 months prior. Otherwise, I had no doubt the woman before me would have judged me even more harshly than I could see she'd already done. She lifted her chin to stare down her nose at me, as her eyes gleamed with cold calculation. "But it isn't Mrs. Gage, is it? Properly, you should be addressed as Lady Darby, should you not?" It was questioned with quiet civility, but I knew better. So did Gage, though he didn't even flinch as she skillfully slid the dagger of her insult into his side. She was not the first person to point out this ridiculous bit of etiquette to us, because my first husband had been a baronet, a higher rank than Gage as a mere mister. By courtesy, though not by right, I was allowed to keep Sir Anthony Darby's name and rank. To address me as Mrs. Gage would be considered a snub by many in society, but I was more than eager to shed my first husband's name, regardless of the correct forms of address. And so I told her. Actually, I prefer to take my new husband's name. I favoured Gage with a loving smile, lest she think he had been the one to insist upon this request. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Rory's grin broaden. "I see," the woman replied stonily, though it didn't slip my notice she hadn't actually agreed to my appeal. "Good evening, Aunt Vanessa," Gage proclaimed, the sharp glint returning to his eyes. Her perfectly arched eyebrows lifted. "Sebastian?" I didn't like the grating manner in which she pronounced his name, absurdly adding an extra syllable, which she accented. I was quite certain she was doing it that way on purpose. "Kiera, allow me to present my aunt, the Dowager Baroness Langstone." So she was not a blood relation, but Gage's uncle's widow, and his late mother's sister-in-law. "Not that I'm not happy to see you," she said to Gage after nodding to me, her inflection stating that's exactly what she meant. "But what are you doing here?" I looked up at Gage, wondering how he would take the news that his grandfather had evidently not shared his plans with the other members of the family, but he did not seem surprised. That, in and of itself, said a great deal. "Grandfather sent for me," he explained, giving us both the satisfaction of startling Lady Langstone. "We're here to find Alfred." Chapter 2. Gage's aunt and cousin blinked at us in astonishment. "Or barring that, at least uncover what has happened to him." Gage added. When still neither of them replied, he scowled. Unless he's no longer missing? Rory was the first to react, his demeanour brightening. Capital. We could use the help, if you ask me. He's been gone over 10 days now, and while at first I thought my brother was simply off on some lark, he's begun to worry me. Grandfather said he walked out onto the moors one day and disappeared. He nodded. No one's seen hide nor hair of him since. His mouth twisted. At least, no one who'll admit it. Why would they keep something like that to themselves? I asked, not understanding what he meant. But before he could answer, Lady Langstone recovered herself. Then I suppose you'll wish to stay here? It seemed an odd response to such a revelation, particularly given the fact that Gage had travelled all this way to help locate her missing son. But perhaps that's exactly why she couldn't address it. Perhaps her hatred was such that she couldn't contemplate the fact that Gage was here to lend his assistance, so she turned to safer topics. The Emerald Chamber, I think, she murmured, frowning at the tapestry hanging on the wall. No need to go to the trouble. We'll be more than comfortable staying in Windy Cross Cottage, Gage interjected. Rory darted an uncertain glance at his mother as she lifted her gaze to meet Gage's. His brow furrowed upon seeing her reaction. Are there other tenants? Lady Langstone turned her head, studying him with one eye as she drew out her words slowly. No, but the Viscount had the cottage demolished. None of what had come before had seemed to disturb Gage, but at this pronouncement he winced. Demolished? When? She glanced at her son, as if giving the matter some thought. Oh, 12 years ago or so, not long after your dear mother was laid to rest. She didn't smile, but nonetheless I could tell how much satisfaction she had derived from relaying this bit of news to him. Why it seemed to affect Gage so profoundly, I didn't know, but I would have liked nothing more than to douse the twinkle in his aunt's eyes. Then I suppose the Emerald Chamber will be satisfactory, Gage replied, not bothering to hide his displeasure any longer. The Dowager Baroness nodded assent and turned to the butler, who I'd almost forgotten still hovered in the shadows behind us. Hammett, please see to it. Aye, my lady, he replied as he stepped forward. Just as soon as I've shown them up to his lordship. Told me to bring them straight up, just as soon as they arrived, he did. Based on the defiant curl in Hammett's lip, I suspected this statement wasn't strictly true. But whatever his reasons for circumventing Lady Langstone, I wasn't about to argue with him. I was anxious to meet Gage's grandfather, and to hear his own thoughts on his missing heir, and what exactly he believed we could do about it. But I did find it interesting that Gage wasn't the only one who appeared to be none too fond of the Dowager Baroness. Hammett did not wait for her ladyship's agreement, but led us past her up the elegantly carved staircase, and through the corridors to the master bedchamber. As bleak as the exterior and entry hall had been, I still held hope that the remainder of the interior would be more welcoming. After all, my brother-in-law, the Earl of Cromarty's castle in Western Highlands, appeared somewhat cold and austere from the outside, despite its lovely setting. The soaring hall was festooned with the weaponry of his ancestors, hardly an encouraging first sight for a weary traveller. But once you passed deeper into the castle's recesses, or stepped into the sweeping rooms, you felt the heart and life of the family living there, the echoes of the centuries of clan members who'd resided within its sheltering walls. Not so at Langstone Manor. Though the floors were carpeted in plush rugs and the walls hung with paintings and tapestries, some of which I would have liked to pause and examine, there was no light or warmth, quite literally. A chill seemed to have permanently invaded the corridors, despite it being the height of summer, and the few windows there were contained such dusky glass that they did little to peel back the shadows. The air was close and thick with must, even though the adornments were spotlessly dusted. As simple as the configuration of the manor appeared from the outside, the inside proved to be nothing of the sort. Apparently there had been numerous modifications and additions made to the house over the years, though for some reason these alterations hadn't included many more windows than the original structure boasted. Whether the people residing here had simply wished to lessen their window tax, or they'd been determined to hide something within, I didn't know. But either way the result was a dark labyrinth of corridors and staircases. I shivered, pressing closer to Gage's side, wondering at his relatives and ancestors that they'd been so content to live in such environs. The lavish possessions adorning the space had been placed there in an attempt to alleviate the sombre atmosphere, but wouldn't their money have been better spent on widening the windows or reglazing those that already existed? My thoughts turned to Gage's mother. Had she been eager to escape? Was that one of the reasons she'd been so susceptible to Gage's father's charms? Though I'd never been on the receiving end of his allures, Gage's father was supposed to be an even more legendary charmer than his son. As such, there had never been any doubt why she'd fallen for his golden good looks. But I wondered at her eagerness to marry someone below her social standing, a man who, at the time, had been a lowly mister, with no hope of ever gaining a title, a man whom her family had threatened to disown her over. Ultimately, they hadn't, though her father had made certain to tie up much of the money she would inherit, so that in the event of her untimely death, it would go to her children and not her husband. But that had not meant they'd ever been accepting of her choice, merely tolerant. And in the end, her escape had been short-lived. Because of her illness, she'd returned here to live with her son, while her husband was away at sea. I glanced up at Gage, curious whether he was also thinking of his mother. It was impossible to tell whether his furrowed brow was evidence of reminiscences of the past, or anticipation of the interview with his grandfather to come. Hammett's shambling gait finally drew to a stop before a heavy wooden door. He looked back at Gage, almost in reproof, before lifting his hand to knock. I didn't understand what had been communicated between the two men, but from the manner in which his jaw clenched, it was apparent that Gage had. From within we heard the sound of coughing, and then a rough voice called out for us to enter. "Master Gage has arrived, my lord, and his wife," Hammett announced as he opened the door and then stepped back to allow us through. I'm not sure exactly what I'd expected to find, but it was not the wizened old man leaning back against a mound of pillows in a massive four-poster bed. Gage had described his grandfather as a proud man, a man to whom rules and propriety were very important. So for him to greet us in such a manner meant one thing. He was incapable of receiving us any other way. I flicked a glance up at Gage's stiff features, knowing he must be concerned by the discovery that his grandfather was quite ill. The old man had made no mention of his health in his letter, but then a man like him wouldn't. Gage guided me a few steps closer, affording me a better view of the man who'd quite possibly had more influence on my husband's upbringing than his own father. It was difficult to know how much of his appearance had been ravaged by illness, and how much was a part of his normal aspect. Whatever the case, in marked contrast to his renownedly beautiful daughter and handsome grandson, I doubted the Viscount had ever been classified as appealing in all his life. In truth, Gage looked nothing like him. The only feature he might have inherited from his grandfather was his height, though Lord Tavistock's stature was taken quite to the extreme. Even reclining in bed, he was close to 6.5 feet tall and whipcord lean. It was good to see that despite his sickness, his will remained intact. He glared across the room at us, with sharp silver eyes, the crystalline colour made all the more arresting by being paired with the silver hair slicked back from his forehead. His rather prominent brow ridge and long thin nose put me in mind of nothing so much as a greyhound or a whippet, and when he spoke, biting off his words in a hoarse growl, it did nothing to dispel the notion. "Well, you took your time in coming now, didn't you?" With all the tension radiating from Gage, I'd expected him to scowl or snap back, but instead the old man's surliness seemed to relieve Gage. A fond smile even curled the corners of his lips. Good evening to you as well, grandfather. Yes, yes, the old man replied impatiently. What took you so long? Gage pressed a hand to my back to move us toward the side of the bed, refusing to be hurried. Considering the fact that we've come all the way from Ireland, and that father had to forward your message on to me, I would argue we made admirable haste. I didn't miss the way his grandfather's mouth tightened at the mention of Lord Gage. Suspect your father took his time about sending it. His eyes flicked over me, before narrowing on Gage in consideration. Ireland. Then he shook his head, as if changing his mind. I don't want to know, but now that you're here, perhaps someone can make head or tails of this business. Gage's eyebrows arched. Maybe, but first I'm going to present my wife. The Viscount's gaze bored into mine, as my husband performed the introductions. I suspected he was trying to intimidate me, but any effect his frosty glower might have had was rather diminished by the fact that he was also trying to stave off a coughing fit. I wasn't sure what, if anything, he thought of me, but I couldn't help but smile at the crotchety picture he seemed determined to make. It's a pleasure to meet you, I murmured, offering him my hand. It appeared for a moment the Viscount might snub me. Then he slowly lifted his hand to clasp mine, allowing me to feel how his tissue-thin skin stretched over his bones, even through my gloves. Now that that's done, you can leave us, he declared with finality as he turned back to his grandson. We have family matters to discuss. This was a response I was accustomed to. Most people believed a gentlewoman had no place in a delicate inquiry, be it murder or something more benign. Even with my scandalous reputation, they often balked at my involvement, and I'd expected Lord Tavistock to be no different. As such, since it was his family, I was prepared to follow Gage's lead, but I'd not expected such an impassioned response. Yes, and she is family now. He wrapped an arm around my waist, anchoring me to his side. She also happens to be a skilled investigator in her own right. If you wish to find out what happened to Alfred as quickly as possible, it would behoove you to enlist her help as well. My cheeks warmed upon hearing his praise, and I straightened my spine farther, hoping to help prove his point. His grandfather's eyes flashed with irritation. I'll tell her everything you say anyway, he pointed out. Allowing her to stay simply saves us time. The Viscount's mouth remained clamped in a thin line for several moments longer, but upon seeing that his grandson was not about to relent, he grumbled his concession. Like I told you in my letter, your cousin Alfred is missing. He walked out of the back garden gate onto the moors 11 days ago and vanished, and no one saw which direction he was headed. Gage glanced distractedly behind him, before crossing the room to move 2 ladder-back chairs positioned against the wall closer to the bed. No, at least, none who'll admit it. Whether his words were an unconscious echo of his grandson Rory's or not, I found it interesting that they both suspected someone of withholding information. I wondered if they were referring to the same person. And I suppose you've already searched the moors and the surrounding villages and countryside? Gage asked. The wooden chairs creaked as we settled into them, a fitting accompaniment to the wind and rain buffeting the window panes. I reached up to remove my straw crepe bonnet, and then tugged my fingers from my travelling gloves, a move I regretted for my hands cramped with cold. A blazing fire crackled in the hearth on the opposite wall, but its heat did not reach far into the room. As sumptuous as the furnishings and fabrics were, they could not patch the draughty windows or shrink the size of the chamber, nor could the scents of bay rum and lavender fully mask the sour stench of illness. "Of course," Lord Tavistock said. "There was no trace of him." "That, or it hasn't been found yet," Gage replied gravely. His grandfather nodded, his silver eyes darkened by some troubling thought. I glanced between the men, trying to understand what they knew that I didn't. Noticing my confusion, Gage attempted to explain. Much of Dartmoor is extremely isolated. It's all too easy to become lost and disoriented. especially if the weather shifts, which it is notorious for doing. It can be bright and sunny one instant, and then suddenly the sky clouds over and pours rain or snow, or a fog rolls in so thick you can't see your hands in front of your face. There are more tales than one can count about people becoming lost out on the moors and never being seen again. He glanced at his grandfather. And anyone who lives near the moor can name at least half a dozen people they've personally known who've suffered a similar fate, though most of the time it's discovered later that they stumbled into a bog or froze to death. My eyes widened. "So, is that what you suspect happened?" I asked, not wishing such a fate on anyone, though I was curious how we were supposed to be able to help if that was the case. Surely the neighbouring farmers and miners who worked on or near Dartmoor would be of much greater assistance than Gage or I ever could. Gage studied his grandfather, who sat frowning down at the deep green blanket draped across his lap. "Did the weather shift that day?"
"No, but you know as well as I do that the weather on the high moors can change even when it doesn't here,"
he replied, still never lifting his gaze. "But that's not what you think happened," Gage guessed, seeing the same obstinate light in his eyes that I did. He lifted his liver-spotted hand to smother a cough, before retorting.
"Did they tell you their balderdash theories?"
He nodded toward the door.
"That it's all a bit of japery? That Alfred has taken himself off on some exploit and not seen fit to inform us?"
I shared a look with Gage, finding it interesting that, on the contrary, Rory had seemed to refute just such a possibility. Had he changed his mind? "Has Alfred gone away without telling anyone before?" Gage asked.
"Not for more than a day or two,"
the Viscount argued. "So it wouldn't be entirely out of character?" His grandfather scowled.
"For a day or two,"
he reiterated sharply.
"And one of his ne'er-do-well friends always knew where he could be found."
Gage's lip curled into a sneer. "I see he hasn't changed, then." At first the Viscount looked as if he wanted to argue, but then realized he couldn't.
"No."
Gage looked away. "Well, if he's still anything like he was at school, I wouldn't be surprised to hear some wronged husband or father shot him and sunk his body in a bog."
"He is engaged to be married,"
his grandfather countered between rasping coughs, as if this made a difference.
"Or at least, nearly so."
"I'll be sure to offer her my condolences." Before receiving his grandfather's letter, Gage had spoken of his cousin only in passing, and after he'd relayed only the bare essentials because I'd pestered him for them. All I knew about Alfred was that he was 2 years older, and as his grandfather's heir, claimed Lord Langstone as his courtesy title. Gage's silence on the matter had seemed indicative of his concern, but now that assumption proved wrong, for it was becoming apparent that, whatever else was true about Alfred, Gage felt a great deal of animosity toward him, animosity that did not surprise his grandfather, who merely frowned at this last comment.
"He will settle down after he marries. Most men do. Besides, Lady Juliana will be a viscountess, and a rather wealthy and influential one at that. That should be compensation enough for any trifling indiscretions."
Spoken like a lord who had no concept of what it was like to be a lady who has given all her power, all her wealth, all her independence to a man who doesn't deserve it. It was Gage's turn to glower.
"The Duke of Bedford's daughter? Yes, it's a fitting match." "It's a disastrous match. Lady Juliana is much too soft-spoken and gentle for the likes of Alfred. He'll run roughshod over her."
The Viscount's voice grew more strident, even as he struggled to get his words out.
"She'll be deferential, as a wife should be."
"That's not how I remember grandmother, or my own mother, for that matter." The Viscount thumped his fist against the counterpane with more force than his cough-choked voice could manage.
"Do not speak of your grandmother that way."
"And my mother," Gage countered, almost rising from his seat. "But we already know she wasn't deferential enough, or I wouldn't be here."
"Gentlemen," I interrupted before either of them could say something they would regret. Please. This argument about Lady Juliana is of no consequence if we cannot find Lord Langstone. I glanced between the two men, who continued to bristle at one another. I waited for the Viscount to catch his breath, concerned by the rattle in his chest. He sank deeper into the pillows propped behind him, tiring from exertion. Nonetheless, we couldn't leave our conversation as it was. I urged Gage to pour him a glass of water from the ewer on the nightstand. Now, Lord Tavistock, you seem to be certain that your heir is not absent of his own will, and you don't believe he was a victim of the natural hazards of the moor. So what do you think happened to him? The Viscount accepted the glass from Gage's hand, and gingerly sipped from it. I frowned. As strong as the bark of his cough had been, I'd expected him to gulp down the water, but the pain that crossed his features every time he swallowed told me this ailment was far more serious, affecting his tonsils and throat. If he had this much trouble ingesting water, how much food was he able to eat? He met my gaze over the rim of his glass, and something in my features must have communicated what I'd deduced. Gage was forever teasing me that I was terrible at hiding my thoughts, and though I'd improved over the past months during our inquiries, I'd not taken care to guard my impressions from his grandfather. In the future, I decided it would be best if I did, for he scowled at me in annoyance. Breathing more heavily than before, he sank back into his pillows, passing Gage the glass, of which he'd only drunk a quarter of the contents. The skin across Gage's face stretched taut, having likely been reminded of his mother's own battle with a similar illness. He'd once described to me her racking coughs, and his fear when she'd struggled to catch her breath. "Why are Gage and I here?" I murmured, rephrasing my query in more succinct terms. He continued to frown, clamping his mouth shut, as if refusing to speak. He almost seemed angry that I'd asked him such a thing, that I was making him put it into words. In truth, I already knew the answer. I had known it from the moment Gage had read his letter and explained how little communication he'd had with his grandfather in the past 15 years. The last time my husband had set foot in Langstone Manor, he'd been here to bury his mother in the family plot at the churchyard nearby. Something had happened then, something worse than the circumstances surrounding his mother's death and the subsequent discovery that she'd been murdered. Something he'd yet to tell me, yet to explain. Until I better understood, I wasn't about to spare Lord Tavistock's sensibilities by saying the words he didn't wish to utter. But Gage was not of the same mind. "You think he's met with foul play?" he surmised sharply, perhaps impatient for this interview to be over. The Viscount's features seemed to sink in on themselves, becoming even gaunter. "That is my worry." "So the angry husband, or father of a woman Alfred has trifled with, isn't outside the realm of possibility?" Gage charged. His grandfather's mouth pursed, but he stopped trying to deny it. "Why do you suspect Lord Langstone has met with violence?" I persisted. "Do you have any proof?" "Why do you think I asked you here?" he remarked stiffly. I glanced at Gage, whose mouth was twisted in frustration. However, there was something in his eyes, something in the way he scoured his grandfather's features that made me think he wasn't completely attending to the conversation. "Yes, but you must realize we need a reason to trust your assertion," I explained, feeling like I was addressing one of my nieces or nephews, not an octogenarian. "How else are we to know where to begin?" "I know that boy. He's my heir. I would know if he's in trouble, and I tell you he is." He raised his eyebrows imperiously in challenge. I nodded, stifling a sigh. I wasn't one to doubt the power of intuition. It had aided me more times than I could count. But surely Lord Tavistock understood we needed more information to go on than that. I began to gather my things to rise, thinking perhaps it was time to bring this interview to an end. His lordship was fatigued. Just in the past quarter of an hour the hollows around his eyes had deepened,
But then he surprised me.
"Sebastian is right,"
he murmured, frowning at his legs.
"Alfred has always had a thirst for drink and women. If he'd taken the carriage or his horse into the village or off to a friend's home and been gone for a night, maybe 2, I would not be surprised. But 11 days!" He shook his head. "No, and certainly not walking on foot."
I sat back, pondering what he'd just told us. "Why don't you think he met with an accident?"
"Because he knew those Moors. Knew them like his own face."
"Yes, but grandfather, men who've known Dartmoor far better than we ever could have still met their deaths out there," Gage contended.
"Do you think I don't know that?" he snapped. "I tell you, your cousin didn't fall into a bog or any such a thing. At least, not of his own folly.
But if he were drunk—"
"He wasn't. Not when he left here."
But I could tell he wasn't so sure of that, and Gage's scepticism was patently clear. Whatever the real reason for Lord Tavistock's certainty, it was apparent we were not going to coax it from him this evening, not when he began coughing again, nearly doubling over from the effort. Gage stood up, alarm tightening his features as he tried to assist his grandfather. Once he'd helped the old man rest back against his pillows, the Viscount shooed him away. He shut his eyes as his chest rapidly rose and fell. I pressed a reassuring hand to my husband's arm. "Should we call for someone?" I asked his grandfather.
"No."
I wanted to press, but it would do no good. He was not at death's door, but if this illness persisted, at his age, it could not be far off. Chapter 3. I was not surprised to find Hammett waiting for us in the corridor. Gage closed the door softly behind us, so as not to wake his grandfather, who seemed to have already fallen into a shallow slumber, before turning to address the servant. "Be honest with me. How ill is he? The doctor says he'll be lucky if he sees the harvest, but you know your grandfather, stubborn as a stone. Never was one to let another have his way. Though I'm not sure, but I suspect the Lord's will is stronger than his." "What is he suffering from?" I asked curiously. "Bronchial ailments are usually a winter complaint." The butler shrugged.
"I couldn't tell you, my lady, but whatever 'tis, it's plagued him since before the spring thaw. 'Twas not but a tiny cough then."
His eyes fastened on the door, as if to see past it.
"Not so tiny any more."
Gage frowned. "Why didn't anyone write me sooner?" Hammett looked up at him, a tight line of censure running between his brows.
"Didn't know you cared to be told."
He turned away, striding down the corridor.
"I'll show you to your rooms."
Though to most my husband's face would appear a mask of indifference, I could see the pain radiating across his features. I reached out to link my arm through his, lending him what comfort he would take as we followed Hammett down the hall. The chambers we'd been assigned seemed to be at the opposite end of the house from his lordship's. Whether this had been intentional on Lady Langstone's part, I didn't know, but I couldn't fault our accommodations. As was customary for most married couples among the aristocracy, we were given 2 adjoining bedchambers, and like the Viscount's, they were both spacious and draughty. However, the furnishings and fabrics were shiny, plush, and crisp. Gage's aunt might not have been the most pleasant person, but she certainly knew how to run a household. Because of its positioning at the corner of the manor, my chamber also boasted 2 large windows, affording the room more light than I'd yet to see elsewhere. I was standing next to one of these windows, trying to see past the rain-splattered panes to the mist-shrouded moors beyond, when Gage entered through the connecting door. His eyes scoured the room before lifting to meet mine. "I see your luggage hasn't arrived either." I glanced toward the dainty dressing table, fashioned of cherry wood, where Bree would have customarily already laid out my brush and comb, as well as other grooming items. Crossing to the wardrobe, I opened the doors graced with the carved image of a rowan tree, to find the space inside empty. You're right. Could your aunt have changed her mind about which bedchambers we were to be assigned? For there was no doubt, after seeing the emerald green silk wallpaper adorning the walls, that this was the emerald chamber of which she'd spoken. It's doubtful, he replied, nodding to the fire crackling in my hearth. Not even the most frivolous of noblemen wasted money on lighting fires in unused guest chambers. He reached out to pull the cord that would summon a servant from below stairs. I take it Anderley wasn't waiting in your chamber? He shook his head, sinking down into the ivory cushions of the rosewood fainting couch, positioned near the hearth. I moved across the Aubusson rug to join him, a thought having occurred to me. You don't think this is Anderley's way of expressing his displeasure at being here, do you? I'd only recently learned that Gage's valet had an impish and somewhat childish inclination to play small pranks when he was irritated or determined to have his way. Or, in the case of my missing grey serge painting dress, when his aesthetic sensibilities had been offended. No, Anderley is undeniably underhanded at times, but his actions are always considered and far more subtle. Causing our luggage to go missing now would serve no purpose other than to aggravate us. We've already arrived, and there's no turning back. He draped his arm around my shoulders and sighed. Undoubtedly, the servants were misinformed. Well, if our trunks don't arrive soon, I suppose we'll have to dine in our travelling clothes, and your aunt will simply have to screw up her nose and accept it. Gage ran his fingers absently through the loose hairs that had fallen from the pins to tickle the back of my neck. Yes, Aunt Vanessa is rather haughty. Trying to ignore the way my skin tingled at his touch, I peered up at him through my lashes, cautiously broaching a subject that had puzzled me. I couldn't help but notice there was no love lost between the two of you. His face creased into a humourless smile. Yes, well, now you can understand why I've avoided her and my cousin's presence whenever possible when they're in London. She never did approve of my playing with her sons, let alone sharing their tutor. Because of your father? He nodded. I didn't mind so much for my sake, but she treated my mother like she was a pariah, unworthy to dine at the same table with her. His eyes narrowed, which was ridiculous. Regardless of who she'd married, Mother was still a Viscount's daughter, but Aunt Vanessa could never let her forget how far she'd sunk to wed a mere Royal Navy captain. And your grandfather allowed her to treat his daughter that way? I asked aghast. Oh, she behaved icily correct whenever he was present, though I always felt he must have known about it. It wasn't so terrible when my uncle was alive. He made her keep a civil tongue in her head, but after he passed, he shook his head. She was as mean as a viper. I pressed a hand to his chest, wishing I could heal the hurt his aunt had so callously caused. I'm sorry. He shrugged, as if it didn't matter, but I could tell it did. How much more had it troubled him as a young boy? It must infuriate her to know that my father now holds a title, all those years of slighting us, and now the cause of her condescension ranks alongside her, and has the ear of the king. Yes, I imagine that must eat at her, especially now that she will never be the Viscountess. Does she act as your grandfather's hostess, then? Is that why she still lives here, instead of London, or the Dower House? I paused to consider. Is there a Dower House? Yes, we passed it along the lane, though you could not see much of it beyond the hedgerows. Gage rested his ankle over his other knee, leaning deeper back into the cushions. She does act as hostess, in what little entertaining my grandfather does, but I'm certain she stays here more to keep an eye on her son's interests than anything. It was my turn to frown. What do you mean? Alfred is your father's rightful heir. Your grandfather can hardly disown him. Yes, but not all of his property is entailed. A significant portion of grandfather's wealth derives from the stakes in the tin and silver mines he owns. He's free to bequeath those to anyone he pleases. I arched my eyebrows. Including you? The corners of his lips curled into a cynical smile. Yes. No wonder she wasn't happy to see you. She's obviously worried your grandfather sent for you for other reasons than locating Alfred. Though I can't understand why she would be more concerned with whatever you might or might not inherit than the fact that her son has disappeared. I tapped my fingers against the cushions beneath me. Unless she has no reason to worry about where he is. I had precisely the same notion, my perceptive wife. If Alfred got himself into some sort of trouble, his mother might have convinced him it was best to lay low for a time and let the matter blow over, rather than risk grandfather's wrath. What sort of trouble? His mouth twisted. The usual. Gambling, fisticuffs, damaged property, a maid or respectable female he's seduced and gotten in the family way. I blinked. Your cousin is capable of all those things. Oh, yes. He's a recurring offender. He sighed, sinking his head back against the couch. And if it proves to be true my dear aunt is hiding him, then by now she's realized she made a grave miscalculation. I can't imagine she ever anticipated grandfather would summon me here to find him. I studied the intricate medallions surrounding the chandelier hanging from the ceiling, considering everything he'd told me. Do you think your grandfather suspects? I glanced to the side to see Gage blinking open bleary eyes to gaze up at me. I smiled in apology for disturbing him. If he felt anything like I did, I imagine he'd be seconds from falling asleep. It seemed we'd been moving non-stop for over a fortnight, bouncing from one inquiry to another, racing from the Lake District of Cumberland to Ireland, and now on to Dartmoor. Setting off for Ireland from our honeymoon had only made the journeys and investigations that followed all the more jarring. That day alone we'd docked in Plymouth just before midday and promptly climbed into a hired chaise to travel on to Dartmoor with the rainy weather at our heels. When it caught up with us outside of Tavistock, the gateway to the moors, I'd suggested we find a room in one of the town's inns for the night and venture on to Langstone Manor in the morning, but Gage had insisted we press on. I hadn't argued, though fatigue dragged at my bones. But now that I'd met this loving family of his, I began to question his haste, for I could think of nothing we could do to locate his cousin on a night like this. Morning would have been soon enough to begin our search, if, in fact, there was even a search to be conducted. Do I think he suspects Aunt Vanessa knows where Alfred is? Gage asked, as if to refocus his own drifting thoughts as much as to clarify. Yes. Do you think that's why your grandfather had trouble answering our questions? Is he calling their bluff, so to speak? Gage's brow furrowed in consideration, and then he shook his head. No, I don't think my grandfather would have caused such a fuss, dragging us all the way from Ireland, if that's all this is. Yes, but he didn't know we were in Ireland, I pointed out. He sent his letter to London, expecting you to be there, or somewhere thereabouts. I bit my lip, debating whether to mention the other inkling that had occurred to me. Gage lifted his head, sensing I was withholding something. What? What else are you deliberating over in that astounding little brain of yours? I hesitated a moment longer, uncertain he would wish to hear it. Has it occurred to you that your grandfather might have been grateful for the ruse such a feigned disappearance afforded him? I proposed gently. You said yourself he's very proud, and now he's ill and probably knows he's not much longer for this earth. It's been 15 years since he even set eyes on you. Maybe he wanted to see you again, but he was afraid that if he wrote and asked you to come for his sake, well, that you might refuse. Gage's pale blue eyes fastened on the embroidered ivory bed-skirt, as if trying to imagine such a scenario, and finding it bewildering. Just the fact that he was so staggered by such a suggestion made my heart ache for him. Despite the difficulties our hasty voyage had caused us, part of me wished it was true, that his grandfather truly had been desperate enough to lie to bring us here, if only to make Gage feel as if he was wanted by at least one person in his family.
I watched as he struggled to form a response, but before he could reply, a peremptory rap on the door preceded Bree's entrance. My maid bustled inside, carrying my valise, followed by a footman hefting my trunk over his shoulder.
"My apologies, milady,"
Bree proclaimed breathlessly, before directing the pale-headed footman.
"Over there."
She resumed eye contact with me, and then darted a suspicious glare over her shoulder.
"Somebody told the lads to deliver your trunks to the attics, instead of bringing them to the rooms. Thank you, Bree. We were beginning to wonder."
Regretfully abandoning the comfort of the couch and Gage's solid presence at my side, I forced myself to rise to my feet as the footman turned to leave, averting his eyes. I'm sure it was all an honest mistake. A bizarre one, but an honest one nonetheless. Bree harumphed as the footman passed her, plainly not agreeing with me.
"I trust Anderley has also located Mr. Gage's trunk and is awaiting him next door." "Aye, milady."
I nodded at Gage, who was trying rather unsuccessfully to hide a grin at Bree's ruffled outrage as he departed through the connecting door. She plopped my valise on the pristine ivory counterpane beside my discarded gloves and bonnet, and opened it to begin pulling out the items I would require.
"Something simple this evening, I think,"
I told her, beginning to unfasten my own pelisse.
"The Prussian blue gown with gold trim,"
she suggested promptly, as if she'd already been considering the matter.
"It almost matches your eyes."
"Yes, that should do." I was slightly taken aback by her harried movements and sharp responses. This wasn't the first time we'd found ourselves in a strained situation among unfamiliar society and staff, and Bree usually responded with unruffled amusement at the foibles of others. So seeing her in such an agitated state was somewhat of a novelty, and spoke volumes as to the conditions below stairs. I watched as she crossed back and forth between the bed and the dressing table, laying out my possessions with her usual precision, all the while wearing a scowl that made her eyes flash with fire.
"That bad?"
I murmured, when she swiveled to approach my trunk of clothes. She paused to glance up at me, and seeing the sympathetic smile curling my lips, exhaled shakily.
"My apologies, milady."
She shook her head.
"This bungle with the trunks just has me flustered."
"Are you sure that's all?" I asked, as I settled onto the padded bench before the dressing table, not bothering to hide my skepticism. When she didn't respond and merely continued to rifle through the contents of the trunk, I decided she might need a little encouraging.
"How is the staff? Do you think this—"
I searched for a diplomatic word.
"Confusion with the trunks is uncommon?"
She scoffed, rising to her feet and allowing the skirts of my gown to unfold. Her eyes scoured the delicate fabric.
"Bree,"
I said, waiting for her to look up at me.
"Truly, I would like to know. The state of this household might give me and Mr. Gage some helpful indications as to what is really going on."
A self-deprecating smile quirked the corners of her lips.
"You know me, milady. I'll no spare my opinions."
She lifted the wrinkled gown.
"But if I'm to have you respectably dressed in time for dinner, I'll need to press this immediately."
I shrugged.
"I don't mind the wrinkles. Lady Langstone will simply have to suffer the sight of them. It's not our fault the Viscount's staff lost our luggage."
Bree's face tightened, and I remembered then that I wasn't the only one who would be judged lacking if I turned up in the dining room with my appearance being anything but impeccable despite the day's difficulties.
"I see."
I tilted my head.
"It seems the servants take after their mistress."
Bree didn't respond, but it was obvious I'd guessed right. I nodded to the gown.
"Go on, then."
I swiveled to stare into the mirror, pushing a hand through my tangled, deep chestnut brown tresses.
"And send a maid up with some water so I can bathe away this dust."
Draping the gown over her arm, she moved toward the door, but before she could open it, someone rapped softly. I watched in the mirror as Bree opened it to let in a young, mousy-haired maid. The girl bobbed an awkward curtsy, sloshing the water in the ewer she carried. I should have known my ever-efficient lady's maid had already requested bathing water. The maid's eyes dipped to the gown Bree carried as she set the ewer beside the wash-basin.
Mr. Anderley told me her ladyship would be needing a gown pressed, and that I'm to take extra care not to damage it." The way she spoke Gage's valet's name, and quoted him so precisely, made it clear she was already smitten. Bree and I were accustomed to this reaction to the tall, dark, and handsome servant. The black eye he currently sported, courtesy of a scuffle during our last inquiry, only made him look roguish, and all the more attractive to the female staff. I could see Bree suppressing a roll of her eyes as she passed the dress over. "Please, see that you don't." There was no need for further warning, not when Anderley's approbation was at stake. The girl bobbed another curtsy, and then exited the room, carrying the gown before her like it was the crown jewels. I waited until the door shut before speaking. "Now, out with it," I ordered Bree, lifting the ewer to pour the warm water into the bowl. "Gossip at will." She didn't need to be told twice. "They're no but a lot of puffed-up Sassenachs. Said they couldn't understand what I was saying, even though I ken they could, and then tried to blame the missing trunks on me." Though it was true Bree had an accent, it was not nearly as thick as many Scots, and perfectly intelligible even to someone who had not spent a great deal of time in Scotland. She had originally been employed in my father's and, subsequently, my brother's households at my childhood home in the Borders region of England and Scotland. The staff there was a mixture of both nationalities, and almost indistinguishable from each other. Anyone from that area recognized the Borders were almost a country unto themselves, identifying less with the people in London or Edinburgh and more with their neighbours, whichever side of the arbitrary boundary they happened to fall on. Given that fact, it was no wonder Bree found the Viscount staff's condescension infuriating. But I was afraid she was going to find this to be quite typical of English servants, who at times could be even more pretentious than their aristocratic employers. I hoped she would be able to make the adjustment. I'd already lost one maid who could not handle the challenges and rigours of being parted from her family and her Highland home. "Did Anderley defend you?" I asked, blotting my face with a towel. I had long been curious how my and Gage's personal servants behaved with one another outside of our presence. They seemed to fare well enough with each other, though I wouldn't have called them friends. She bent over the trunk again, extracting the rest of my dresses and stomping across the room to lay them across the bed in a pile until they could be properly hung. "He's no more impressed by the lot of them than I am. Though being an Englishman, he can comport himself with that icy disdain of his, and no one says a thing edgewise." I grimaced in commiseration. Some things were no different below stairs than above. I was sorry to hear they were being so condescending, not only for her sake, but for that of the investigation. "Are they all so patronizing?" No all." Having located my slippers and undergarments for the evening, she moved behind me and took over the task of unbuttoning my travelling gown. Her nimble fingers moved quickly down my spine. "Mainly the upper servants. The lower's maids and footmen wouldn't dare do more than titter." She sighed. "And I suspect some of them are even sympathetic." I glanced over my shoulder. What of Mr. Hammett? Having witnessed the surly banter he'd traded with Gage, which masked a long-held fondness, I had a difficult time imagining him harassing my maid. "The butler? Nay, he's a correct one, like our Jeffers. Wasn't putting up with the other's nonsense once he found out about the trunks. You'd still be waiting for him, if it wasn't for him." Bree whisked my dress over my head and draped it over the fainting couch, before beginning on the fastenings of my corset. I waited until I could see her face in the mirror before continuing. "Well, I need you to cousin those who'll speak to you, and find out what you can about the family, particularly the missing grandson, Alfred, and his mother, the Dowager Lady Langstone, and list Anderley to help you, if Gage isn't doing so already." Bree's eyes flicked up to meet mine, sharp with intellect. "You suspect her of being involved?" "Possibly," I admitted. Her reaction to our arrival and to her son having gone missing was peculiar, to say the least. Definitely not what I would have expected, given the circumstances. Bree nodded. "Consider it done." I pivoted as she pulled my arms from the garment, looking at her directly. Given her employer's haughtiness, I suspect her ladyship's maid is one of your worst offenders, but if there's any way you can convince her to trust you, that might prove beneficial." Bree's face screwed up in confirmation, and then smoothed into a taut smile. "Well, they do say those who are prickliest have often had the most thorns stuck in 'em." A twinkle lit her brown eyes. "I suppose I just have to employ some of that charm my Irish gran taught me." Relieved to see some of her good humour had returned, I tugged at an errant curl resting along my neck. "Now, what do you propose we do with this mess?" Bree studied my head, and shook her own resignedly. "Oh, my lady, how you managed to muddle your hair so, I'll never ken." Chapter 4. Despite our best efforts, Gage and I still descended the stairs a quarter of an hour later than the designated hour we'd been given for dinner. I thought our haste had been admirable, but Lady Langstone seemed to be of a different opinion, even though it was her staff's fault our trunks had been taken to the attics. "How good of you to finally join us," she drawled, her eyes sharp with derision. Lifting her chin, she turned with a swirl of maroon silk and led us from the hall down a corridor to the left. That she'd been lying in wait for us at the base of the stairs instead of the drawing-room said much about her impatience. "I can't promise anything will be warm at this point." I arched my eyebrows, hoping none of the servants had heard her make such an assertion. A well-run household knew how to keep its dishes warm, and when to time their final preparation. The incident with the trunks aside, I had seen no indication that the staff wasn't anything but exemplary. Given the fact that Hammett, as butler, would be presiding over the dinner service, I had no doubt everything would run smoothly. This held true to my expectations when we settled into our chairs before a gleaming table service, and bowls of lightly steaming creamy white chicken soup were set before us. The light from the chandelier overhead glistened off the silverware and reflected in the mirror over the fireplace and off the ornate gold frames of the paintings adorning the walls. However, contrary to being pleased, Lady Langstone seemed only more irritated by this sign of the staff's efficiency. I found it baffling that she would rather be proven right in her vindictiveness than be presented as a good hostess. After all, an efficient household was as much a credit to her as to the staff. I did my best to ignore her sour expression, turning to address Rory, our only other dinner companion. "So, Gage tells me he was schooled with you and your brother." I cast a mischievous smile at my husband. "Tell me, what was he like as a boy?" I urged, as curious to know the answer as I was to see how Rory would respond. "Well, in the classroom he was quite studious and earnest." He flashed his cousin a grin. "To tell the truth, he was always more clever than my brother or me. Only because he had to be, dear." Lady Langstone interjected between spoonfuls of soup. Rory's cadence faltered hearing this casually delivered insult, but otherwise he ignored it. "And I suppose he was just as resolute outside of it, always doggedly determined to be the best at everything." He gave a bark of sudden laughter. "Alfred used to say—" but he broke off upon seeing Gage's face, which had turned stony. A slight flush crested Rory's cheeks, and his brows furrowed as he seemed to reconsider his words. "He used to say, well," he cleared his throat, "it doesn't really matter what Alfred said. Never did like to come in second, and the way he'd snarl at you made you wish you'd let him win. It ruined the fun more often than not." His eyes dipped to his bowl, seeing something the rest of us couldn't. So he missed the black look his mother cast his way, perhaps for being disloyal to his brother. I glanced at Gage, wondering what he thought of his cousin's admission, and found that the forbidding expression had faded from his eyes, to be replaced with quiet consideration. "I seem to remember you boys fighting a great deal," Lady Langstone said, as her soup was whisked away and replaced by filleted sole simmered in butter and lemon juice. Though she spoke as if she cared very little about the matter, her lips pursed. Gage and Rory exchanged a look rife with unspoken things neither of them seemed eager to reminisce over. "I suspect most boys do," Rory remarked, before taking a long drink of his wine. "Too true," I said, hoping to relieve some of the tension. My brother and cousins were constantly pounding each other for some perceived slight one moment, and then happily engaged in some bit of sport the next. Our nanny always said that so long as they didn't actually maim each other, it was best to let them have it out, and it would all be over quicker. I looked up to find my husband watching me with a small smile. I'd never been one to chatter, so I guessed my efforts to distract had been obvious, at least to him. Regrettably, the effort was all but wasted, for Lady Langstone seemed determined to pursue the topic and her grudge. Well, for members of civilized families, I suppose it's not cause for alarm, she sniffed. But I'm afraid the matter is quite different when some of the parties involved have the blood of ruffians and smugglers running through their veins. It was evident she was talking about Gage, for his father's maternal relatives were rather notorious for their activities along the Cornish coast. This was also a point she'd evidently made numerous times before, for Gage stifled a sigh before rather aggressively attacking a bite of fish. His head lifted in surprise when Rory spoke up in his defence. "Well, I don't know about blood, other than the fact that we were all guilty of spilling a bit of it." He tipped his cup toward Gage. "But I'm certain you gave your mother much less grief than we gave ours." I imagined that was true. Gage had a fiercely protective streak, one I'd long suspected had developed from watching his mother's battle with illness, while his father was so far away for much of the year. Now that I realized she'd also been contending with the slights of some of her own family, Gage's behavior made all the more sense. He would not have wanted her to suffer on account of his poor behavior too. His aunt pushed away her plate with a small shove, as if she'd suddenly lost her appetite. "Except the incident with the braised ceremonial dagger." Her sharp gaze flicked to me, and then to Gage, who returned it with a pointed glare of his own. I didn't know what she was referring to. My husband had never shared anything about a dagger with me, and I wasn't about to ask him to elaborate now. But the incident she had referred to clearly troubled Rory. He shifted anxiously as he observed their silent standoff, before signalling to the footman to refill his glass. Though I'd never been one to overindulge, I found myself following suit. I drained my first glass of wine and requested more. If I was to make it through this dinner, with all its barbed commentary, I wasn't sure I wanted my wits completely intact. In any case, my head already ached. Whether it was because Brie had put a little too much force into braiding my hair into a coronet, or a result of the long days of travel, it seemed unlikely that drink could make it worse. I pressed a hand to my temple and broached the subject that was most pressing to us all, and yet the one no one seemed to wish to address. In doing so, I knew I might be overstepping myself, for I'd planned to let Gage take the lead of this investigation, whatever form it took. But witnessing the antagonistic behavior of his aunt, I thought it might be better if I were the one to force the issue. "You must be beside yourself with worry, Lady Langstone." I arched my eyebrows, struggling to mask my sarcasm. "Concerned for your son's whereabouts, and whether he's injured himself, or fallen into trouble." Her posture turned rigid, her eyes bright like two pieces of hard jet, but she did not speak. "Lord Tavistock seems all but certain Alfred is not absent of his own volition. Not for so many days. But, Rory, you indicated you assumed otherwise," I prompted. "Initially, yes." He frowned. "But now I'm less certain." "Why did you believe he was off on some lark?" I questioned, harking back to the comment he'd made in the entry hall after learning why Gage and I were here. "Because it's not uncommon for him to do so, for a day or two, or 3, he qualified, tapping his fingers against the base of his glass. His eyes narrowed in deliberation. "In London, he often disappears for a few days, returning home whenever he's had his fill of whatever vice he's been pursuing." His mother made a sound of protest, but he cut her off wearily. "There's no point in hiding it, Mother. I know you're as aware of the truth as I am, and it will come as no surprise to Gage." His eyes lifted to meet mine. "I suspect his wife wouldn't care for us to dance delicately around the situation either.
She seems to be eminently logical and level-headed." I nodded my thanks, grateful he hadn't touted the unsavoury events in my past as evidence I was likely to be unshocked by the fact that some gentleman drank to excess, gambled, or visited the demi-monde. What was there to be taken aback by about a man bedding someone other than his wife, when I had seen the internal anatomy of a human being laid open on a table for me to sketch? "But this isn't London," I murmured, finishing his thought for him. "No, it isn't, and so there are fewer opportunities for him to indulge himself. He might hie off to his chum Glanville's home at Kilworthy Park, or visit one of his other friends in the vicinity. Barring that, I know he's visited the local pubs a time or two, looking for willing company among the barmaids, but he's never away for more than a night or two, at that." "Mr. Glanville called a few days ago," Lady Langstone chimed in to say. A frown still pleated her brow. "He's been very helpful with the search. He wanted us to know he'd spoken to all of their friends, and no one has seen or heard from Alfred." Given her earlier behaviour, I couldn't help but be sceptical of her willingness to supply such information. Was Mr. Glanville in collusion with her, and she wished us to leave him alone? Or was she concerned with our discovering the full extent of Alfred's proclivities? Regardless, I felt a visit to Kilworthy Park was in order. One glance at Gage's curious expression told me he harboured a similar intention. "What of Plymouth?" he asked, spearing a parsnip. "Did Alfred ever venture there?" "I couldn't tell you." Rory's mouth twisted. "My brother wasn't exactly forthcoming about his pursuits. Glanville, or perhaps the coachman, would be able to tell you better than I can." I glanced at Lady Langstone, wondering how she would react to her son's suggestion that we question Alfred's friend, but she feigned absorption in her food. Gage's eyes strayed toward the heavy rose damask drapes that had been pulled across the windows, shielding our view of the darkness falling over the garden and the sharp pings of cold rain that continued to be flung by the wind against the glass. It was not a night to be out, especially on the exposed expanses of the high moors. "What do you think happened to him?" His gaze swiveled to spear first his aunt and then his cousin, giving them no quarter. "Where do you think Alfred is?" Lady Langstone paled, and for the first time I could see that she was not as sang-froid about the matter as she appeared. I studied her, wondering if perhaps I had judged her a bit too harshly. After all, her son was missing, and if she wasn't somehow involved, she must be racked with worry indeed, no matter how she strove to hide it. However, she was not the first to speak. Instead, her younger son straightened in his chair, narrowing his eyes at the centrepiece of white roses. "It simply doesn't seem possible he fell into a bog, or wandered out to a part of the moors we have yet to search." His gaze lifted to his mother before meeting Gage's. "But he was ill during the days before he disappeared. Not like grandfather's ailment, laid low by some stomach complaint, worse than normal crapulence." He paused, his mouth pressing tight. "I wonder—" He hesitated, beginning again. "I worry he was not really well enough to be out of bed. What if he fell sicker, or became delusional?" Lady Langstone's fingers tightened around the fork she grasped in her hand, turning her knuckles white. She didn't even seem conscious that she was doing so until she caught me watching her. Then she inhaled, forcing her shoulders to relax, and carefully set her utensil aside, resting her hands in her lap before speaking. "It's possible, though I do not like to think that is what happened." Gage's manner softened in answer to her distress. "What do you hope happened?" She swallowed, her words emerging haltingly. "That he took himself off to Plymouth, or a friend's home farther afield than Kilworthy Park, and couldn't be bothered to inform any of us." "Without a horse or carriage?" "Yes, well, the walk to Peter Tavy, or even Merivale, isn't so very far, and there are a number of smaller farms bordering the moor. Perhaps he borrowed a horse from one of them." None of us pointed out how improbable her suggestion was. In any case, I suspected she already knew. If Alfred had borrowed a horse, surely the farmer or hostler would have spoken up when they discovered the Viscount was searching for his grandson. That is, if he'd borrowed one. From what I'd learned of Gage's cousin, he scarcely seemed the type to travel any distance on a borrowed nag, when he could easily do so in greater comfort and style. Which led us back to one glaring point. If Alfred hadn't gone into hiding of his own volition, with or without his mother's help, then something unpleasant had probably befallen him. We finished our meal on that sombre note and retired to our chambers. I was largely quiet, as Bree helped me undress and ready myself for bed. My things had all been put away, and the room tidied while I ate dinner. Knowing my maid must be as tired, if not more so than I sent her off to find her own bed. My thoughts kept returning to the moors, to their silent but relentless presence beyond the garden wall. There was something preternatural about them, something ancient. I could not forget they were there. Their existence seemed to always be lurking somewhere in the background of my mind, as a sort of hum of anticipation. I lifted aside the gold damask drapes to peer out into the rain-soaked darkness, knowing I would not be able to see anything, and yet not able to resist. Perhaps it was the very fact that I had not been able to truly glimpse them yet that made the moors seem so fascinating to me. The weather and then nightfall had maddeningly kept them cloaked. I only hoped tomorrow would be different, for my sake, and for Alfred's. When my husband entered the room a few moments later through the connecting door, he found me still peering out at what little I could see of the manor's back terrace and gardens. I'd been expecting him, for we'd yet to spend a night apart in the 3 months of our marriage, despite it being unfashionable to share a bedchamber. Instead, Gage used his assigned room merely to dress with the assistance of his valet, affording me and Bree some privacy, as she helped me with my ablutions. I hoped it would always be this way. I glanced up as the door clicked shut, and allowed the heavy drapes to fall back into place. "Curious about the moors?" he guessed, knowing me all too well. He smiled tiredly, pausing at the foot of the bed. "I'm sorry our arrival couldn't have been under more auspicious circumstances." I knew he was speaking about more than the weather. I waved the matter aside. "You look as if you could fall asleep on your feet," I murmured, reaching up to caress his jaw. Tilting my head, I studied his pale blue eyes. "But your mind won't let you." His arms wrapped around my waist, pulling me against him. Perceptive, as always. His grin turned humorless. "Though I suppose it doesn't require a great deal of acuity to deduce there is much weighing on my mind." I rested my head against his chest, pressing my hand to the warm skin over his heart, revealed by the part in the collar of his burgundy silk dressing-gown. "Do you wish to discuss it, or will that only make it more difficult to sleep?" A long exhale shuddered through him as he rested his chin on my head. Oh, that I could ignore it. I inhaled the spicy scent of his cologne and the natural musk of his skin, feeling my body soften further to mold against his as my blood thickened. "I could attempt to distract you." I gazed up at him through my lashes, fighting the blush cresting my cheeks. Although I'd been a widow when he and I wed, relations between myself and Gage had been a complete revelation. And while I had grown bolder and more comfortable with the physical side of our marriage, I was still by far the shyer of the two of us, and the least likely to initiate intimacy, though I was more than happy to partake. Gage's eyes darkened, and his lips curled into a smile that could only be termed wolfish. "Could you?" he drawled, lowering his head to capture my lips, but before they could touch, he drew back, staring over my shoulder at something. I turned my head, trying to follow his gaze. "What is it?" A pleat formed between his eyes. "Just one moment." He crossed the room toward the corner where a tall bureau stood. Then he leaned down to press his shoulder against it, slowly sliding the heavy oak desk across the floor to the right. I stared at him in bafflement. "What are you doing?" He paused to catch his breath, and then with a grunt continued his labor, sliding the piece of furniture over about 2 more feet. "There," he proclaimed, standing tall again, as he rested his hands on his hips in satisfaction. "That should do it." "Do what?" He nodded at the bureau, or rather the wall behind where it now stood. "Block the entrance to one of the secret passages." Chapter 5. "What?" I gasped, striding across the room to stand next to him. Gage pointed toward the edge of the wood panelling that spanned the wall from floor to ceiling on either side of the fireplace. I hadn't noticed it earlier. Then, of course, I hadn't been looking, but there was definitely a narrow groove running up the wall that was not evident on the other side. About a foot to the left hung a long woven tapestry of medieval knights and maidens, which I assumed was meant to mask any further evidence of the mechanism. "I apologize. I should have mentioned it sooner. In all honesty, it slipped my mind," he explained. "How many secret passages are there?" I asked, still somewhat shocked by such a discovery. 3. 4, if you count the priest's hole in the back parlour. He spoke so nonchalantly, as if all of this was common. I'd heard of castles and manor houses that boasted secret passages, but I'd yet to knowingly stay in one, and rather than intrigue me, it somehow made this foreboding, unwelcoming place seem all the more cold and heartless. To think someone could have snuck in and out of our chamber without our knowledge made me feel angry and violated. My spine stiffened, and I crossed my arms over my chest. "Do you think your aunt assigned us this chamber because of it?" "I can't help but think that was part of her consideration." He frowned in deliberation. "But surely she must have known I would be aware of them. My cousins are." I turned to scour the chamber for signs that anyone else had been in the room other than Bree, but I had no idea what to look for. Upon being shown into the chamber before dinner, I hadn't really given the space much consideration, having been distracted by other things. And if changes had been made even prior to that, we would never have known. "Perhaps she didn't realize you were aware of them, or she anticipated you'd forgotten." I scowled at the couch, where earlier we'd reclined discussing matters. "Or she'd hoped you would trust them not to intrude." I turned back to the wall behind the bureau, searching it for any signs of holes or other crevices. Gage draped an arm around my shoulders, as if sensing my unease. "The walls are too thick for them to eavesdrop," he assured me, "and the tapestry muffles what sound that does filter through." I glanced up at him, curious how he was so certain of such a thing, but seeing the tightening at the corner of his eyes, I decided not to ask. Instead, I leaned closer, absorbing his warmth. A draught coming from somewhere on this side of the chamber, the secret door, had crept over my toes and up under my night rail. Feeling me shiver, my husband urged me up into the bed, and under the thick covers. He leaned back against the pillows, plumped in front of the headboard, and I rested my head on his shoulder. He'd not removed his dressing gown, so I knew he had something to say before we indulged in any sort of distraction. The clock ticked away on the mantel, while he contemplated whatever it was he wished to discuss. My eyes began to droop, his heat and solid presence lulling me into slumber, when finally he spoke. "You can ask me." I blinked open my eyes to look up at him. He dropped his gaze from the point he had been staring at on the opposite wall. "You don't have to dance around asking the questions I can see forming in your eyes. I know I haven't proven to be the most forthcoming individual, especially about my past, and I can't promise I will always give you a straightforward answer, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't try." He swallowed. I want you to try. Otherwise, I'm not certain I will ever bring myself to speak of it." I sat taller to look at him, surprised by this change in him. Given the fact that I'd practically had to drag information out of him at knife point in the past, it was a welcome one. I well understood secrecy, for I had never been one to share a great deal of myself. I also had my fair share of skeletons I would rather remain in the closet, but Gage had transformed reticence into an art form. "How do you know the walls are too thick?"
I asked softly, sensing something fragile behind his eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed again. Because my father met with Aunt Vanessa here. His revelation of the secret passage had been shock enough, but this pronouncement rendered me completely mute. Fortunately, he didn't seem to need further coaxing in order to continue. I followed him here once, through the passage. My father had come home to us for one of his leaves, and he'd been acting strangely ever since his arrival. Mother hadn't seemed to notice, but then she was particularly ill that spring. One side of his mouth curled upward in chagrin. I'd been trying to avoid him whenever I could, because he tended to try to pack in an entire 6 months' worth of paternal scolding and correction into his short visits. He narrowed his eyes in remembrance, but unlike other visits, evasion hadn't proved difficult or earned me extra reprimands. Because he was slipping away as well, I surmised. He nodded. I needed to know why. To understand what was more important than staying by my mother's side, or even lecturing me. Though Gage strove to conceal it, I could hear the hurt, lonely boy he had once been struggling behind his words. These were events he had never come to terms with, memories he had never fully confronted, and they affected his relationship with his father even to this day. It also further explained his abhorrence of his aunt. I reached down to touch his opposite hand, where it rested in his lap, rubbing my thumb up and down over the back of it. "Were he and your aunt... were they—" I broke off, not knowing how to finish the question. No, not that time, at least. He stared down at our hands. I could hear their raised voices, but not what they were saying, and I had to dart into a cobwebbed alcove to avoid being seen by my father when he left through the passage. "So you didn't confront him about it?" I already knew the answer, but I asked anyway. No, not then. Not ever. His brow lowered into a fierce scowl. I'm not sure I trust my father to give me an honest answer, if he even deigned to give me an answer at all. Having first-hand knowledge of Lord Gage's high-handed, disdainful demeanour, I suspected he was right. Did your mother know? I don't know. I hope not. I studied the intricately embroidered pattern on the counterpane as Gage lifted his fingers to thread them through mine. What of your aunt? I voiced in hesitation. He lifted his eyes to meet my gaze. Have you ever asked her? He arched a single eyebrow. Asked her what? If my father proved unfaithful to my mother, the woman who degraded herself by marrying him. That's no worse than your aunt degrading herself by becoming his lover after she mercilessly mocked and derided your mother for years. I paused. But I see your point. If whatever happened between them wasn't an affaire de coeur, then by questioning her about it, you've all but admitted your father is the knave she's accused him of being. Having labelled the relationship what it could have been, another thought occurred to me. Is it distasteful to sleep here? Would you rather we slept in the bed in your chamber? My room is even colder than this one because the fireplace is not drawing correctly. He tightened the arm draped around me from behind, snuggling me closer to his side. No. I shall be fine, particularly with you here to help banish unpleasant imaginings. I smiled coyly. I'm so pleased I can be useful. He reached up to coil a loose tendril of hair brushing my cheek around his finger. You are ever so much more than useful, he murmured with a roguish twinkle in his eye. But then his expression turned more serious. I'm glad you're here with me, Kiera. This would have been much more difficult on my own. He gazed up at the bed hangings above us. I'm not sure I would even have had the nerve to come. I lifted a hand to his chin, forcing him to look at me. Well, I am. Having seen you with your grandfather, there's no doubt in my mind that you would have accepted his summons, no matter how much you dreaded it. They must have been the words he'd needed to hear, for his brow smoothed and his shoulders relaxed. Until that moment, I hadn't realized the prospect that he might have ignored his grandfather's letter had been bothering him, Evidently the discovery that the Viscount was ill had rattled him more than he wished to admit. He turned his body to press more fully against me, and lowered his mouth to my neck. "Now, weren't you saying something about distracting me?" I sighed and set about as being diverting as possible, though to be honest, I wasn't sure whether I was the diversion or the diverted. Either way, I had no complaint. Despite the long journey and our tiring nocturnal efforts, I woke early the next morning. The pale light of dawn had just begun to filter through the curtains, casting a shadowy glow over the room, almost like the gloaming in the Highlands. It was that hour when the light seemed almost tangible, a hazy wash of colour over the darkness. I lay in bed staring up at the bed curtains, which we had never closed, still trying to shake off the bonds of slumber. However, far from relaxed, I felt unsettled. I didn't have to struggle to recall why. It was because of the dream I'd had sometime during the night. The vision of someone standing at the foot of the bed. They hadn't moved or spoken, merely hovered over us while we slept before vanishing into the gloom. It didn't take much insight to guess where this worrying apparition had originated. I turned my head to look at the wall where the bureau Gage had moved still blocked the entrance to the secret passage. I breathed a little deeper at the evidence that the heavy piece of furniture had not been disturbed, but a shiver still worked through my frame at the memory of that figure watching us while we were unaware. Another shiver ran through me, and I realized it wasn't entirely my distressing nightmare that caused me to tremble. The room was also bitter cold. The fire in the grate had long since died, and no servant had yet entered to coax it back to life. Then a gust of air brushed over my skin, rustling the bed curtains and the drapes over one of the windows. I stiffened, shaking with renewed force from both the chill and the realization that a window was open, a window that had been shut the night before. I burrowed deeper under the covers, pressing close to my husband's side. "Gage," I whispered. He hummed sleepily and lifted his hand to cup my hip, to pull me back against him, mistaking my intent. "Gage!" The second time the frantic tone of my voice must have penetrated through the fog of sleep, for he lifted his head off the pillow and cracked open one eye to look at me. "The window is open," I hissed. He glanced in the direction I indicated with my nodding head, clearly not understanding why this alarmed me. Just as he opened his mouth to question me, I saw comprehension dawn. His eyes widened, and he pushed upright, allowing the covers to slide off his bare shoulders, down to his waist. He turned to look at the bureau and the secret entrance as I had, before tentatively rising from the bed. Snatching up his dressing gown, he covered himself and cinched the belt at the waist before he approached the window. He cursed, lifting his foot as he stepped into a puddle of undoubtedly frigid water. The drapes fluttered inward, and he grasped them, yanking them aside. As suspected, the casement window stood open to the chill air, both panes having swung outward, though one gaped wider than the other. Clutching the covers up to my chest, I sat up to watch as he leaned forward to peer out. I found it odd that the casement swung outward, when normally they swung inward, but it was not the first time I'd encountered such an anomaly. In any case, they should have made it harder for an intruder to enter, but someone had opened those windows, and it hadn't been me or Gage. My heart kicked in my chest at the prospect that my dream had been real, that someone had stood over us in our sleep. Gage lifted his head, and then looked left and right along the side of the house, before grasping both casements to swing them shut. But prior to latching them, he paused to examine both frames. He lifted his finger to fiddle with something, then closed the windows and locked them tightly. "What did you discover?" I asked. He crossed to the other window to check its lock, all but ignoring my query. "Gage?" When he was satisfied, he hurried back to the bed and under the warm covers. I squeaked as his cold feet and hands brushed against me. "Well?" I prodded impatiently. "I should have checked the locks last night," he replied with a frown. "You can be sure I'll do so from now on." Yes, but what did you find outside the window? His gaze met mine, debating how much to reveal. I arched an eyebrow in scolding, letting him know he'd best not attempt to fob me off. He grinned sheepishly. The light was not strong enough to tell for sure, but there appeared to be footsteps in the mud below the window. I stiffened. But how did they climb up? And how did they open the casements? As for the climbing, I'm not certain. There's nothing attached to the outside of the building to assist them. Possibly a rope secured to the roof. He sighed and raked a hand back through his golden locks, sending them into even more disarray. As for opening the windows, it appears they used an old rope trick. There's a hook attached to the outside of the frame, one that shouldn't be there. They must have tied a quick-release knot, like the type used to secure a horse's reins, looped it around the hook, and left both ends dangling. Then after they pulled the window open, all they had to do was tug the other end to release the rope, removing any proof of how they did it. But who would do such a thing? Surely such an effort would require premeditation. Yes, the rope must have already been secured to the hook before we retired. I clutched the covers tighter to my chest. Had they tried entering our chamber through the secret passage, but found it blocked? Had they suspected Gage would do so, and the rope was merely a backup plan? I don't understand. Why would they go to such lengths to enter our chamber in the middle of the night? What was the purpose? Gage lifted one arm, placing his hand behind his head as he reclined back. He seemed far less concerned about the matter than I believed he should be. I don't know why. There's certainly nothing remarkable to be found, unless they wish to steal your jewels. He narrowed his eyes at the window. I'm not even sure someone did enter. What do you mean? I find it hard to believe we wouldn't have heard them clambering in through the window with naught but the aid of a rope. There is water on the floor, but the drapes are merely damp, so I suspect they waited until after the storm had passed to open the casements. Even so, I still think we would have woken if someone had attempted to enter our chamber through the window. But perhaps that wasn't the point. I bit my lip, apprehending what he meant. If their only goal had been to unnerve us, then they'd succeeded, at least for my part. But of course I hadn't told my husband about my vision in the middle of the night. Perhaps if he was aware I'd either dreamt of or woken up to find someone hovering over us, he wouldn't be so blasé about the matter. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him when a faint knock on the door presaged the entrance of the young maid who had ironed my gown the night before. She blushed at the sight of us together in my bed, looking back at her. I'm to tend the fires," she stammered, lifting her bucket of implements. I nodded and sank back under the covers next to my husband and closed my eyes. Saying anything to her would only embarrass her further, so we lay quietly listening to the soft scrape and shush of her efforts as she rebuilt the fire in the hearth. Under normal circumstances, we would have still been asleep and never even marked her presence. I would have liked to fall back asleep, but my mind was too alert, and so, it seemed, was Gage's. For the moment the maid slipped out the door, he threw the covers off him. "I need to speak to Rory." "Why?" I watched as he rolled out of bed to approach the crackling fire. "Because I've just remembered that Alfred used that very method to climb into our tutor's chamber and leave insects and other nasty surprises for him." This pronouncement made me sit up, pulling my knees to my chest. I gingerly lifted the covers to search underneath. "You think your missing cousin climbed into our window?" I asked, not having considered the possibility that Alfred might have been our nighttime visitor. He lifted his eyebrows significantly. "That, or someone wants us to think it was him." I looked underneath his pillows, and then mine. Who else knew about his trick? I assume his brother must have been aware. "Oh, yes, as well as several members of the staff, though, truth be told, it's hardly a secret maneuver. Kiera?" I glanced up to find him watching me with a gently reproving smile. "I hardly think he climbed up here to put a snake in our bed." I lowered the blanket. I'd been searching beneath. "Yes, of course." but just in case, I decided it would be best if I rose for the day as well. Contemplating the matter, I donned my own sapphire dressing gown and crossed the room to perch on the edge of one of the rosewood armchairs with needlepoint upholstery positioned before the hearth. It's doubtful that whoever wished to disturb us came from elsewhere. The stormy weather alone would have discouraged anyone from being out and about. And no one outside of Langstone Manor even knows we're here. So they must be from the manor. I frowned. We've speculated your aunt might be helping your cousin to hide. Do you think she could have gotten a message to him? Gage stared into the fire, his brow furrowed in consideration. Not unless he's very close by, perhaps even somewhere on the manor grounds. Are there places he could hide for such a length of time and not be discovered? I can think of a few, although such a feat would require the assistance of at least one of the servants. I can't imagine my aunt fetching and carrying food, and other unmentionables, even for her own son. If Alfred is hiding nearby, do you think Rory knows? Do you think he suspects? After all, your grandfather isn't in any shape to search the grounds, so Rory will be the only one he truly needed to avoid. And Hammett, he replied, sinking into the other chair. I have a difficult time imagining my grandfather's major domo being duped in such a manner. I suspect he's already searched the manor and its grounds extensively. A smile crept over my lips. He doesn't trust Alfred? Gage snorted. Not unless his opinion has drastically changed in the last 15 years. His mouth tightened, as if he'd just realized it very well could have. 15 years was a long time, but as far as whether Rory would help to shield him, I'm not certain, though I think it's evident neither he nor my aunt are sharing all they know. You sense that as well, I would have been the most obtuse person in all of England not to. I tilted my head, ever curious about his family. Tell me about Rory. He seems fairly kind and amiable. He does, doesn't he? His brow was puzzled. I take it that wasn't always the case? He was never as malicious as Alfred. One corner of his lip curled derisively, though that's not saying much. He exhaled. No, I suppose looking back, Rory doubtless followed his older brother's lead, so that he wouldn't turn on him. After all, if Alfred was focused on me, then he wouldn't tease his slower, smaller brother. But either time or Alfred's absence seems to have given Rory courage and perspective. He did seem to feel genuine remorse for whatever memories he'd dredged up during dinner yesterday evening, I offered. Gage nodded distractedly. But based on everything I'm hearing, I don't think I like Alfred much. I scowled. He sounds like an utter blackguard, one I'd like to give a piece of my mind as well as a sound thrashing. Some of the warmth and light that had faded from my husband's eyes returned at this pronouncement, and I was happy to see it, even if it was somewhat at my expense. I would like to see that. I lifted my chin. I bet you would. He reached for my hand across the distance between our chairs, and I gave it to him. The frisson of attraction and reassurance I always felt at his touch raced along my skin. Then let's hope you have the chance. He squeezed my fingers before releasing them as he stood. For now, I have a letter to write to a contact in Plymouth. I would like to know whether Alfred has recently made an appearance in that fair city. His countenance darkened again. I suppose I should also write my father and ask him to make some discreet inquiries about my cousin there. Do you honestly think he travelled all the way to London without leaving word of his intentions, without taking his valet or his possessions? No, but it's worth verifying. His eyes shone with vindictive delight. Besides, all it costs me is a few moments to pen a letter. I won't be the one searching the city in what is almost certainly a wild goose chase. I couldn't help but laugh. After everything we'd gone through during our last inquiry, an investigation we'd undertaken at Lord Gage's behest,
It seemed only fair we should return the favour in some small measure. After that, I believe we should have a chat with Hammett and Rory. He whirled toward the door connecting his assigned bedchamber with mine, speaking over his shoulder. And then, dear wife, I think it's time you caught your first glimpse of the moors. Chapter 6. "You're welcome to search yourselves," Hammett said, when we tracked him down in the butler's pantry a short time later. "But I assure you, I combed the house and grounds myself soon as the Dowager Langstone sounded the alarm. It was Lady Langstone who first suggested Alfred was missing and might be in distress," Gage asked, sharing a look with me. He nodded, continuing to polish a piece of silverware. "Said he was supposed to join her for tea, and when he didn't appear, she discovered he hadn't been seen for 2 days, not since one of the gardeners spied him walking out on the moor." "Did the gardener see which direction he was headed?" "Couldn't tell, not for sure, but he supposed he might be walking up toward White Tor." Gage leaned casually against the doorframe, crossing one ankle over the other. Contrary to his indifferent appearance, I knew this meant he was ruminating over some idea. Did Alfred often go for walks on the moor? This question made Hammett slow his ministrations, his brow furrowing. "Not as a rule, no, but recently I'd heard tell of him going for a stroll a time or two. More often he'd take his horse." "Do you know the reason for this change in his behaviour?" He shook his head, seeming puzzled. "Truth to tell, I hadn't even contemplated it before now. Wouldn't think twice about hearing the Viscount, or you, or even Master Rowland ambling over the moors. But Lord Langstone, he wasn't one for constitutionals or quiet reflection, and what else could he be doing out on those moors?" That was a leading question if ever I'd heard one. What had Alfred been doing on his treks over the moor? And did it have anything to do with his disappearance? Gage glanced back into the dining room, as if to be certain we were still alone. "How were relations between the Viscount and Alfred?" Hammett peered at Gage over a pair of spectacles perched on his nose. "You know how they always were. Never saw eye to eye." He turned back to examine the utensil in his hand, then set it aside and reached for another. "Well, not much changes in this old manor." Had there been any particularly nasty arguments in the weeks before Alfred disappeared? Any more altercations than usual? "Not that I'm aware of. Why?" He spared him another glance. "You'll not be thinking your grandfather has anything to do with this, now will you?" "No," my husband replied distractedly. "I'm just trying to understand what my cousin's state of mind was before he disappeared." "A dangerous thing, to be sure." The major domo looked up at me and winked. It was such an unexpected bit of levity from the crusty old man, and so swiftly done before he turned back to his task, that I questioned whether it had actually happened. Gage straightened from his slouch. "Thank you, Hammett. Do you know where we might find my cousin Rory?" He bobbed his head to the left. "Master Rowland is usually in the Viscount's study at this time of the morning. A scapegrace your cousin Langstone might be, but at least that one understands someone'll have to be capable of taking all the reins of the Viscount's estates." He added with approval, "I expect he hopes his brother'll keep him and their mother about if he proves himself to be useful." An unwelcome thought occurred to me as Gage took my arm and led me out of the dining room and down a corridor to the right. I was glad he knew where he was going, for I was certain I would have become lost. Even in the light of a new day, the halls and chambers were dark and shadowy, requiring the glow of sconces and lamps to peel back the gloom. "Gage," I began cautiously. I hesitated, hearing the preoccupation in his voice. "Who inherits the Viscountcy after Alfred, if he dies?" I already knew the answer, but it somehow seemed gentler to lead Gage into it. It turned out I had no need for delicacy, for the look in his eyes when they met mine told me he'd already harboured a similar notion. I'm sure you already know that until Alfred marries and conceives a son, it falls to his younger brother. So unless Alfred has a secret wife stashed in a cottage somewhere, Rory would become my grandfather's heir.
Then I suppose you've considered
that Rory is behind Alfred's disappearance, he finished for me in a tense voice. Yes, though I don't like to think it. Sensing his turmoil, I tried to lessen the pain such speculation caused by asking after the rest of his family. How many children did your grandfather have? Do you have any other cousins? Only 3 who survived infancy. My mother, her brother, Alfred and Rory's father, and my aunt, Matilda. Aunt Matilda and her husband and 2 children, Edmund and Hester, have always split their time between London and a cottage a short distance from here, though Hester has since wed, and lives with her husband and children, of course.
And Edmund, is he married?
Not the last I knew. His voice was taciturn. There was no loving inflection when reflecting on his relatives, only a reserved recitation of facts, and that saddened me. I'd always known I was fortunate in my family, in my parents, my brother and sister, and even my grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins. I recalled all of them with mostly love and affection. Long ago I'd realized that Gage had not been so lucky, but I hadn't recognized how intolerably so. Except for his mother, whom he still adored 15 years after her death, I couldn't name a single member of his family he held in esteem. Even his father, Lord Gage, was a thorn in his side, and a thorn in mine, if the truth be told. After watching them together, I believed there was some fondness between Gage and his grandfather, though if pressed I suspected they would demur.
Then I would hazard a guess that they would be at their cottage nearby, I said, given the fact that most of the nobility and gentry preferred to escape the heat and stench of London during summer. It wasn't a detail that was difficult to construe.
Likely, he replied. And yet they weren't here assisting with the efforts to locate their lost relative. None of Gage's family had even mentioned them, nor did my husband seem eager to visit them. I didn't know how to view this level of disinterest. It seemed a bit heartless to me, but then my numerous aunts, uncles, and cousins would have been swarming all over the hills had I gone missing. They would have descended on the location like vengeful angels, teasing and annoying each other and stepping on each other's toes, but also nurturing, defending, and bolstering those who needed it. As if sensing some of my confusion, my husband squeezed my arm where it linked with his. I do usually see Aunt Matilda and her children in London, several times a year. But no means do we avoid each other, at least, not like Aunt Vanessa and Alfred, when they come to town. I was bursting with more questions about his family, but I didn't want to press too hard too quickly, and risk him falling stubbornly silent, as he had so often done in the past, regardless of his assurances that he wouldn't. But before I could tactfully voice another query, we found ourselves outside the study. He gave a peremptory knock, and pushed the ajar door further open. Rory looked up at us over a document clasped in his hands, and grinned. "Good morning. I hope you both slept well." He sat back in the chair he occupied behind the sturdy oak desk positioned before a small stone hearth. The surface overflowed with papers, all arranged and organized into stacks. "Good morning," Gage replied, his eyes flitting over the paperwork. "Hammett suggested we would find you here, that you've been helping grandfather with the estate management." Rory dropped his gaze to the paper still clutched in his hand before setting it aside. "Yes, well, we caught him trying to descend the stairs when we all know he's in no condition to exert himself in such a manner. I volunteered to handle all the trivial matters and bring those papers that required his attention to him, at least until he's well enough to venture forth again." Someone had to do it. The words weren't spoken, but they gleamed in his eyes, hanging in the air between us nonetheless. Gage was not so willing to ignore them. "Shouldn't Alfred be doing this?" It wasn't voiced as an accusation, but more of a concerned query. "Probably,"
Rory admitted with a sigh. He turned to look out the window, narrowing his eyes. But you know Alfred. He never was one to interrupt his fun. They shared a look of silent apprehension, undoubtedly wondering what was going to happen when Alfred inherited the title. Rory pushed up from his chair with determined cheer. "But I'm certain you're not here to discuss the flooding in the south pasture, or the masonry crumbling over the fireplace in the billiard room. Did you wish me to show you where Alfred was last seen?" I was surprised when Gage did not reply. He appeared to be distracted by something on the wall opposite the window, and it took me a moment to realize why. There were 3 portraits spanning the length of the wall, but it was toward the one of the woman on the left that Gage took several steps. It was his mother. I'd never seen an image of Emma Trevelyan Gage, yet I felt certain the blonde beauty smiling mischievously down at us from the wall was she. There were the pale winter blue eyes, and the softly tousled curls my husband had inherited. But if I had held any doubts, the longing and tenderness that flashed in his eyes would have confirmed it. An answering twinge pricked in my chest, a yearning for my own mother who had passed when I was only 8 years old. I suppose no matter how old you were, or how long ago your mother had passed, you never stopped wanting her. The portrait had been completed by a painter of some skill, though his brushwork was unfamiliar to me. However, I would have chosen a different colour palette to capture her complexion, one more similar to the woman rendered at a slightly older age in the portrait hanging next to her. I quickly deduced this one was a wedding portrait of her mother, Gage's grandmother. She also boasted the same blue eyes, but a pointier chin and a more sombre demeanour. On her other side hung a young man who could only be her son, Rory's father and Gage's uncle. His looks were a match to the current Viscount, though softened in some way, either by nature or by the artist's fancy. I suppose the man could be a depiction of Lord Tavistock as his younger self, but given the fact this portrait was hanging beside the other 2 deceased members of his immediate family, I decided it must be his son. "When did grandfather have her portrait moved here?" Gage asked quietly. Rory moved forward to stand beside us. "I don't recall exactly. It's hung there for years now." He turned to study his cousin's profile. "I keep forgetting you haven't been here in 15 years. Gage lowered his gaze to meet his, but Rory had already looked away, staring up at the portrait again. "Have you visited St. Peter's churchyard yet?" Had I not been watching him so closely, I'm not sure I would have seen the swift tightening of my husband's jaw and brow. "No," he murmured, seeming to gather himself before turning to his cousin once again. "Did you say you can show us where Alfred was last seen?" If Rory considered this abrupt change of topic odd, he didn't indicate so by word or expression, but merely gestured toward the door. "Let me just change my shoes." His eyes dipped to my dainty slippers. "And you might wish to as well." A quarter of an hour later, appropriately shod and attired for the rough, boggy ground of the moors, we stepped out onto the back terrace. The garden at the rear of the manor was not any more impressive than that at the front, and largely echoed its presentation. Neat and tidy, constrained by the walls, and for the most part colourless, except for a profusion of purple flowering butterfly bushes near the west corner. Though now that I could see a glimpse of what was beyond the stone boundaries, I better understood why more time had not been spent cultivating a more pleasing aspect. For what could compete with the view that unfolded once one followed the path through the faded wooden gate and out onto the commons? Heather-covered moorland stretched toward the cloud-speckled cerulean blue horizon, rolling and rising, unbroken by anything but a small brook that trickled northward. I could see now that Langstone Manor sat on a sort of peninsula of pastures and straggling forest that pushed out into the high moors, so that the house was nearly surrounded by heath. From this vantage, I could see no fewer than 4 of the tors Dartmoor was so well known for, towering in the distance. These hills topped by their craggy granite outcroppings, each one uniquely shaped, Their faces etched and weathered by time, silently stood watch over the bleak landscape surrounding them. I nearly gasped at the windswept scenery laid before me. There was such a stark beauty to it, a sort of wild desolation that I felt my breath catch. In many ways it reminded me of the Scottish Highlands, and yet it had a mysterious quality all its own. This was a land that was still untamed and unpredictable when so many stretches of Britain were not, and in that knowledge lay the treachery of its splendour. Yes, it does rather have that effect on one, doesn't it? Gage murmured, standing close beside me. I tore my gaze away from the moors to look up at him. The gleam in his eyes was almost as poignant as when he'd been staring up at his mother's portrait. Until that moment, I hadn't known what this place meant to him. He never spoke of it, and I hadn't dared to raise its spectre, not until we received that letter from his grandfather. And even then, when I questioned him trying to learn about the childhood home we were racing hundreds of miles to reach, not once had he made me suspect he felt anything but aversion for this place. To discover now that that had all been an illusion left me reeling. This place obviously stirred something inside him, something warm and lasting, and yet he had not shared it with me. How much more of my husband did I not fathom? How much more did he keep hidden deep within him, somewhere I could not see to reach? He blinked against the sudden glint of the sun breaking through the clouds, and turned to meet my gaze. Something of my thoughts must have shown on my face, for his expression grew shuttered. I could almost physically feel the door he had opened between us last night being shut, not with a bang, but with a gentle nudge. "That's the direction the gardener said he assumed Alfred was headed." Rory pointed to the north, over the warbling brook toward a squat tor in the distance. He'd crossed the beck and might have been peeling off toward the Langstone. A frown formed between Gage's eyes as he planted his hands on his hips to survey the landscape. Was he certain the man was Alfred? It was some distance to the brook, far enough that you would not be able to see a person's face clearly, though you could observe their clothing and mannerisms. "I suspect so, as Alfred had passed him striding through the garden." Rory glanced back toward the manor, through the weather-beaten boards. "The gardener found a piece of paper on the ground, and supposed he might have dropped it. That's why he stepped through the gate to call after him, but Alfred either didn't hear him, or didn't wish to be delayed, for he never turned back." "A paper?" "Yes, torn from one of the Plymouth newspapers. I've no idea why." "Did the gardener keep it?" he asked. Rory's head reared back slightly. "I'm not sure. I hadn't considered it. You'll have to ask him." Gage nodded, taking several strides in the direction Alfred had gone. "Let's follow in his footsteps, shall we? I need to become reacquainted with the lay of the land, so to speak." The narrow path was scarcely more than a track worn down amid the vegetation. It was plainly little used, and as such, rough going. Rocks and pebbles littered the ground between the tufts of gorse and heather in some places, while in others the plants hid boggy depths which grasped at our boots, trying to steal them from our feet. As we approached the brook, my husband turned back to warn me. "Be careful here, Kiera. There are loose quarrying stones from an old tin workings flung about." I followed his advice, shadowing his footsteps as best as I could. We forged the brook with the aid of a few strategically placed stepping stones, and turned our steps northwest, trailing another branch of the same brook. The land there became easier to traverse, gentler on the soles of my feet, though muddier. I was glad I'd chosen to wear my short reddish fawn redingote and matching walking dress, for the hem was certain to be crusted with dirt and grass by the time we returned to the manor. If only women could respectably wear pantaloons and riding boots, though I was sure Gage had selected the colour on purpose. His walnut-brown breeches still appeared neat and tidy, despite the muck splattering his tall boots. "I know this might sound odd," Gage said, falling into step beside his cousin, "but since you've been handling grandfather's paperwork, have you noticed anything alarming, anything that would explain Alfred's disappearance? A large bill, or an angry letter?" Rory shook his head. "I apprehend what you're suggesting, but
The answer is no, I'm afraid not. He tilted his head in thought. Unless Hammett circumvented me and delivered it straight to grandfather. Has he done so before? Once or twice. His voice turned wry. I suppose when it's something sensitive, he doesn't believe I should see. He turned to look at Gage. I know he delivered a letter from your father. I saw it on grandfather's nightstand. I could hear the frown in my husband's voice. When was this? About a week ago. And yet the Viscount had not mentioned it. But Gage plainly didn't want that to be evident to his cousin, for he nodded. Ah, yes. What of a will? He added, switching topics. I assume he has one. Is it stored in his study, or in the possession of his solicitor? Rory's mouth twitched. What do you think? With the solicitor. Gage grinned. He always was precise, and well aware of my mother's machinations. Gage glanced at him in surprise. Rory arched his eyebrows. Don't pretend you're not aware that my mother is constantly scheming to see that Alfred and I inherit all of grandfather's property. She's done so all our lives. I'm just surprised to hear you admit it. Yes, well, I no longer have any illusions about my mother, or my brother, for that matter. He sighed heavily. They are who they are. His eyes flicked to me, and then to Gage. Just as I have no illusions that I must be a suspect in Alfred's disappearance. Why do you say that? Gage replied, his tone neither confirming nor denying it. Because if something should happen to Alfred, I'll become grandfather's heir. Gage studied his cousin's features, seeming to try to see into his head. I decided that while his cousin was being so straightforward, we might as well ask the question we were all thinking. Do you have anything to do with Alfred's disappearance? My husband scowled at me, but Rory only smiled. No, Mrs. Gage, I don't. Perhaps it was the fact that he'd listened to my request, that he should use my new married name and not my courtesy title that influenced my perception, and not genuine intuition, but I felt almost certain he was being honest. Gage must have agreed, for he ventured to ask another question, one that was perhaps more fraught. Would it surprise you to learn that your brother wasn't in distress? That he might have decided to go into hiding of his own volition? He paused. And that your mother might have helped him? Rory didn't even blink before answering. That wouldn't surprise me in the least. Chapter 7. I'm not sure who was more shocked by his blunt answer, myself or Gage. Regardless, we both stumbled to a stop. Do you think that's what happened? Gage pressed, finding his words first. Do you think your mother was either persuaded to help Alfred, or pushed him to hide herself because some situation arose where she deemed it necessary? I trust you mean because he's done something that would have infuriated grandfather, not that he's killed a man, or some such thing, Rory remarked. Yes. He shook his head in bafflement. I don't know. I doubt they would have qualms about doing just such a thing, but Alfred hasn't angered grandfather, at least no more than usual. There's been no reports of misdeeds or irate visitors. He glanced between us. If he's done something for which he needs to hide, I'm not aware of it. Gage began slowly pacing forward again, considering his cousin's words. Perhaps he doesn't know about it yet, I suggested, falling in step beside Rory. It's possible, Rory admitted, though his eyes remained trained on Gage's perplexed profile. Does this mean you don't think Alfred is really missing? We don't know what to think, he replied honestly. We're merely attempting to explore every possibility, and everything I know of Alfred tells me he's capable of such a ruse. Rory nodded. And someone utilized the same rope and knot trick on our bedchamber window that Alfred used to terrorize our tutors, and possibly stood over us, watching while we slept, though I hadn't yet mentioned that to Gage, for surely it must have been naught but an eerie dream. Rory's eyebrows shot skyward. You think it was my brother? Maybe. Gage replied, watching him as closely as I was. Or someone else familiar with it. It was Rory's turn to stumble to a stop, as he realized what Gage was implying. Me? He gave a harsh bark of laughter. Why on earth would I do that? I don't know. Rory frowned at the tightness in Gage's voice. I did no such thing. I have no reason to. His brow furrowed angrily. Unless you think me a thief. Why this statement caused Gage to recoil as if he'd been punched in the stomach, I didn't know. But an entire conversation passed between the two men, without either of them saying a word. No, Gage finally answered aloud, turning away. But I had to ask. There was a new stiltedness in their demeanours as we pressed onward uphill across the moor. The ground here was spongy with peat, and I was beginning to make out the shapes of large rocks nestled among it on the ridge before us. Several sheep from a larger herd milled about the stones, grazing on the tall grasses. Though I was curious about whatever secret lay behind their silent altercation, I was not sorry for the hush that fell so I could reflect on my surroundings. I was a portrait artist, so landscapes had never been my speciality, but I could well see that Dartmoor was rich fodder for painters of that type, especially on a day like today, when the heath was speckled with vibrant colours, pink heather, yellow gorse, and the amber-tipped grass waving in the wind, and the canvas of the sky was dotted with puffy clouds for contrast. The sun shone bright, almost making me wish I'd left off my cloak, but the clear, cool air brushing my cheeks made me glad for it. Just being there among it all, my artist's muse awakened and stretched. My mood lifted with each step I took deeper into the expanse of the moor and away from that oppressive house. Unfortunately, Gage did not seem to share my contentment. To be honest, I was surprised to hear that Alfred was even staying here at Langstone Manor. His voice was subtly laced with challenge. I presumed he'd still be in London, pursuing all the pleasures it has to offer, and steering clear of grandfather's watchful eye. I was relieved when Rory didn't take up the gauntlet Gage's barbed comment had thrown down, but instead answered with something close to weariness. Yes, well, I suspect he's only here for the summer. He doesn't usually leave town like the rest of society, Gage replied more tamely. His cousin kicked at the grass before his feet. I also think it has something to do with the fact that he'd heard you would be returning to London with your fascinating new bride in tow. He flicked a glance at me. He never could stand to be outshone, and you seemed to do it at every turn. Gage didn't attempt to respond to this, and I wasn't sure if it was because he agreed or he was stunned by Rory's answer. Perhaps a little of both. We'd been prepared for the interest our marriage would draw among London society. After all, Gage was the handsome and charming golden boy, while I was a scandalous outcast. Our union had caused no small amount of shocked and perplexed speculation. We'd been subjected to a degree of unwanted attention and conjecture in Edinburgh during the 3 months of our engagement and marriage when we'd lived there, but we'd known it was but a taste of what was to come in London. I was not looking forward to such scrutiny. As we drew closer, I could see that the rocks before us were large indeed, and what seemed to be a random pattern began to take on a definite shape. These had quite obviously been moved here. The first stone we encountered also happened to be the biggest. The men here would have stood about 9 feet tall had it not fallen out of its socket into the soft peat. It was the end point of what appeared to be a row of smaller stones. A short distance away, the other large stones, most of which had also fallen, formed a stone circle, a rather forlorn formation among the vast emptiness of the moor. Gage paused next to the men here, propping one foot on it. This is the Langstone. Removing his hat, he let the wind ruffle through his hair and narrowed his eyes against the sun to survey the rest of the site. Hence the name of the manor. His arm swept from left to right. And this area is called Langstone Moor. It stretches up towards Cox Hill and over to the River Walcombe and the bogs and marshes of Greener Ball. A bit to the southeast you can see the granite outcroppings of Great Miss Tor. His arm continued its arc, gesturing to the landscape south of the manor. "That hill, further in the distance, is Roos Tor." His hand moved past the manor to point toward a mound 1/4 mile or so to the west. "And then, of course, this is White Tor." To the north and east I could see a few farms and pastures, but from the northwest around to the south stretched only the expanse of the bleak moor and its enigmatic tors. "What lies beyond?" I asked, wondering what existed past my line of sight. "A few miles to the south, there are a few towns and settlements. Princetown and its infamous prison are about 5 miles away as the crow flies, but that way," he gestured toward the brow of Cox Hill, "you could walk for days without encountering another soul, and if you became lost—" There was no need for him to finish that statement. Despite the warm sun beating down on my back, I shivered at the thought. I now better understood what Gage and his grandfather had meant when they said that men had become disoriented and vanished, never to be seen again. Even in sunny weather I could imagine the difficulty, but if rain, or snow, or fog hampered your visibility, it would be impossible to know where you were, or in what direction you were headed. Rory's mind seemed to have followed the same track, for his voice when he spoke was sombre. "If, for whatever reason, Alfred set off in that direction, I'm not sure we'll ever find him." We all fell silent, I supposed contemplating the sobering and terrifying possibility. Then Gage inhaled and straightened. "Well, first we need to figure out just where he was going. Just because the gardener saw him headed in this direction doesn't mean he didn't change course or double back." He turned to his cousin. "What was Alfred doing before he set off on his walk? Who was he with?" Rory's gaze had strayed to the southwest, in the direction of Great Miss Tor, and his thoughts seemed to have followed, for it took him a moment to respond. "Oh, I don't know. I remember passing him in the hall on my way to review some correspondence with Grandfather a short time before he must have set out. I asked if he was feeling better, but he didn't reply, just continued walking. He seemed distracted." "Had he spoken with Grandfather?" He shook his head. "Not for several days, if I recall correctly. Not since his stomach complaint had begun." "And how did he seem after that interview?" "Well, he left the manor and took his horse and rode off, hell-bent for somewhere, if that's any indication. But that wasn't uncommon. So there could have been an altercation of some kind, one that perhaps Rory wasn't privy to. But if that was the case, if that was the catalyst, then why hadn't Alfred disappeared that night? Had he needed to make arrangements? Had his stomach ailment prevented him from following through? Or had something unexpected truly befallen him? And all of this speculation was for naught. I glanced at Gage, curious how he wanted to proceed. "Before we do anything further, I want to climb White Tor and get a better view of the land surrounding the manor. I suspect you'll appreciate it too, Kiera." I eagerly agreed, and we set off toward the west. But before we'd even taken a dozen steps, there was a loud snap, and I stumbled, almost tumbling into the peat. Gage's arm shot out to clasp my elbow, keeping me upright. "Are you well?" he asked, his voice tight with concern. "Yes," I replied uncertainly as I recovered myself. I think it was my boot." We bent to examine my right foot, and found the lace had broken, too neatly to my mind. "I don't think it can be fixed," Gage said, examining the cord. He began to pull at the longer part of the lace. "But I think I can tie this part around your ankle to keep your boot on your foot. It won't be the most comfortable fastening, but it should allow you to walk back to the manor, rather than be carried." I sighed. "Do it." I could sense Gage's frustration as he wound the cord twice around my ankle and knotted it with a hard tug. "How is that?" he asked, rising to his feet again. I tested my foot, moving forward gingerly. The boot slipped as I walked, the leather gaping, but there was nothing else to be done. I dropped my skirts back into place. "It will have to do." My husband moved to my side to take my arm. "And I suppose Whitehall will have to wait." Pressing a hand to his bicep, I cut him off. "There's no reason you and Rory shouldn't continue. I can see the manor from here. I can make my way back alone." Gage's expression brightened in eagerness, but still he hesitated, out of concern for me. "Are you certain?" "Yes," I assured him, and then set off by myself before he could argue. "Now go on." "We won't be long," he called after me. I waved my hand in acknowledgement and continued my shuffling steps back toward Langstone Manor. I could already feel my spirits, which had been lifted by the walk on the moor and the sunshine, lower again. It was partly disappointment at my not being able to climb the Tor, and partly the dread of returning to that dreary house. Irritation also pricked me, for I had a dawning suspicion that someone at the manor was determined to cause us difficulties and discomfort. First the trunks, then the open window, and now my bootlace. I suppose the trunks and bootlace could simply be coincidences, but combined with the window, I had a difficult time believing that. Bree was nothing if not careful and efficient. She would have known I intended to use my walking boots while I was here, and she would have inspected them as she polished them this morning. In any case, I had seen the crisply severed edges of the lace. Only one strand of the cord seemed at all stretched. It had not frayed over time, but appeared to have all but snapped in one fell swoop. Such things did not happen. Not often, anyway. By the time I reached the manor and found my way through the labyrinth of corridors to my bedroom, I was in something of a rage. So rather than ring for Bree, I marched into Gage's connecting chamber and tugged the bell-pull there. It was only a matter of minutes before Anderley answered the summons. "Back so soon, sir? I thought you'd be—" The valet's voice trailed away in surprise at the sight of me glaring at him instead of his employer. "Mr. Anderley, I want you to tell me the truth this instant. Are you up to no good?" I didn't care what Gage's assurances were. I wanted to hear straight from his valet's mouth that he wasn't playing pranks again. Gage might trust him with his life, and likely for good reason. After all, I'd witnessed their cool coordination when a situation grew serious or potentially dangerous. But that didn't mean I believed Anderley always behaved with our best interests in mind. I don't know what you mean, my lady." He seemed genuinely confused. However, I also knew him to be quite a good actor when the situation called for it. "Are you playing pranks because you're unhappy to be here?" His eyes widened. "No, my lady. Of course not." "There's no 'of course' about it." His mouth opened and then closed, and then he voiced a question of his own. "Are you talking about the trunks?" "As well as our window being open during the middle of the night, and now my bootlace snapping." I gestured down to my foot, hidden beneath my skirts. "I've had nothing to do with any of that," he replied adamantly. "Mr. Gage mentioned the window, but he alleged his cousin might be responsible." He tilted his head. "I take it he's not." I narrowed my eyes, scrutinizing his expression, trying to tell whether he was being truthful. "He says not, and I'm fairly certain he's being honest." Anderley nodded, gazing back at me uncertainly. He didn't rush to add further assurances, which swayed me. In my experience, liars often provided too many details. I crossed my arms over my chest. "Well, given your past actions, you can't blame me for suspecting you." His shoulders lowered a fraction, sensing my mistrust was waning. "I suppose it serves me right. Miss McAvoy warned me this would happen one day if I did not stop my mischief." His nose scrunched up, as if he didn't like admitting Bree had been correct. I lowered my arms, crossing toward the escritoire, where Gage's travelling desk still sat open from when he'd penned his letters this morning. "Yes, well, perhaps it was precipitous of me to assume there's one person behind all of these things," I admitted, wondering if I had been somewhat rash now that my temper had cooled. Maybe the misplaced trunks and my bootlace snapping were both accidents. I frowned, still unhappy with that explanation. But there's something decidedly odd about it all. Yes, well, maybe not so odd. Suspicion gleamed in the valet's dark eyes.
You know something." He didn't reply, but I could tell I was right. "You believe you know who is behind all this." When he still didn't answer, I arched a single eyebrow, letting him know I was not going to be fobbed off. He was well aware I was no ordinary society wife, and that my and Gage's marriage was not of the traditional sort. His scowl darkened. "Lord Langstone's valet, a rather repugnant toad named Cooper." "You sound as if you are acquainted." He gave a single sharp nod. "We've been forced to endure each other's company more than we'd like, though truth be told, once is one time too many." "From what I've learned of his employer, I can only imagine. But what in particular makes Mr. Cooper so objectionable?" "He can't abide the fact that Mr. Gage is considered more attractive and fashionable than his employer, and Mr. Gage's attendance is courted above Lord Langstone among members of society in London." His lips creased into a humorous smile. "Perhaps you don't realize, but a good valet prides himself on his employer's appearance and presentation. If he has not turned out to perfection, then it's a reflection on us. And while we have no control over our employer's charm or wit, or ability to act like a gentleman, we still take credit for it, nonetheless." I was not familiar with all the particulars of the life of a valet, but having already realized that my appearance was either a credit or discredit to my maid's abilities, none of this came as a surprise. If Mr. Cooper was intent on comparing his abilities to others, it must have been doubly insulting that Gage's company should be preferred over his employer's, given the fact that Lord Langstone was higher in rank and would presumably inherit a greater fortune. "And this is why you think he's determined to make our stay uncomfortable? What other means does he have to retaliate? As a valet, not many." The idea that Alfred's valet might be responsible for all of this both relieved and aggravated me. In one sense, I was reassured to hear all of it might only be the work of an aggrieved servant, but that same suggestion also made me angry and affronted that he would carry out such petty actions. It also raised some interesting questions. "Do you think Mr. Cooper knows anything about his employer's disappearance?" I asked, curious to hear his opinion. I'd presumed since Alfred had left his clothing and his valet behind that he was not involved, but perhaps I'd been too hasty. Anderley clasped his hands behind his back. "My impression is that he does not, simply because Cooper has never been any good at hiding his thoughts. He seems far too frustrated and out of humour to be parcelled to any scheme. I would have expected him to be more twitchy." He cleared his throat, rocking back on his heels. "But, just to be sure, I've asked Miss McAvoy to do what she can to convince him to share what he knows with her. I would attempt the matter myself, only I'm certain Cooper would rather don a sackcloth than confide in me." My lips quirked at the notion. "As for the damage to your bootlaces, I'll help Miss McAvoy keep a closer eye on your garments, as I've been doing with Mr. Gage's. I didn't think Cooper would sink so low as to tamper with a lady's attire, otherwise I would have said something before." "Thank you," I replied, and then hesitated, another thought having occurred to me. In truth, I'd been lucky my bootlace had snapped where it did. Had I been further out on the moor, or descending a staircase, the situation might not have turned out so well. Such a realization made me uneasy, especially when coupled with my troubling dream and the open window. "You don't think he's capable of violence, do you?" I asked as casually as possible. I appreciated the way Anderley paused to consider my question. "Not directly. He might slash your dresses in your wardrobe, but he would never have the stomach to assault another person." I nodded, wishing I felt more comforted by his answer. Anderley seemed to sense this, for he offered me a reassuring smile. "Allow me to handle him, my lady." His eyes hardened. "And if it turns out he's not the one causing trouble, I'll find that culprit too." Chapter 8. As expected, Bree was indignant when she saw the damage to my boot, though she didn't need to tell me, for I already knew. She swore up and down she'd inspected my boots that very morning, and there had been nothing wrong with them. In fact, I suspected she was even angrier about the incident than I had been. I assured her I didn't blame her,
but her face was still red with outrage when she stomped out to see to the stains at the bottom of my walking dress. I located my sketchbook and settled onto the fainting couch, with my stockinged feet tucked up beneath my cornflower blue gown. Despite Anderley's assurances that he would get to the bottom of all this nonsense, I couldn't help feeling a bit out of sorts, which I supposed was the culprit's exact intention. Part of me questioned whether I was making connections and assigning culpability where there were none. But another part of me, the part that perked up when I sensed something was not as it seemed, told me I was right to be suspicious. And I'd learned long ago not to ignore my intuition, or the consequences could be dire. In any case, sketching always seemed to settle me when I was tired or strained. Unlike painting, which absorbed all of my attention and made me nearly oblivious to the world around me, sketching merely distracted me from the present, while still allowing my brain to percolate on what it wished in the background. I paused with my charcoal poised over the paper, intending to draw the moor, but then I realized a drawing in black and white could never do it justice. A proper rendering of the moor would require paint and a large canvas. And while I would have dearly loved to unpack my supplies and escape into my art, I hadn't the time for such a luxury, not to mention the fact that Gage needed me here with him, not disappearing into my head. So instead I set about capturing the likenesses of the people who populated Langstone Manor, hoping maybe something my artist's eye had noted might shed light on the investigation. I began with Lord Tavistock, before moving on to Lady Langstone and Rory. Then, almost without realizing it, I began to draw Emma Trevelyan Gage. My sketch was hazy at best, having only the portrait in Tavistock's study to model it off of, but it seemed somewhat fitting, seeing as my understanding of Gage's mother was also hazy. I couldn't help but be drawn to the puzzle of who Emma had really been. After all, she had arguably been the single most important person in Gage's life, and yet I knew so little about her. I knew she'd defied her family to marry the man she loved, even though he was beneath her in rank. I knew she'd brought her son back here to live, rather than remain in Plymouth alone, presumably because of the illness that plagued her for most of Gage's life. I knew she'd been murdered by her maid, Annie, poisoned to keep her ill and in need of Annie's care, until one day the poison became too much for her body. But that was all. Gage shared his memories of her so rarely. He seemed to keep them locked away inside him, somewhere I couldn't reach. After meeting several members of the Trevelyan family, I could better understand his intense loyalty to her, but I didn't really have any better sense of who she was than I had before. Who was this woman who had chosen to return to a place she must have been desperate to escape, rather than tough it out in Plymouth? Had she been so ill she feared for her safety? Had she believed raising her son at Langstone would provide him with better opportunities, that it would prepare him for a future beyond what Gage's father had at that time been able to provide? If so, I couldn't fault her logic. After all, had Gage not shared his cousin's tutors, had his grandfather not insisted he attend Cambridge, he would not be the man he was today. It was difficult to imagine Gage without his veneer of gentlemanly polish. Even without the benefit of the education Lord Tavistock had been able to supply, I had no doubt Gage would have acquired knowledge somehow. He was far too intelligent not to, and his mother would have instructed him in at least the basics of correct behaviour. But he would have not been the smoothly refined, elegantly charming man he was today, nor the darling of society. He would have been like his father, feigning an ease with the world he lived in, but knowing he was never truly of it. I frowned down at the woman I'd sketched. And that was part of the trouble, wasn't it? Perhaps Emma hadn't known she and her son would face such harassment and belittling when they arrived at Langstone, but once she discovered the treatment Gage faced, had she questioned her decision? Had she wondered if this was the best place for him? Why had she stayed? Upon his return, Gage found me reclined on the fainting couch, still grappling with these conundrums. I blinked up at him, wondering how long he'd been standing over my shoulder without my realizing it. I opened my mouth to speak, but then noted the somewhat haggard look in his eyes. Glancing down at the sketch of his mother his gaze was riveted on,
I apprehended why. "I'm sorry," I murmured, closing my sketchbook. My cheeks flushed with guilt, feeling somehow I had trod where I shouldn't. Perhaps I shouldn't have... I fumbled for the right words, not wishing to upset him more. But before I could find them, he gently rested a hand on my shoulder. "No, it just caught me off guard. That's all. I don't mind if you sketch my mother, though that portrait artist painted her nose wrong. It was more like my grandfather's, but not quite so long." I set my sketchbook aside and rose to my feet, smelling the scent of Gage's cologne and the starch applied to his cravats. I noted that he'd already changed into fresh clothes. His hair was also slightly damp, curling about his forehead and the base of his neck. Pressing a hand to the navy superfine fabric of his coat, I leaned up to press a kiss to his lips. I sensed this was not the time to ask him about his mother, about their past. The look in his eyes had been too raw, so I returned to more pressing matters. "Discover anything else of interest?" He shook his head. "Not particularly. Everything seemed just as I remembered it." I waited to see if he would mention anything about Anderley or the bootlace, but his mind seemed consumed by other things. In any case, I had not expected his valet to tattle about our conversation. That would be up to me whether I chose to do so. Anderley might have his faults, but he had never tried to interfere between me and Gage, at least not since his employer's interest in me had become fixed. "I'm going to have a word with Grandfather," Gage said, his thoughts still distracted. "Would you like to accompany me?" "Of course." Hammett had explained earlier that one of the best times to visit the Viscount was after his mid-morning nap. By that point, the congestion from overnight would have had time to clear and the morning dose of medicine to take effect. Combined with the extra rest and the sun shining through what windows there were, it usually rendered him in the best mood. Regrettably, today that wisdom did not hold true. As we entered his chamber, he was barking at a servant I suspected was his valet, sending the man scampering from the room. His eyes lifted as he passed me by, seeming to communicate he wished us luck in dealing with his irascible employer. Lord Tavistock reclined back into his mound of pillows, smothering a cough.
"Well?"
he rasped upon catching sight of us.
"Have you found my grandson yet?"
"I think you know the answer to that," Gage replied calmly as he approached the bed. "After all, we're investigators, not wonder-workers." He paused, studying his grandfather's gaunt face. "How are you?"
"I'm old,"
he snapped, waving his grandson's concern aside.
"Tell me what you've learned."
But Gage wasn't willing to be ordered about. Instead, he took his time settling into his chair next to the bed. "When did you last speak with Alfred? How long before he disappeared?" The Viscount's scowl deepened.
"What concern is that of yours?"
"It may have some bearing on the investigation."
"How?"
Gage didn't sigh aloud, but I could tell he was suppressing his exasperation. "Grandfather, you asked me here to find Alfred. If you wish me to do so, you need to trust my methods." His brow furrowed in annoyance.
"And you cannot expect me to report on my progress twice a day."
Lord Tavistock's face contorted as if he'd bitten into something rancid, and he was about to spit it out. It was evident he wasn't accustomed to being defied, but given his circumstances, he was in no position to make demands. He flicked a glance at me, and then begrudgingly relented.
"I spoke with him 3 days before he vanished. Among other things, we spoke about his neglect to take any interest in the estate, which he promised to remedy."
Gage was not willing to be diverted so easily. "What other things?" His grandfather's expression remained thunderous, despite the cough that rattled up from his throat.
"My health, the state of the roads, his engagement. I can't recall every last thing."
"Did you argue?" His silver eyes turned piercing.
"You think he snuck away, that he chose to leave. But I told you, I know that's not what happened. I know it."
"Yes, but how do you know it?" Gage persisted,
Simple intuition could be telling you something is wrong, I'll grant, but I doubt it's being specific enough as to tell you that natural causes are not to blame." His grandfather turned away, his mouth clamped in a stubborn line. "Do you have any enemies we should know about? Did Alfred?" "No more than usual," he muttered. Gage's hands fisted in aggravation, and I sympathized. For a man who'd gone to such lengths to bring us here to find his heir, his grandfather was remarkably unforthcoming, which only made me wonder if I had been correct in my initial suspicions. Did he already know where Alfred was, and had used his grandson's hiding as an excuse to draw Gage here? If that was the case, if reconciliation was the goal, he wasn't doing a very good job of it. "You haven't received a ransom note, have you?" Gage asked. "Do you suspect he's been kidnapped?" The Viscount turned back at this bit of guesswork. "No, I haven't. That would make this entire matter a bit easier, wouldn't it? At least knowing what happened to him." His voice tightened with strain at the end, and I wasn't certain his suppressing a cough was entirely to blame. He seemed genuinely troubled. However, Gage did not hear it as such. His eyes flashed in anger. "I heard you tore down Windy Cross Cottage." His grandfather stiffened. "It wasn't being used anymore. You made it clear you had no need of it." He shrugged in feigned indifference. "And after a time, it simply became an eyesore." "Yes, it always was one, wasn't it?" Gage snarled before rising to his feet and striding from the room. I offered the Viscount a tight smile of commiseration before following my husband. It was evident to me there was a world of suppressed emotion behind much of what Lord Tavistock had said. Emotion my husband could not sense while repressing his own hurt. But although I didn't know all the details that had led to Gage refusing to set foot here for 15 years, I was strongly of the belief that the fault did not lie with my husband. As such, any further efforts toward reconciliation needed to begin with Lord Tavistock. After all, Gage had already set aside past hurts to come to his grandfather's aid. Whether the stubborn old Viscount was capable of doing what needed to be done remained to be seen. But if we found Alfred before Lord Tavistock could put his pride aside long enough to make things right, I didn't think Gage would ever give him another chance. I frowned. I couldn't let that happen, not when I sensed Gage needed this. If his grandfather didn't act soon, I might be forced to meddle. By the time I caught up with Gage, he'd already turned the corner toward the stairs that would lead him to the more public rooms of the house. I grabbed his arm before he reached them. "Sebastian, wait," I murmured, using his given name, as I did when we were alone. I hoped it might gain his attention, since his other name had not. He whirled about to face me, anger and resentment still flashing in his eyes, and beneath those were the ever-present pain and confusion I suspected he'd been carrying nearly all his life. I pressed a hand to his chest, wishing there was something I could do for him, some way to ease all the old hurts that had resurfaced. For him, being here was like prodding an old wound, one that had never fully healed. "I suppose you think I'm being too hard on him," he snapped. I shook my head, answering calmly. "No, but—" I hesitated to say more. "I do think you need to be a bit more patient with him." "Patient? Alfred has been missing for 12 days. How long does he want him to remain so?" I arched my eyebrows in gentle chastisement, for we both knew that was not what I was referring to. "He has things he wants to say to you. You just need to give him a little more time to get there. You said it yourself, he's stubborn and proud. It's not easy for him to admit weakness or failure." He exhaled heavily, as if laboring under a great weight, and turned to stare at the dull suit of armor situated in the corner where the corridor made an abrupt turn. "I suspect you're right. He just—" His hands fisted at his sides. "He makes me so furious." I grimaced in understanding. "If it's any consolation, I think you infuriate him as well." "Good," he retorted, But then, as he considered what I'd said, he gave a low chuckle. "Oh, what a pair we make," he sighed. My smile turned more genuine. "Yes, the two of you together make lovely company." He chuckled deeper, pulling me into his side. Seeing his good humour restored, I ventured to ask the question that was nagging at me. "What is Windy Cross Cottage?" He glanced down at me. "It's been mentioned twice, and given your reaction just now, it's obvious how much it means to you." His embrace slackened, but he didn't release me. "That's where my mother and I lived." "Not here at the manor?" His gaze hardened again. "We weren't fit to reside in the manor. They were determined to never let her forget what her choice in a husband meant." He shook his head when I would have offered him consolation, but it turned out for the best anyway. Then my mother didn't have to contend with Aunt Vanessa's constant slights or hear my cousins mock me. All told, I was up at the manor for my lessons and such, far more often than she was. I couldn't help but feel a stab of empathy for Emma Gage. How lonely that must have been. To have your husband far away at sea for nearly 50 weeks out of a year, and then be separated from the rest of your family because they were ashamed of you. However, I also couldn't repress the irritation that had been simmering inside of me at the continued evidence of her failure to shield her son. From everything I'd heard thus far, he was the one who had protected her at every turn, keeping all the hurtful things inflicted on him to himself, rather than upset her. They'd moved here when Gage was but 3 years old. What mother allows a child so young to carry such a burden? I knew she'd been ill, off and on, but I had a difficult time believing she was not aware of what was happening. Yet another piece to the puzzle that was Emma Trevelyan Gage. I repressed a sigh. Perhaps I was being too hard on her. Perhaps my own dormant motherly instincts had been roused by my delayed courses a few weeks before, and had me too sensitive to the subject. Though I wasn't expecting now, at least I didn't think so. It was only a matter of time before I was. In any case, there was no doubt Gage's mother had loved him, and I wasn't about to share my conflicting reflections about her with her son. Gage adored his mother, and if he wasn't resentful of her behaviour, I wasn't going to make him so. The rest of his family had already proven to be less than loving. Giving him doubts about the one person who had truly loved him would be horribly cruel. If only the rest of his family, including his father, had loved him so well, there would have been no need for either of them to protect each other. Hearing the sound of someone stirring at the end of the corridor to our left, Gage tucked my arm through his and led me down the stairs. "So how do you propose we spend our afternoon?" I inquired, hoping to steer our conversation toward lighter topics, especially given the fact that we might encounter Lady Langstone or Rory at any moment. "I think a visit to Alfred's friend at Kilworthy Park is in order." Recalling his aunt's comments on Mr. Glanville at dinner the evening before, I had to agree. "I've already checked with Hammett and discovered it's only 5 miles distant, and in any case, I would welcome the chance to gather my thoughts." I nodded, hearing his unspoken feelings as loudly as if he'd voiced them, for they echoed my own. Apparently, I wasn't the only one feeling confined by the stone walls surrounding us. Any opportunity to step away for even a short time was a welcome one. Chapter 9. Kilworthy Park sat nestled in a wooded valley to the west of Langstone Manor. The lands themselves would have been quite impressive, if not for the obvious neglect. Gates hung off their hinges. A window in the gatehouse was shattered, and the lane was overgrown. Even the rambling Georgian monstrosity of a manor seemed to be falling apart. Quite literally, if the pile of masonry near the base of the south tower was anything to judge by. Mr. Glanville was obviously in done territory, and dangerously so if his house was crumbling around him. I didn't know what to anticipate from such a man, and told Gage so. He'd been quiet most of the trip, mulling over everything we'd learned, but as we rolled by the derelict gatehouse, he leaned forward to gaze out the window at the property. "Mr. Glanville is the very definition of a wastrel," I've had the dubious pleasure of his company on occasion, and while he's relatively unobjectionable, he's also perfectly useless, and content to be so. We heard the thwack of a branch hitting Tavistock's carriage, and then a rather colourful curse from the coachman above. What does he do with himself? Drink, gamble, and visit dubious establishments. Gage tilted his head toward me. As I said, nothing useful. I think his only goal is to spend his father's money, which he seems to be doing at remarkable speed, he added, as we rounded the unkempt lane in front of the manor. Who was his father? Sir Francis Glanville. He was knighted for some service to the Crown, served as a Member of Parliament, and was attributed as a highly successful investor in the East India Company, among other things. From what I recall, he actually disowned his son for his profligate ways, but then relented just before he died. I stared up at the gargoyles projecting from the roofline. Perhaps he had no one else to leave the money to. I murmured softly, uncertain I would like to live in such a building, even if it were in better repair. Whatever the reason, I'm afraid that's not really our concern. However, the fact that this building has upwards of 30 or more rooms, any of which Alfred could be hiding in, is. We were shown into a massive drawing room, with mismatched floor rugs and high ceilings smudged with soot. The fire in the hearth cast little heat, even when I was standing directly in front of it, and I wrapped my arms tighter about me, grateful I'd retained my sapphire blue redingote, instead of passing it to the butler with my hat and gloves. Between the dented wood and saggy cushions on the furniture, and the fading wallpaper and chipped plaster along the fireplace, it was clear the interior of Kilworthy Park had fared no better than the exterior. The air smelt sour, and not altogether pleasant, and I found myself eager to finish this errand and be gone. When Mr. Glanville charged into the room, I was more than grateful for the distraction from our surroundings. "Gage!" he boomed, reaching for my husband's hand. "It's good to see you, old chum." Glanville was broad-shouldered and tall, nearly as tall as my husband, but what must have been an impressive physique at one time had since softened with indulgence. Most of his clothes stretched taut over his frame, straining at the seams, save for his coat, which hung from his shoulders. It was evident that garment had once belonged to someone else, a man whose figure must have been massive in order for his coat to dwarf the man before me. I guessed Glanville was only about 5 years older than Gage and his cousins, but he looked much older. "And this must be your mysterious wife," he proclaimed, turning to me to bow in greeting. "Please, please have a seat. What brings you to my neck of the woods?" he quipped, jauntily using the Americanism as we all settled into our chairs. "We're here about my cousin, Lord Langstone," Gage replied. This pronouncement sent all the humour fleeing from our host's face. "Yes, I'd forgotten you and Alfie were related," he muttered almost under his breath, before raising his voice once again. "Well, whatever trouble he's gotten himself into, I'm afraid I've nothing to do with it. Not this time, anyway." For a moment this vehement response made Gage fumble for his words. "What makes you think he's in trouble?" He sat forward, gesturing broadly. "Because the Dowager Lady Langstone came charging in here, making all sorts of accusations, as if I had him locked up in my attics, and I'll tell you what I told her. I don't know where Langstone is. Haven't seen the fellow in over a month." He sank back with a sigh of exasperation. "If you ask me, he probably haired off to London without telling her." Gage and I shared a look, wondering why his aunt had been so quick to imply that Glanville had come to her, and not the other way around. Except that a lady racing off to confront one of her son's profligate friends was not exactly becoming behaviour. Could he be staying with one of his other friends in the area? Gage asked, testing to see how much of what Lady Langstone had said was true, and how much was fiction. "How should I know?" he snapped. Some of the irritation began to drain from his face as he glanced between us, clearly having realized something. "Wait, you're inquiry agents, so if you're here, then—" Is Alfie actually missing?"
"It appears so." Glanville scraped a hand through his thinning hair, making some of the strands stand on end. "Well, dash it all, I thought he was just dodging his mother." Gage leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. "Why would he need to do that?"
"Because—"
Our host paused, considering us before he continued.
"Because she could be a right harpy when she had a mind to be, always haranguing him for one thing or another."
Considering who we were, I supposed he'd decided he didn't care what we reported back to Lady Langstone, or if his words got his friend into trouble. Was there anything in particular she harangued him about, more than anything else? Gage asked, struggling to mask his disapproval at the man's rude comments. He might not like his aunt, but she was still a lady.
"Marriage, for one. Wanted him to settle down, put his neck in the parson's mousetrap."
"I'm told he was about to become engaged." Glanville gave a bark of laughter.
"To Lady Juliana? Not if he could help it."
"What do you mean?" I asked in surprise.
"They were pressuring him to marry her, but he was having none of it. Not that he objected to her, precisely, or the dowry she would bring with her, but he wasn't interested in being leg-shackled to anyone."
Gage didn't appear to be shocked by this pronouncement. "Were they threatening to cut him off if he didn't comply?"
"I don't know about that, but I doubt he would spread that about, were it true."
He winked at me, where I perched in the most comfortable spot I could find on the far edge of one of the settees.
"Doesn't exactly ingratiate yourself to the publicans or the ladies."
Gage's brow furrowed in annoyance. "You said you hadn't seen him in over a month. Was that normal?" Glanville sat back, rubbing his jaw.
"That's the thing. When he was down from London, I usually saw him a couple of times a week. Not that we kept a schedule or anything, but he would kick over the traces and come and see me, or I'd find him acting corky at one of the local taverns and join in."
"But not recently?" He shook his head.
"And the last few times I did see him, he acted strangely. I would have said he was simply having a fit of the blue devils, but there seemed to be more to it than that."
"You say he was in low spirits?"
He grimaced. "Yes, sort of. Maybe."
He vacillated.
"To tell you the truth, I don't really know what to call it. I only know he wasn't his usual self."
"And what was usual?" I could hear the same frustration in Gage's voice that was growing in me. Though Glanville was sharing plenty of information with us, most of it was unspecific. This seemed to be his nature, and not a deliberate attempt to stymie us, which only made his blather all the more irritating. Glanville's eyes flicked toward me.
"You know, on the cut, friendly with the muslin, happy to stand huff."
I nearly rolled my eyes at his ridiculous overuse of cant. Evidently he assumed it was some sort of code I wouldn't be able to decipher. Gage's tone was droll when he responded in kind. "So because he wasn't jug-bitten, and consequently unwilling to frank you and pay your way, that meant he was behaving oddly?"
"Exactly,"
he exclaimed, missing Gage's use of sarcasm. He frowned.
"The barmaids were always keen on Alfie. I couldn't understand why he was suddenly turning them away."
"Maybe he was weary of it all."
"Maybe,"
Glanville conceded, though his expression communicated he considered such a notion to be cracked. Gage opened his mouth to say more, but then closed it again as a young maid entered the room, stumbling under the weight of a tray. The dishes rattled as she set the salver down on the chipped surface of the table before her employer. Her relieved sigh was audible as she straightened and bobbed a quick curtsy before escaping the way she'd come. Glanville sat forward and reached for the decanter of amber liquid, pouring a liberal splash into his glass.
"Help yourselves,"
he declared, pushing the tray across the table toward me. I might have been offended by his terrible manners if I hadn't already been anticipating them after listening to his absurd mode of speech. Had he been born to a lower class, or even at the disadvantage of being an American, his behaviour would not necessarily have incensed me. But I was quite certain Mr. Glanville had been raised properly,
With every opportunity a gentleman is afforded, his uncouth comments and complete disregard of etiquette were nothing more than evidence of a rude, selfish man. As such, I didn't bother to hide my scowl, not that it deterred him in the least. Gage accepted a glass of brandy as well, perhaps wishing for some fortification to help him through the rest of this conversation. For a moment, I considered pouring myself some of the libation, but then decided my disregarding the rules of decorum would only sanction Glanville's boorishness. However, after taking one sip of the weak, tepid tea, I wished I'd followed my first inclination. Rather than choke it down, I set it aside, not bothering to hide my distaste. This only made Glanville grin. "Now you know why I prefer the brandy." Before I could snap back a retort, Gage lowered his glass and redirected the interview to the reason for our visit. I bit my tongue, knowing the sooner we got the information we came for, the sooner we could leave. In the past, had you and Langstone ever travelled to Plymouth? We'd already spoken to Tavistock's coachman about this very topic, but I was curious how Glanville would answer. "Together? No, but I've seen him there, at the theatre and the pubs along Union Street." Glanville gestured with his glass, sloshing the liquid inside. "Is that where you think he's gone?" "We're looking into it, but I have my doubts." Glanville nodded, as if he agreed, and drained his glass before reaching for the decanter to refill it. Gage studied him intently. "So you truly have no idea where Langstone is, or what might have happened to him?" Lowering the glass bottle with a clatter, our host glanced up at him, almost in surprise. "Haven't the foggiest." When Gage continued to scrutinize his demeanour, a glower creased his features. "Listen here. If you're trying to imply I'm hiding him here somewhere, in my attics or wherever, you're welcome to have a look. Search the entire house for all I care." He sat back, lifting his glass to take another swallow. "You won't be wasting my time." My husband glanced at me, and I shook my head, having a difficult time believing Glanville would be a loyal enough friend to conceal the fact that Alfred was here, let alone allow him to stay under his roof for an extended amount of time in the first place. "What have you had to speculate?" Gage pressed. "Is there some place he might have gone we haven't thought of?" Glanville shook his head, his mouth set mulishly. "How about enemies? Do you know of anyone who might wish him harm? A wronged lover, or her male relatives, another drinking companion, a tenant of Langstone?" Glanville's brow lifted. "This might be nothing, but has Lord Tavistock mentioned the swing letters he received?" Gage stiffened. "Alfred told you Lord Tavistock received some swing letters?" His voice was sharp with shock. Our host nodded. "We talked about it mostly in jest, for a handful of the landowners in the area got them, including me, though I've no idea why. Can't afford one of those new threshing machines, even if I wanted one." His lips curled, trying to make light of the matter even now, though it failed to amuse me or Gage. "Swing letters?" I asked, hoping one of the men would explain what they were talking about. "There's been widespread rioting among the agricultural workers in the south and east of England since last autumn," Gage turned to say. "Thus far it's only included the destruction of threshing machines and the burning of wheelhouses and hayricks, things of that nature. My father has been keeping me apprised of the situation, in case it should escalate into anything more serious, into something that should require his investigative skills." I could read between the lines. "Yes, but why? Don't the threshing machines make their jobs easier?" "For the labourers whose jobs the machines don't displace, yes. But farmers and landowners now require less men to bring in the harvest, and have lowered the wages of those whom they do still employ. The workers have been banding together, and in some cases sending these swing letters to the farmers, magistrates, and others who they think are responsible for their problems. They threaten to take action if their demands aren't met." "Namely raising wages and getting rid of their threshing machines?" I asked. "Precisely." He glanced at Glanville, who had been listening quietly while nursing his latest glass of brandy, though I hadn't realized there was any rioting occurring so far west. "For those with land to be planted, there's been some unrest." He gestured with the hand holding his glass, splashing liquid onto the floor. "Not like we've heard of to the east, but some." "Has there been much destruction?" He shrugged. "A burning or two." I sat forward away from the cushions, wondering if the sour stench I smelled clinging to the settee was spilled liquor. Is that the only action they threaten to take? Setting fire to the machines and such? From what I understand, the threats are quite vague. Gage's tone trailed away in bemusement as we watched Glanville try and fail to raise from his chair twice. When finally he gained his feet, he crossed to the writing desk, positioned in front of the windows, and rummaged around in the drawer. Having located what he was looking for, he grunted in satisfaction, and returned to thrust something under Gage's nose. "Here." I leaned forward to see they were letters of some kind. Gage read the first one aloud. "Sir, this is to acquaint you that if your threshing machines are not destroyed by you directly, we shall commence our labours. Signed on behalf of the whole. Swing." His mouth twisted wryly. "Fairly straightforward." He passed me the first letter, while he unfolded the second. "Sir, your name is down amongst the black hearts in the Black Book, and this is to advise you, and the like of you." He broke off, and I glanced up from my perusal of the first note. Clearing his throat, he started to read again. "This is to advise you, and the like of you, to make your wills." His eyes flicked up toward me as he continued. "You have been the blackguard enemies of the people on all occasions. You have not done as you ought. Swing." "That sounds like they're threatening more than the destruction of property," I said. "I would say so." He spoke lightly as he passed the second letter to me, but I could see that his eyes were troubled. "And you said Alfred claimed the ones they received at Langstone Manor was similar?" he asked Glanville. "I assume so. We didn't discuss the specifics." Our host's words had begun to slur, and I realized it was time to bring our interview to a close. But first I had one more question. "Who is Swing?" "That would be Captain Swing, a sort of mythical mouthpiece for the rioters," Gage explained. "It refers to the swinging stick of the flail, used in hand threshing." "So it's not a real person?" He grimaced. "No. And Father says all the letters he's seen have exhibited different handwriting, so there's no reason to think any one person has taken on that personification. The rioters seem to use it at will." Which meant tracking down the specific man who had sent these letters, and the letters to Lord Tavistock, would not be so simple. If, in fact, the same person had even sent them. "May we keep these?" Gage asked Glanville, who slouched lower in his chair. He waved them away. "Take 'em. Oh, and if you do find Alfie," he grinned as we rose to our feet, "let him know he owes me 50 quid. Chapter 10. "Well, that was an enlightening conversation," I remarked as we jolted down the uneven lane. "Which part? The part where we discovered Aunt Vanessa lied, or the part where we learned my grandfather is not sharing everything he knows?" I reached over to touch Gage's hand where it rested on his leg, drawing his gaze away from the window. I heard the frustration in his voice, felt it tightening his muscles. At the sight of my empathic smile, he exhaled, sinking his head back against the squabs. "I'm not sure why I expected them to be forthcoming. People always have something to hide, even family." He gave a dry chuckle, revising his statement. "Especially family." His eyes slid toward the view outside the window again. "I guess I hoped that, given the stakes, they would be more forthright with us." His mouth screwed up in disgust. "Unlike my father." Lord Gage had much to answer for, particularly when it came to his deception and dishonesty during our last inquiry. But now was not the time to rehash that. There would be plenty of time during our journey on to London, after this matter with Alfred was resolved. "I suppose I can understand why your aunt wasn't truthful with us," I said, beginning with the person whose lies Gage found easiest to stomach. "Given what I know about her, she would hardly want it known she lost her cool composure and rushed off to confront a known profligate in his own home. Somehow I suspect she would deny she ever screamed like a harpy. Gage's lips quirked, as if he might enjoy witnessing such a sight. True. She rarely ever lost her temper, that I can recall. The icy slices of her tongue were usually more than effective. I jostled into his shoulder as the carriage wheel thudded into a particularly nasty rut, and then turned out of the drive onto the road. I suppose this explains the odd manner in which she hastened to tell us Glanville had called on her without our even asking. She wanted to discourage us from visiting him, because she didn't want us to know the truth. His leg bounced restlessly beneath our joined hands. Given the fact that Aunt Vanessa rushed off to confront Glanville, and Hammett's assurance that he searched every part of the manor's property, I think we have to conclude that my aunt is not helping Alfred hide. He sounded less than pleased to concede such a thing, I supposed because it was the simplest solution, and one that would do his aunt and Alfred no credit. I agree, I replied. That doesn't mean Alfred isn't hiding somewhere, but I don't think Lady Langstone is involved if he is. I also think Glanville was being honest when he said he had no idea where his friend was. I don't think he would have bothered to fib for him if he had. Gage nodded. He would have had to make some sort of effort to retrieve Alfred from the moors, and I can't see that happening. You'll recall, no one at any of the farms along the roads bordering that part of the moor reported anything suspicious. I have just a harder time imagining none of them saw Glanville's carriage rumble by, as I do believing one of those people would lie about loaning my cousin a horse, as Aunt Vanessa suggested. I released his hand and shifted in my seat so that I could see him better. So if he's not with Glanville, or being hidden by his mother, then where is he? I nibbled my lip in deliberation. Could he be with another friend? Gage tapped his fingers against his leg. I don't know, but I think we have to consider the possibility that he actually met with some sort of harm. Because of the swing letters, among other things. His expression grew grim. The truth is, I find it increasingly difficult to believe Alfred would disappear on his own in such a manner, and for such a long time, without his clothes, or his valet, or his horse. From what I know of my cousin, he would never have the patience to hide for so long, not merely to avoid my grandfather's wrath. Even though the things he said about his cousin were less than complimentary, genuine apprehension crept into his voice. He might not like the man, but he plainly still cared about him. I rubbed a hand over his arm in comfort. Maybe Alfred has changed. Maybe, he replied, though his tone of voice said that was doubtful. Having never met Alfred, I had to defer to Gage's knowledge of him, but I was also aware that sometimes those who were closest to us also had the greatest bias. Glanville claimed Alfred started acting oddly a month before he disappeared, drinking less, ignoring women, refusing to pay his friend's way, avoiding him. Do you think he might have begun to reconcile himself to an engagement with Lady Juliana? Gage scoffed. I think it more probable he was already suffering from a stomach complaint. I gazed at him in gentle chastisement. You're not being very impartial. He scowled, as if he wanted to argue that point, but then sighed. You're right. I'm not. He raked a hand back through his golden hair, thinking over the matter. It's possible. It's also possible Grandfather simply cut off his funds, though such a thing has never stopped Alfred from buying on credit in the past, and I can't imagine it would now either. Has anyone spoken to Lady Juliana? Perhaps she knows something. We can ask, but I doubt it. Then perhaps we shall have to pay her a visit as well. He pressed a hand to the breast of his coat, underneath which he'd stowed the letters Glanville had given us in his inner pocket. I would like to ask her father if he's received any of these swing letters, either at Ensley House or any of his other properties. Why do you think the Viscount failed to mention them to us? If they're worded anything like Glanville's letters, wouldn't the sender have been an obvious suspect? I tilted my head, mulling over the possibilities. Could he have forgotten? It was clear Gage didn't like the suggestion his grandfather might have forgotten such an important thing. I don't know. Given his certainty that someone caused Alfred harm, I would have expected him to eagerly show us any such letters. His eyes narrowed as a thought occurred to him. Unless he doesn't know about them. Rory, I murmured, following his line of thinking. He said he's been handling much of the estate business, as well as grandfather's correspondence. At least the missives Hammett doesn't confiscate first. And I doubt he would trouble himself over a few nondescript letters. Perhaps Rory decided, given the Viscount's health, it would be best not to trouble him over them. Gage tilted his head in acknowledgement. It's probably what I would have done. I plucked at a piece of lint, clinging to my cornflower blue skirt. But then why didn't he tell us about them? That's a very good question. He turned to look out the window into the slanting rays of the late afternoon sun. One I think we should ask him. To be honest, I hadn't connected them to Alfred's disappearance. Rory told us when we cornered him in the Viscount's study a short time later. He must have been able to read the scepticism in both of our faces, for he hastened to explain. They just seemed so ridiculous. I set them aside and never gave them a second thought. Did you read them? Gage asked incredulously. His brow furrowed in mild affront. Of course. But their grammar was so horrendous, and the threats, well, I thought them naught but toothless yammering. I arched my eyebrows at this excuse. So a man needed to use correct grammar in order for his threats to be taken seriously. Could Rory not hear how foolish he sounded? Here. He bent over, rummaging in one of the lowest drawers in the desk. Finding what he was looking for, he thrust the folded papers toward Gage. Read them yourself. I leaned closer to see over his shoulder, discovering two of the letters read almost exactly like the first one Glanville had shown us. The third grew harsher in tone, but unlike Glanville's second letter, it made no reference to causing bodily harm. It merely declared that the destruction of the threshing machines would be coming, as would a list of their further demands. Gage shuffled back through the pages. These are all the letters you received? Yes, the last one arrived about 3 weeks ago, but no one has damaged any of the estate's property or made further demands. Rory raised his hands in bewilderment. Have you shown grandfather any of these? He shook his head. I didn't think he needed to be bothered by them. You know how he is. They would only make him livid. The cousins shared a look of mutual understanding. What of Alfred? I assume he was aware of them, I asked. Glanville had said as much. Yes, I showed him 2 of them, Rory replied. He thought them a colossal joke. Could he have decided to do something about them? Rory's gaze was rife with scorn. I suppose it's possible. I looked up at Gage. Maybe he confronted someone over them, and the matter turned ugly. I shrugged, not really knowing if that was a likely scenario or not. Perhaps someone from one of the farms bordering the moor to the north. He narrowed his eyes on the tall stone hearth beyond Rory, considering the matter. That would explain why he was seen walking in that direction, and why no one in that area has admitted to seeing him. If someone caused him bodily harm, or intended to cover for someone who had, they wouldn't speak up. He huffed an exasperated breath. It's as good an explanation for his setting off across the moor as any I can think of. Had I not been looking at Rory, I might not have seen the loathing that flickered briefly over his face. His gaze lifted from where he stared down at the desk and caught me watching him. A beat passed before he spoke, and it was that tiny hesitation that made me wonder if what he told us next he'd intended to keep to himself. As to that, I've been thinking. I believe I may have an alternative explanation. He tapped the edge of the desk. I think he might have been paying a visit to Lorna Galloway. Her cottage doesn't lie directly on that path, but it's not a terribly roundabout way to go, especially if the moor was swampy that day, and he wanted to avoid some of the more spongy heath that lies to the east. Who is Lorna Galloway? Here he hesitated again, as if he wasn't certain how to describe her. She's a local woman who lives out on the moor, a byblow of Lord Sherricombe's. He set her mother and her up in a cottage along the River Walkham, a rather isolated place. People rarely venture out that far. The mother died several years ago, but her daughter still lives there. Alone? Gage asked in disapproval. Rory nodded. I've heard Sherricombe has offered to find her a better situation, but she refuses to leave. I sympathized with this Miss Galloway. As the illegitimate daughter of a nobleman, the term better situation was rather misleading. The best she could hope for was either a position as a teacher at a girls' boarding school, or an arranged marriage to a man who was willing to overlook her low birth in favour of the connection to her father. At least by remaining out on the moor, she was somewhat the master of her own fate. The cottage might be owned by her father, but she was free to do as she pleased, though her life could not be easy, and must be quite lonely at times. I guess she prefers her solitude, Rory added with a shrug, dismissing her decision as something akin to a whim. But why would Alfred visit her? Gage tilted his head. Unless you're implying she's taken after her mother. Well, do you honestly expect any different? Living out there on her own, no husband, no guardian. The sins of the mother. It was generally expected that the child of a parent with loose morals must necessarily follow in their footsteps, but Rory's words left a bitter taste in my mouth nonetheless. In truth, his callous opinion made me worried for Miss Galloway. Whether she entertained men of her own accord or not, the fact that men assumed she would placed her in a dangerous position, particularly residing in such an isolated place. I only hoped her father had made it clear she was under his protection. That would at least give her some shelter from blackguards, even though their scruples would be held in check by their desire not to cross his lordship, rather than qualms about overpowering a woman. Similar considerations flitted through my husband's mind, for his mouth pursed in distaste, and I loved him all the more for it. I hope Alfred isn't taking advantage of the situation, he remarked with disapproval. Rory huffed. I should say it's much more likely the other way around. He leaned forward, giving Gage a significant look. She's a genuine eye-biter, if ever I've met one. Gage scowled. You don't mean? I do, he stated with conviction. When my husband's scowl only deepened, my curiosity rose. What's an eye-biter? I asked. An eye-biter is... Gage paused to consider his words, almost as if he didn't want to say them. Well, she's a witch who enchants men with her eyes. The base of my spine tingled. A witch? He looked uncertainly at his cousin. Yes. The use of that word always alarmed me, for I'd been tarred with the same brush by those who saw my enforced involvement with my late husband's anatomy work as proof that I was unnatural. They'd made up all sorts of appalling rumours to support this belief, even going so far as to accuse me of being a siren, a murderer, and a cannibal. So I was always wary when the term was bandied about without any further proof whatsoever of its veracity. That being said, I did have Scottish blood flowing through my veins. As such, I wasn't quick to dismiss the existence of superstitious things. After all, I'd encountered my fair share of strange phenomena I couldn't easily explain. Second sight, ghostly apparitions, unsettling curses. However, the intensely logical side of myself found it difficult to wholeheartedly accept any of it as truth. There was always room for doubt. Gage, on the other hand, had rarely wavered in his belief that such occurrences had a rational explanation, perhaps one we simply could not yet deduce or understand. Which was why I found it so intriguing that he didn't immediately contradict his cousin's assertions about Lorna Galloway, though his reply was not without a hint of scepticism. And do you think she's bewitched Alfred? At this Rory seemed to soften his disdain, for he shrugged. I know he's visited her several times in the past few months. He leaned forward in his chair. and Mother claims he's been drinking some sort of tincture Miss Galloway gave him. I assume you're suggesting this tincture is connected to his stomach complaint?" I asked when Gage didn't speak up, but instead silently studied his cousin. "Can you tell me that's not suspicious?" Rory challenged. "I would say it's interesting, but until we know what was in that tincture, and when exactly he started ingesting it, I wouldn't care to speculate." Rory's eyes hardened, and I could tell he wanted to make an angry retort, but he merely jerked his head in confirmation. In truth, I did find the fact that Alfred was taking some sort of remedy from Lorna Galloway highly suggestive, but not necessarily for the reasons Rory did. Had Alfred sought out Miss Galloway specifically for the tonic, and if so, why? Had he been suffering from his stomach complaint much longer than we realized, or was some sort of other illness plaguing him? "Did Alfred keep the tincture in his chamber?" Gage asked. Rory shrugged. "I assume. Then we'll have to search his rooms for it. I suppose a visit to this Miss Galloway is also in order." He slid forward in his chair, preparing to rise. "After we speak with those in the village and surrounding farms about these swing letters." A soft creak issued from the direction of the doorway, but when I glanced behind me, no one entered. I turned back around to find both men watching me. I thought I heard something. "It's an old house," Rory replied, as if that were explanation enough. But he cleared his throat as Gage pushed to his feet. "You might want to speak to Grandfather before you go to the village." "To tell him about the swing letters? I intend to." "Well, yes, and—" he grimaced. "I'll let him explain. Just don't go anywhere without speaking to him first." Gage and I shared a look of mutual exasperation. What else had they been keeping from us? Chapter 11. "What do you mean most of the villagers don't know Alfred's missing?" Gage's voice snapped with restrained ferocity. A ferocity I couldn't blame him for. I also felt it itching along my skin. Lord Tavistock scowled up at his grandson from his bed. Even though the evening light filtering through the windows should have been kinder to his appearance, he looked worse than he had that morning. Dark circles ringed his eyes as he struggled to remain upright, even with the support of his mound of pillows. But the stubborn man wouldn't recline further. He was determined to face us on as equal a footing as he could manage. "Discretion was called for." His throat rattled with congestion. "The situation is delicate. I couldn't have the Duke of Bedford finding out before I knew what had happened. Otherwise he might withdraw his permission for Alfred to court his daughter. And if the worst should come to pass, forbid Rory from paying court in the future. So I instructed the men to be circumspect in their search." "Yes, and I'm sure that approach yielded adequate results," Gage sneered, turning to pace up and down the length of the bed. "I'm sure their search was thorough. Probably saved us a lot of unnecessary trouble by not having every commoner from here to Yelverton knocking on the door to offer up one made-up story after another in exchange for a reward." Gage paused in his pacing and joined me to glare down at his grandfather in disapproving disbelief. Did he wish to find his grandson or not? Had one of my loved ones gone missing, I would have scoured the earth for them, left no stone unturned to find them, especially if their safety were in question. But Lord Tavistock continued to give conflicting information. One moment he was certain something bad had befallen Alfred, even going so far as to suggest it had been foul play, and the next he was telling us not to ask questions in the village. Not yet. If I was frustrated by his fickle, contradictory behaviour, Gage must have been beyond exasperated. "Are you expecting him to just come strolling up the lane?" he demanded. "No, I expect you to find him." His grandfather stabbed a finger up at him. "Without a lot of fuss." He pressed a handkerchief to his mouth, trying to stifle the cough that rattled up from his chest. The hoarse sound of it alarmed me. When I flicked a glance at Gage standing next to him, his face seemed to close in on itself, wiping away all trace of emotion. "That's why you asked me here to investigate, isn't it?" he asked once his grandfather's coughing subsided. Your chief concern was discretion, and by asking me, a family member, to handle the matter, you believed you would get it." He spoke with indifference, as if the truth didn't greatly concern him, but I could sense the roiling sentiments beneath the surface. I knew how much such a realization must cut him. His grandfather didn't know him as well as I did, so he could not know the pain he caused, or perhaps he did and didn't care. Either way, his only response was a cold stare. To break the standoff, I stepped closer to the foot of the bed. "So I take it no one has spoken to Lady Juliana about the matter?" Lord Tavistock turned to me in annoyance. "No!" I considered the Viscount. His body appeared to be shrivelling before our very eyes, sinking into the mattress, and yet his eyes gleamed like two silver daggers, resolved to exert his will, whatever the cost. Would Lady Juliana know anything about all of this? After everything we'd learned, we found it difficult to believe Alfred had shared more than pleasantries with her. "How should I know that?" Lord Tavistock replied defensively, perhaps unwittingly providing an answer to my question. "Somehow I don't think Alfred was as keen to marry Lady Juliana as you've led us to believe." He lifted his chin, attempting to stare down his nose at me. "The boy will do as he's told." Gage's mouth quirked derisively, telling me that was doubtful. "Is that what you and Alfred argued over? Was he refusing to marry the Duke of Bedford's daughter?" His fists clenched where they rested over the counterpane as he bit out his next words. "He had some misguided notions I had to correct him over." Then suddenly the tension in his body released, and his face paled as he sank deeper into the pillows. "I don't wish to talk about this any more." He closed his eyes. "It has no bearing on the matter at hand anyway." He blinked open his eyes to look at Gage for a brief second before shutting them again. "Just find Alfred." I wasn't so certain his impending engagement to Lady Juliana was unrelated to what had happened to Alfred, and I could tell Lord Tavistock wasn't either, but it was pointless to pursue the matter now, not when he could barely open his eyes. Our conversation had fatigued his already exhausted body. He needed to rest. Gage followed me from the room, and when I would have turned left to return to our chambers, he grabbed hold of my hand and pulled me to the right instead. "Where are we going?" I gasped as we hurried around several corners. "To search Alfred's room." "Are we racing someone?" He slowed his steps. "My apologies." His voice was stilted with residual anger. Seeing his grandfather in such a weakened state palpably upset him, but it was easier to be irate, less complicated. "I'm as eager as you are to find out if any of the tincture Rory mentioned is in Alfred's chamber, but shouldn't we be dressing for dinner?" "I can't stomach the idea of eating dinner with Aunt Vanessa and Rory just now. We'll have trays sent up. Do you mind?" he asked, almost as an afterthought. "Of course not." As if dining alone with my husband was any hardship. After all of our travel and this day's rushing about, I would have quite happily secluded myself in my chamber with naught but Gage for company for an entire week. But given our current investigation, I would take what I could get. In truth, much of the urgency of our quest had drained from the situation. Alfred had already been missing for nearly a fortnight, so any trail he had left behind had already grown cold. Combined with the fact that his family, many of the key players in this melodrama, were being less than forthcoming about all they knew, it was impossible not to notice that our inquiry was hopelessly stagnant. One night away from our hosts could not harm our progress any more than their deception was already doing. We veered down a corridor heavily cloaked in shadows, and stumbled to a stop. Even the sconces in this part of the manor were not lit. Gage backed up a step. "Stay here." Retracing our path, he picked up 2 candlesticks, sitting on one of the tables. Then he reached up to light their wicks from the flickering flame of the last wall sconce left burning. Returning to me, he passed one of the candles, and took my hand to guide me down the passage. The air here seemed cooler than in the other part of the manor, perhaps because it felt uninhabited, almost forgotten, and yet Alfred's bedchamber was here, unless Gage was wrong.
Maybe his cousin had switched rooms in the years since Gage last visited. I opened my mouth to question him when something fluttered in the corner of my eye. Something pale and gossamer. My heart climbed into my throat, and my steps faltered. "What is it?" Gage asked, as I forced myself to look behind me. There was nothing there. "What?" he reiterated. "Nothing. I just thought I saw something, but I must have imagined it," I replied haltingly. But even as I spoke the words, I felt a chill across the back of my neck. It trailed downward, as if someone had stroked a finger along my spine. "It's probably just the ghosts." "Ghosts?" I squeaked. "Be calm," he chided gently, pulling me forward. "I was joking." I swallowed. "Oh." We halted before a door, and he frowned. "My cousins used to try to tell me the manor was haunted. They swore a grey lady and a man named Stephen roamed the corridors." "Stephen? Really?" he scoffed. "You'd think they could have been more subtle, given the fact that Gage's father's name was Stephen, and since he had been away at war fighting on a Royal Navy vessel, so they never knew from one day to the next where he was. I thought it particularly cruel." "They claimed it was your father." "They never went so far as to do that, but they implied it." His brow furrowed, though Rory told me once he supposed it was actually the spirit of the Stephen who has a grave marker at a crossroads on the moor near White Tor. Before I could ask why that Stephen was buried there, Gage pushed open the door to the bedchamber. The scents of sweat, cologne, and traces of smoke wafted toward us, confirming that this room was indeed still inhabited. But one step deeper into the chamber also told us that in Alfred's absence it had not gone undisturbed. In the gloom, I might have mistaken the mess for simple untidiness, except that it seemed apparent someone had been searching for something, and recently. Drawers hung open, their contents rifled. The doors of the wardrobe gaped, the clothes hanging inside having received similar treatment. No self-respecting valet would have left his employer's garments in such disarray, and from what Anderley had told me, I gleaned that Alfred's valet was even more fastidious than most. I turned to ask what Gage made of the matter, and was surprised to see that he'd expected this. His eyes registered no shock, only weary acceptance. "How did you know we would find Alfred's room like this?" He leaned down to pick up a book that had fallen to the floor. "Because I fear our presence has set something in motion rather than bringing it to an end." "What do you mean?" He shook his head resignedly. "I'm not sure how to explain it, except—" His gaze lifted to meet mine. "No one was looking very hard for Alfred before our arrival. Not even grandfather. Not truly." "And yet he urgently sent for you," I murmured, trying to follow his line of thought. "Yes. He sent for me, and then proceeded to hamper our search with half-truths and omissions. He told us he's concerned Alfred may have met with foul play, but he doesn't want us to ask too many questions. It doesn't add up." I hesitated to ask the question that needed to be asked, knowing it would cause pain, but it had to be addressed. "Do you think your grandfather's illness might have compromised his faculties in some way?" He set the book carefully on the nightstand and lit another candle as he considered my query. "I don't know," he reluctantly admitted. "It's possible. He certainly wouldn't want to admit it if that were true." His jaw hardened. "On the other hand, he seems perfectly capable of refuting or dodging only the questions he doesn't wish to answer." "True," I murmured, crossing to the dressing table, where a few bottles were arranged on a silver tray. Either the person who had been here before us had taken greater care not to disturb their placement, or whatever they'd been looking for would not be found in liquid form. I glanced cursorily through the labels, finding nothing out of the ordinary. Cologne, pomade, ointment. Gage opened and closed drawers behind me, while I sifted through the contents of the dressing table, finding nothing of interest. Leaving my candle on the table, I moved on to the wardrobe,
and flicked through the array of clothing, checking the pockets of the coats. I was about halfway through my search when I paused to wonder if there was any way to tell whether there were garments missing. Alfred's valet would know, but would he tell us? "I assume this is the tincture Rory mentioned," Gage said. I joined him on the opposite side of the bed, taking the bottle he cradled from his hands. It was nearly empty, and filled with a muddy brown liquid. I tilted it closer to the light of his candle, trying to analyze its contents. "There's also this." His hand reached into the top drawer of the second nightstand and extracted a bundle of plants, roots and all, tied together with a white string. Now wilted and withered, some of the once green stems sported tiny flowers, while others supported a bristling seed head. "What is it?" "Herb Bennet. It grows in the hedgerows all throughout Dartmoor." He brushed his finger over one of the dead heads. "And these little burrs stick to everything, including little boys' clothes." I smiled at the image of a young Gage traipsing home covered in burrs, but my amusement quickly fled. Why did Alfred have some of it tucked inside his bedside drawer? That I don't know. Scrutinizing the dried stalks, I wondered if there was a book on plant and herb lore in Langstone's library. He replaced the sad bouquet in the drawer, while I retained hold of the bottle. "What did you think of what Rory said about Lorna?" I asked as he sat on the edge of the bed to open the lower drawer. He paused for a second before reaching in to sort through the jumbled contents. "I assume you mean that bit about her being a witch." He lifted out a sheet of foolscap and then tossed it back in after a brief glance. "Well, there are many definitions of a witch, a wise woman, a healer, or hedge witch, as the locals would say." I crossed my arms over my chest. "You know very well which definition your cousin was implying." He sighed and glanced up at me, closing the drawer. "I do. And you know me well enough to know I think it's a lot of nonsense. I'm not sure why Rory is spouting such claptrap. I would have thought him more sensible than that." He raked a hand through his hair as he stood. "Whatever the case, if Miss Galloway gave Alfred this tincture, then she's a hedge witch, and Rory plainly mistrusts her." "I agree. Which makes me wonder why he didn't mention her or her tincture sooner. And why didn't your aunt?" Setting the bottle next to my candle, I resumed my search of the shadowy confines of the wardrobe, while Gage moved on to the escritoire. "As I said, half-truths and omissions," he groused. "Ones that seem pointless." He shuffled through the papers and detritus littering the top of the desk, not bothering to take care with their contents. When the rustling stopped, I looked over to see him holding what appeared to be a newspaper. "Have you found something?" When he didn't respond, I moved closer to see what had captured his interest. It was an edition of Walmer's Exeter and Plymouth Gazette, dated July 2nd. He flipped the newspaper over to what should have been the front page, running his thumb down the torn left edge. "I suspect this is where that article Alfred dropped came from," he said. I had to agree. "Have you spoken to the gardener about it?" "No, but I'll ask Hammett to arrange an interview tomorrow morning." He folded what remained of the newspaper and tucked it under his arm. His eyes strayed toward the nightstand. "Then, if the fine weather holds, I think it will be best to pay Miss Galloway a visit." He frowned. "I suppose we'll have to ask Rory to show us the way." I only hoped he was better at hiding his disdain for her than I presumed, or Miss Galloway must certainly be aware of it. If that awareness tainted her perception of us, then any of our attempts to gain information from her might prove futile. I'd been on the receiving end of such contempt many times, and it always made me less than willing to cooperate. "Do you think he's the person who searched this room?" "Perhaps. If so, it's hard to know what exactly he was looking for. After all, we found the tincture and this newspaper." He scowled at something in the shadows near the hearth. Picking up his candle, he crossed the room and knelt next to the corner of the rug. Rather than lying flat, it had rolled up under itself, as if something had caught on it.
Or someone had lifted it and not replaced it correctly. "Hold this." He passed me the candle and paper and pulled the corner of the rug back to see beneath it. At first, nothing seemed amiss. Nothing was stashed beneath the rug, and the smooth wooden floorboards appeared straight and even. But when Gage stepped forward, there was an audible creak. He stomped his foot, locating the exact board that was making the sound, and then knelt to pry at the cracks. I leaned closer, holding the light up for him to see. Once Gage found the right grip, the board easily lifted away from the floor to reveal a cavity beneath. He reached for the candle and shone the light down into the hole, finding it empty of all but dirt and dust. Even so, for good measure, he cautiously prodded the opening for anything that might have been left behind. "Well, it appears whoever searched this room before us found what they were looking for," he declared, sitting back on his legs. He sighed in exasperation. "And I haven't the foggiest idea what it was." He dropped the board back into place with a thud, and then rose to roll the rug back over it. "If not Rory, who do you think it could be?" I asked. "Lady Langstone? Alfred's valet? Cooper?" He shook his head, staring at the rug. "I don't know, but it's clearly something they didn't want someone else to find. Whether that means it has something to do with Alfred's disappearance, I don't know. Not yet." I knew that tone of voice, and that set of his jaw. Stubborn resolve practically exuded from his pores. "But we're going to find Alfred, by whatever means necessary, even if my grandfather doesn't approve." His expression turned troubled. "Whether I like him or not, as his cousin, I owe Alfred that much." I didn't contradict him, though my opinion was precisely the opposite. He didn't owe his blackguard cousin anything, not after the way Alfred had treated him. But because Gage was a good man, an honourable one, I understood why he needed to try. "You think something bad has befallen him, don't you?" I murmured, able to read between the lines. "You're worried he's been injured, or worse." I reached for his hand, taking it between my own. He spoke quietly. "It seems more likely now than it did before." He swallowed. "And dead or alive, he deserves to be found." He didn't mention anything about bringing him justice. But if the worst should have happened, if Alfred had met with violence, that desire would swiftly follow. Chapter 12. Cresting a wind-swept rise, we pulled our horses to a stop to gaze out over the landscape. From our vantage at Langstone Manor, and even walking northwest toward the Langstone, I'd not realized how varied the terrain was. Instead of one gradual continuous rise, the moor undulated in dips and waves, sinking into valleys, carved by the rivers and streams that flowed through it, before climbing again. Below us the river Walkham ambled its way gently southward, but across its banks soared Great Miss Tor, its craggy slopes speckled with rocks, and its summit topped by impressive towering stacks of granite. A smoky haze had settled over the moor overnight, one that the brighter rays of the sun hadn't yet burnt its way through. But in spite of the mist, the air boasted a crisp, clear quality I'd experienced few other places. One that had a sharp, almost acrid undertone, and made the mouth pucker, but not unpleasantly. Turning my eyes to the south, I glimpsed the stony peaks of Ruse Tor and Great Staple Tor. Behind us to the east lay the manor and the village of Peter Tavy beyond. To the north stretched the desolation of Langstone Moor, its gorse and heather broken only by the occasional stone, and what appeared to be the remains of an old settlement. I should have been overawed by this sight, and I was, but I also felt uneasy, skittish. I dreamt again of a man watching us while we slept, a shadow looming over the end of our bed, but when I woke, there was no one there, although, unlike the night before, the window had not been open. I wasn't sure what to make of it. Was it a dream, an image conjured by my imagination,
perhaps influenced by our inquiry and the secrets that seemed to hide around every corner of Langstone Manor? Or was someone haunting us, entering our chamber by another means? Gage had blocked the entrance to the secret passage, but what if there was another? Or what if the intruder had simply entered through one of our bedchamber doors? If so, how was it possible that I was awake enough to be conscious of his presence, and yet unable to rouse myself to confront him? I repressed a shiver at the disturbing prospect. Sensing my apprehension, my horse danced to the side and tossed her head. I took a firmer grip on her reins and my tumbling nerves, and brought her back around, while I forced calm, steady breaths through my lungs. Gage cast me a curious glance, and I offered him as reassuring a smile as I could muster. In any case, it must be obvious to him that something was amiss. He knew well my skill with horses, and if a spirited gelding was unable to throw me, then I was certainly capable of handling this docile mare. Rory, however, was not familiar enough with my proficiencies to know better, and I had done nothing to dispel that notion as he and Gage discussed horseflesh during our ride. "What's gotten into you, Eyebright?" Rory chided, reaching over to grip her bridle. The pretty bay mare wickered in protest, and then sank her head in shame. I felt guilty for letting her take the blame, but it was better that I not explain my anxieties to Rory. Now that the horse was settled, he gave me a gentle smile and lifted his hand to point to a spot across the river. "That's Lorna Galloway's cottage, nestled among the bellheather and bilberry on the lower slopes of Great Miss Tor, not far from where the river curled to the east, perched a small stone cottage. Cottage being a somewhat ubiquitous term, ironically encompassing everything from humble one-room dwellings to lavish country residences boasting upward of 20 rooms. I hadn't known precisely what to expect, but this home definitely fell closer to the modest end of the category. I found it difficult to picture Lord Sherricombe riding his horse all the way out here to visit his mistress. I wasn't sure if such an arrangement spoke more to his character or his mistress's. Whatever the case, I hoped she loved them more, just as I hoped her daughter did, because they certainly lived in the depths of it. I couldn't help being curious about this woman, who'd been raised in such relative isolation, with naught but her mother and occasionally her father for company. Dartmoor was hauntingly lovely, but also wild and unforgiving. Such an environment must have imprinted on her soul somehow. Perhaps that was why Rory was so certain she was a witch. I nudged my horse forward, trailing Rory down the hill toward the river. Our steeds carefully picked their way through the rocks along the banks of the river upstream, until Rory found a place for us to cross. Along this upper valley, the river was by no means wide, but it was riddled with slick rocks. One wrong step by man or beast could result in broken limbs or a deadly head injury. "There's a stone slab bridge further upstream." Rory nodded toward the north. "But it's too narrow for the horses." But not too narrow for Alfred to have used. It further explained why Rory had suggested he might have headed northeast away from the manor, and then across to the east before turning south. Rory guided us to a spot where the river was shallow enough I could see the pebbled bottom. 30 feet or so further up the stream, the water cascaded musically over a stretch riddled with rocks, slowing the flow of water. This ended in what amounted to a crisp little pool where small trout darted to and fro. The location of Miss Galloway's cottage had been chosen with care. The cascade would provide clean drinking water, and the pool offered an abundance of fish. Once across, we followed a narrow trail along the river's edge, which utilized a natural indentation in the rising slope of Great Miss Tor, so the climb was not so steep. The path then levelled off and led away to the north and the stone cabin. Glancing about me, I couldn't see another habitation or living soul, merely rocks, heath, and sky. If one climbed to the top of the Tor, I imagined you could see for miles around on a clear day, but at this lower point, you might have believed yourself the only person in the world. It was beautiful, and its solitude called to my artistic nature, making me want to hole myself up here in this desolate spot and paint until I was too exhausted to stand, and then wake up and paint some more.
I'd rarely had time to indulge myself in such a manner in months. I could already feel my fingertips tingling with the desire to grip my specially weighted brushes. The idea of living such an isolated existence also chilled me. Not so long ago I'd considered just such a life. Worn down and disillusioned by all that had befallen me after the scandal over my involvement in my late husband's anatomy work, I'd thought to seclude myself in a cottage much like this. My sister and brother would have both been happy for me to continue shuffling between their households, but I'd begun to feel the weight of being such a burden to them. Withdrawal had seemed like it might be a better option. Had Gage not suddenly entered my world and made me long for more, convincing me to risk my life and my heart, even after all I'd been through, I might very well have ended up just like Miss Galloway. Except, I wouldn't have been completely alone. I knew my family. They might have let me live in my little cottage, but they would never have stayed away. I would have had frequent visitors. But according to Rory, Miss Galloway had no one but an absent father. "Miss Galloway lives here all alone?" I asked Rory again, feeling a sort of trepidation at the prospect of seeing the other side to the coin I'd flipped. Rory glanced over his shoulder, allowing me and Gage to ride our horses up alongside his before he answered. "Yes. Gossip in the village says she let the charwoman go who used to come out to her cottage to cook and clean several times a week. The same woman whom Sherricombe had hired to do so for her mother since you moved her out here." His voice was tight with a disapproval I didn't understand, for this action had no bearing on him, unless he alleged the charwoman's dismissal was to keep her from prying into Miss Galloway's witchy activities. As we drew closer to the stone cottage, I could see that it was indeed small, likely boasting only 2 or 3 rooms. A curtain in one of the windows twitched, and a few moments later a young woman emerged onto the small stone porch extending from the house in the direction of the river. She moved toward the corner closest to us, crossing her arms over her chest as she watched us approach. Her stance didn't appear the least inviting. Neither did her face, as we drew near enough to see it, though it was lovely. Large, heavily lashed eyes narrowed at us, and her pale pink lips puckered in antipathy. I could hardly blame her, especially when I glanced at Rory and saw the thinly veiled contempt gleaming in his eyes. Had I been able to reach him, and also do so subtly, I would have elbowed him in the ribs. Rory might distrust her, but thus far she'd done nothing to earn our disdain. We were the ones trespassing on her favour, so to speak, unless the sight of her unbound hair was what had so riled him. Her long blonde locks fell past her waist, tied back from her face with a ribbon, like a young girl might have worn. As a rule, women did not wear their hair down among polite society, but then again, she probably hadn't been expecting company. However, the rest of her appearance was faultless, even somewhat modest, given her high-necked, lace-trimmed, rose-patterned dress and kid boots. In any case, Gage seemed unruffled by her appearance, giving her one of his most charming smiles. "Pardon us for the intrusion," he demurred, breaking the rules of protocol to speak to her before his cousin could properly introduce us, undoubtedly out of fear of what rude remark Rory might open with. "We don't wish to impose upon your time." He nodded to Rory. "But my cousin said you might be able to help us." "How is that?" she retorted, not softening in the least under Gage's attention. Ignoring the hostility in her gaze, he dismounted so that he could speak with her at her level, or a little below her level, as the height of the porch put her above anyone standing below. "I'm Sebastian Gage, and this is my wife." She flicked a glance at me, as I also dismounted, quickly dismissing me. "We're looking for my cousin, Lord Langstone. His grandfather is concerned because he's been missing for nearly a fortnight. The last anyone saw of him, he walked out onto the moor and never returned." Miss Galloway tilted her head. "And what is that to me?" It was spoken as almost a challenge. She must have known what people presumed about her. She would have to be soft in the head not to, but it was obvious she resented those assumptions. "We thought you might have seen something." Gage hesitated. "Are you acquainted with Lord Langstone?"
Miss Galloway arched a single eyebrow, clearly aware we knew the answer to this question. I almost smiled at her refusal to be taken in by Gage's charm and careful handling. "I'm sure Mr. Trevelyan has already informed you of that fact." She shot Rory a venomous look, where he still remained on horseback. "Is he here?" Rory replied bluntly. I could see that Miss Galloway wanted to deliver him a scathing set-down, but she settled for a sharp-worded "no" instead. Rory narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "When was the last time you saw him?" Gage interjected before Rory could speak again. "Could he have passed this way?" She exhaled in frustration. "I already told the men who were out searching for Lord Langstone during the days immediately after he apparently went missing that I'd not seen him in over a week. I'm sorry he's missing, but I can't help you." She spread her hands. "I don't know where he is." "Did he ever say that he planned to go away, or mention any friends he intended to see?" She shook her head, her patience growing thin. "Was he acting strangely in any way the last time you saw him?" Gage hastened to ask before she cut him off. This question made her brow furrow, though I couldn't be sure why. Truth be told, I was having difficulty interpreting her mannerisms. She was guarded and irritated by our presence, but had she also adopted her angry, rigid behaviour to mask the fact that she was lying? Before she could form a reply, Rory spoke again, making me wish we'd left him behind and found our way here on our own. "Why did you dismiss old Mrs. Dunning?" I assumed he meant the charwoman he'd mentioned earlier, a matter which, as far as I could tell, had no bearing on Alfred's disappearance. Any softening that Gage had painstakingly achieved with Miss Galloway was lost as her spine stiffened. "I don't believe that's any of your business. What are you doing in that cottage that you don't want her to see?" She gave a mocking laugh. "What do you think I'm doing? Brining cats? Filleting fenny snake?" she quipped, borrowing from Shakespeare's Macbeth. "Poisoning entrails?" But this last taunt struck too close to Rory's suspicions, and he pounced on it like a cat with a string. "Are you making poisons? Is that why you sent Mrs. Dunning away?" Miss Galloway scowled. "Why should I pay someone else to do something I can do for myself? If Lord Sherricombe is willing to compensate her, why would you want to do the work yourself?" Rory sneered. I could sense the frustration simmering within her that she would never be able to make such a man understand, so I quietly answered for her, "Because life is fickle." She lowered her gaze to meet mine for the first time since we'd been introduced. "Because Lord Sherricombe might not have the decency or the foresight to leave her anything in his will, and his heir might not wish to continue to support her." Something flickered behind her eyes, a sort of understanding, as she recognized I was far more familiar with her situation than she would have ever guessed. When Sir Anthony had died, he'd left me little more than a pittance. The rest had gone to his cousin, a man who had never liked me and absolutely despised me after learning of my part in Sir Anthony's work. Had my sister and her husband not welcomed me into their home, I would have had nowhere to go, and barely enough money to live respectably, albeit humbly, for a handful of years. After that, my only choice would have been to remarry, or find some form of employment in the few positions open to impecunious gentlewomen. That is, if I could convince a man or an employer to overlook my lack of fortune and scandalous past. I shuddered to think what would have become of me, if not for my family. Men like Rory and even Gage had never had to worry about such eventualities. Even as a second son, Rory could rely on Lord Tavistock to bequeath him a significant enough portion that he would never need worry about survival. His brother might eject him from Langstone Manor when he inherited, but he would have enough funds to live elsewhere without difficulty, just as Gage had known since a young age that he would always inherit the portion Lord Tavistock bestowed on him as the future child of his mother in Emma and Lord Gage's wedding contract. This had enabled Gage to live his life without being under his father's thumb, and had made our marriage possible. Otherwise, I was certain Lord Gage would have cut him off without a farthing for daring to defy him and wed me. As such, even though Miss Galloway's life had been very different from my own, I still felt an affinity for her. Her intelligence and spunk only made me predisposed to like her more, as well as her refusal to cow to either Rory's badgering or Gage's charm. Such delight in her actions was counter to our aims, but I enjoyed it all the same. Miss Galloway's green eyes gleamed at me, as if she recognized the pleasure I was taking in her defiance. "I comprehend your predicament, Miss Galloway," Gage replied politely. "But it really is most urgent that we find Lord Langstone. Is there truly no assistance you can give us?" "I suggest you search her cottage," Rory declared. "I wouldn't be surprised to find she's hiding him. That, or you'll find evidence of his belongings. Perhaps, when her poison didn't work on him, she killed him by a more direct method." Miss Galloway's glower returned, though this time it was also tinged with the perplexity I shared. Why was Rory so antagonistic? His remarks went above and beyond mere condescension. And why was he suddenly so certain she had played some part in Alfred's disappearance? The location of her cottage, isolated out here among the moors, was convenient to the last place Alfred was seen, but one could hardly cast blame based on the placement of a person's dwelling. "You are not entering my cottage," Miss Galloway retorted to Rory, and then nodded at Gage. "And neither is he." Her eyes then fell to me. "But I'll allow Lady Darby to search, if she wishes." So she was aware of who I was. Gage had introduced me as his wife. He'd made no mention of the title from my first husband I retained out of courtesy. Who had told her about me? Alfred? The villagers? I stepped forward, willing to put our curiosity to rest, and hopeful she would more readily answer our questions without Rory glaring sullenly down at her from the horse he'd never dismounted. But Gage reached out a hand to halt me. I looked up into his pale blue eyes, able to read his concern. Though he had the courtesy not to say the words aloud, I knew he was asking me whether following Miss Galloway inside was a wise thing to do. I arched my eyebrows, uncertain what exactly he assumed would befall me inside. Did he think Miss Galloway would attack me, or was he more worried about her casting a spell? "I'll be fine," I assured him in a low voice. Miss Galloway stood by her door, ushering me inside. Although I didn't share Gage's trepidation, I still paused ever so slightly at the threshold. Yes, I felt kinship with this woman, but I didn't truly know her. What if I was wrong to believe she didn't wish me ill? After all, I'd been fooled in the past. I met her gaze, and the steady, watchful regard she returned helped me take the final step inside. If she were intent on harming me, wouldn't she have given me a reassuring smile in order to coax me into her domain? Even so, my heart kicked in my chest as she slammed the door shut behind us. Chapter 13. After all of Rory's allusions to witches, I'm not sure what I had expected to find, but it wasn't the cosy room into which she ushered me. The cottage was indeed tiny, but every space had been used with such clever economy that it didn't feel confining. The front half of the main room was set up as a kitchen, including a table and benches, a cupboard, and an iron rack from which pots hung. Various herbs hung from another part of the ceiling, being dried before they were stored in the jars that lined several shelves below them. A large stone hearth dominated the center of the room, dividing the kitchen from a small sitting area with 2 well-worn chairs. Thick woolen blankets draped over the backs of each, while a round table set between them boasted a stack of 5 or 6 books. Below it rested a basket of mending on a threadbare but well-cared-for rug covering the slate floor. My eyes were first drawn to the chairs, and then the door at the far side of the room. It was impossible to tell whether both chairs had been used recently, for they both sported permanent indentations in the fabric. But if Alfred was hiding here, he was likely through that door. "You can take a look," Miss Galloway told me, following my gaze, "but I assure you, there's no one there." I wanted to believe her, but I also knew I needed to at least peek inside.
Crossing the small space, I opened the door and quickly scanned the contents of the room. They were few, naught but a bed covered in a faded quilt, a dresser, a rug, and a few dresses hung on hooks. Though I felt silly and somewhat embarrassed doing so, I lifted aside the quilt and peered under the bed. There was nothing but a few boxes, just as I'd expected. Still, as unobtrusively as possible, I sniffed the bedding and the air, trying to detect if a man's scent lingered here, his cologne, his musk, anything that was unlikely to belong to Miss Galloway. But the sheets smelled of lavender, and the flowers sitting in a vase on the dresser concealed most of the other odours. Returning to the main room, I noted that the drying herbs also perfumed the air, overpowering even the sense of any recent cooking. It was obvious this had not been done with intention, but if Alfred had been here, it would be a happy coincidence. Miss Galloway stood next to the table, patiently watching me as I took all of this in. "I apologize," I told her, as my skin tingled with embarrassment. "But Lord Langstone has been missing for so long. His family is growing a bit frantic." I hoped that was explanation enough for our prying. Her eyes dipped to the wood of the table as she trailed her fingers over the grain. "I was under the impression they were not so caring." I studied her downturned face, wondering just how well she knew Alfred. How much had he shared with her? "But I suppose a missing heir does constitute a problem," she added, lifting her eyes to meet mine again. "Yes, well, I've learned sometimes those who care the most also exhibit the gruffest demeanours. They simply don't know how to express it. Despite my animosity toward him, I hated to think that Alfred believed none of his family cared for him. And then I thought of Gage, of the family's callous, brusque treatment of him, and sighed. And sometimes things are exactly how they appear." Miss Galloway tilted her head, sensing there was more to my statement than I admitted, but she did not press. Before she could change her mind, I nodded toward the plants hanging from the ceiling. "This is quite an impressive collection of herbs. Do you grow them yourself?" "Many of them. I have a small plot on the eastern side of the house. The others I gather from the moor and the river beds. We found a brown tincture in one of the drawers in Alfred's chamber. Did you prepare it for him?" I tried to word my question in as conversational a manner as I could, which seemed to amuse Miss Galloway, for her lips quirked upward at the corners. Her shoulders relaxed, and her brow smoothed of its last pleats. Apparently she had decided to trust I meant her no harm. "I did. It was a recipe I learned from my mother. I mix a batch every few weeks, for I always have villagers asking for it." "What is it used for?" "Stomach ailments." My eyes widened, though this somehow shouldn't have surprised me. "It contains things like chamomile, catmint, aniseed, fennel seed, dillweed, and a few other ingredients. Nothing particularly unusual." She crossed the room and reached into one of her cabinets and extracted a bottle similar to the one we'd found in Alfred's room. "This is from the same batch, if you wish to test it." I took it from her, opening the lid to smell the contents. "Was this the first time he'd purchased a bottle from you?" "Yes, though—" She hesitated, and I arched my eyebrows in question. Her lips compressed in an awkward grin. "It wasn't the first remedy he'd purchased from me." She cleared her throat, dropping her gaze, "though the first was done more in jest than actual need." I frowned in confusion, examining her averted eyes and the pink tinge of her cheeks until comprehension dawned. "You mean—" She cleared her throat again. "Yes, he purported to have masculine difficulties." It was my turn to blush. "Is that how you met?" "Yes, I discerned immediately he was doing it as some sort of jape. He wasn't the first man to think such a ruse would be amusing and cause me no end of discomfort." I scowled, annoyed on her behalf. "But he was the first to return and apologize." My surprise must have been evident, for she actually laughed. "I take it you haven't heard very complimentary things about him. Perhaps justifiably, I might add. Well, He was quite cruel to my husband growing up, and he's done nothing in the years since to make me believe he's any different, so you'll have to excuse me if I'm not inclined to think good things about him." Her smile turned wry. "I well believe it, and if it's any consolation, I wanted to slap his smug face the first time I met him, as I'm sure you wish you could." "Oh, I'd like to do a bit more than that." Her grin widened. I inhaled. "But I shall restrain myself," I grimaced, "if I ever get the chance." Her smile vanished as she nodded, acknowledging the fact that he was still lost, and for the first time, genuine concern crossed her features. "So you became friends," I guessed, slipping the tincture she'd given me into the pocket of my dark charcoal-grey riding ensemble. "Of sorts." Her gaze strayed toward the window, where a beam of sunlight had broken through the mist. "Actually, I found him to be quite amiable once he stopped behaving like such a wretch. I shall be sad if I hear something unfortunate has happened to him." There was something in her voice, something fraught and apprehensive. She opened her mouth as if to say more, but then restrained herself, casting me a humorless smile. I wasn't quite sure what to make of her reaction, but I suspected she was being honest about one thing. She had grown to like Alfred, but as merely a friend, or something more. "I know you don't know me," I began hesitantly, "but if you know something, if you need someone to confide in, I will do my best to keep what you tell me in confidence." Her eyes widened, making me certain I'd guessed correctly. There was something she was not saying, but was it about her personal relationship with Alfred, or something to do with his disappearance? She seemed to consider my offer, but ultimately only nodded. Then her gaze fell to my chest, and I realized she was staring at my amethyst pendant. I reached up to finger it, curious at her interest. "Someone who loved you gave that to you," Miss Galloway murmured with quiet certainty. "Yes, my mother, just before she died. She'd claimed it would protect me, and being only 8 years old, I'd believed her. Now I wore it as much as a way of keeping her near, as for security." Her gaze lifted to bore into mine. "Keep it close. Don't take it off." I blinked, startled by her pronouncement. "Why?" Her eyes clouded with trouble. "There is a darkness that hovers over that house, a shadow that seems to touch every life that falls within its reach." A chill swept through me as I continued to try to make sense of what she was saying. "I can't explain it, but I sense it. And I can tell you that Lord Langstone is not the first person from Langstone Manor to go missing." "What do you mean?" She shook her head, unwilling to say anything more about it. "Just wear your pendant, and keep that tincture. You might have need of it." She turned toward the door, dismissing me, and I glanced up to see a drying bouquet hanging over the entry, one just like the flowers we'd found in Alfred's chamber. "That's why you gave Lord Langstone the herb Bennet," I guessed, before she could open the door. She pressed her hand flat to the wood, turning her head to speak over her shoulder. "Yes, it's for protection, among other things." She exhaled heavily. "But apparently it didn't work." Before I could ask her anything further, she pulled open the door and stepped to the side to allow me to pass. I accepted her dismissal this time, without demurral. Gage and Rory, who had finally dismounted, stood by the horses, staring up at us quizzically. Before I could join them, Miss Galloway stopped me with a hesitant touch to my arm. If you should like to come again," she glanced at the men. "Just you would be welcome." Her voice was timid, as if she was uncertain how I would accept such a proposition, and wary of giving it because of that. I couldn't help but wonder how many times she'd made similar overtures of friendship over the years, and had them rebuffed. "You could bring your sketchbook. I can show you some beautiful settings." So she definitely knew my past, for we'd made no mention of my talent as an artist, and yet she still wanted to befriend me. I smiled, having no trouble making it genuine. "I would like that." Her eyes brightened, and she nodded, leaving it at that. Gage arched his eyebrows in question as I approached, but he said nothing as he turned to help me remount. In sharp contrast, Rory was practically bursting to ask me what had happened. I ignored him, lifting an arm in farewell to Miss Galloway as we turned our horses and rode back down the path in the direction of the manor. As much as I liked Miss Galloway, she was still a puzzle. Rory had led me to believe her mother had come from a lowly birth, but Miss Galloway's manner of speech said otherwise. She was intelligent, articulate, and poised. Isolated out here on the moors in that small cottage, she could only have learned such comportment and enunciation from her mother. She must have come from a family that was gentry, if not nobility, which meant her family had almost certainly disowned her. But who were they? Before I could contemplate the matter further, questions and accusations burst from Rory's lips.
"You were in there quite a long time. Could you tell if Alfred had been there? Was she brewing more potions?"
I cast him a quelling look. No, there was no sign of Alfred, and she wasn't brewing anything. Her cottage appears perfectly common, perfectly normal. She has an impressive array of herbs, but that's to be expected, considering she makes medicinal cures for the villagers. I elected not to mention the bottle of tincture thumping against my leg in my pocket. I wasn't sure I wanted Rory to know I had it. As for the rest, I decided it was best to keep what I'd learned to myself until Gage and I were alone.
"Well, then if Miss Galloway is not hiding him, or conscious of his whereabouts, I suppose we shall have to try elsewhere,"
Gage declared, spurring his horse forward to lead us down the track leading to the river.
"Surely you don't believe her?" Rory protested. "The woman is as skilled a liar as they come."
I scowled over my shoulder at him as I urged my mare to follow Gage's. "Why are you so determined to distrust her? I was under the impression you were barely acquainted with her." I didn't have a chance to view Rory's reaction, as my concentration was needed to maintain my seat as the path steeply dropped down to the stream. In any case, Rory didn't try to answer, but seemed to be ruminating on something unpleasant when I glanced back at him just before we forded the river at the same calm pool. It wasn't until our horses had climbed the slope out of the valley and back onto the higher part of the moor that he drew up alongside us.
"I wasn't going to say anything, but perhaps it's best if I do."
Still he hesitated. His eyes almost looked stricken, and my stomach tightened in dread, somehow knowing I wouldn't like what he was about to say.
"I distrust Miss Galloway because we always suspected her mother was the person who sold Annie the poison she used on Gage's mother."
My gaze flew to my husband. I felt sick with shock, but I was more concerned with how he would take this revelation. He sat stonily in his saddle, his hands gripping his reins as he struggled to keep his feelings in check. It was evident that Rory's admission was as new to him as it was to me. He'd known his mother's maid, Annie, had poisoned her, but I'm not sure he'd ever contemplated where Annie had gotten the poison. "You said suspected," I said, when it became obvious Gage was not capable of making a reply. Not at the moment. My heart squeezed at his distress. "So you have no proof it was Miss Galloway's mother?"
"No, but there simply wasn't anyone else." Rory shrugged. "Not unless Annie travelled far afield to obtain it."
Which was possible, but not very likely, and all but impossible to discover now, 15 years later. Not to mention the fact there was no way of knowing if Miss Galloway's mother had known what Annie intended to use the poison for. With Annie having been hanged long ago for her crime, and Miss Galloway's mother dead, there was really no point in stirring it all up again. But Rory's warning was duly noted. Just because I'd felt empathy for Miss Galloway didn't mean I could trust her. I pressed a hand to the fabric concealing the bottle of tincture she'd given me, curious whether its contents would match those inside the bottle we'd found in Alfred's room. Upon our return to Langstone, Gage set off to visit his grandfather. He invited me to join him,
but I demurred, figuring the two of them needed to spend some time alone. Maybe Lord Tavistock would feel more comfortable delving into private matters without me hovering in the background. Rather than remain in our chamber, where Bree was puttering around, I elected to explore the manor. I could have dismissed my maid, but it was already difficult enough for her to complete her tasks in a strange house without my impeding her just so I could be alone. Besides, I'd been eager to poke my nose into some of the other rooms and corridors ever since our arrival. The unsettling sensations I'd experienced outside Alfred's chamber had dampened my enthusiasm somewhat, but I was still determined to discover what I could. So, armed with a candle and a tinderbox tucked in my pocket, just in case a stray wind or mischievous ghost blew it out, I set off down a corridor I'd yet to traverse. My progress was slow, as I took my time to examine some of the treasures, or lack thereof, gracing the walls. I was surprised to find valuable and exquisite paintings by Vermeer and Titian interspersed with other poorly executed works of art. Had the worthless pictures all represented the same style, I would have attributed them to a family member, but it was clear most of them had been created by different people. I couldn't decide whether that meant Lord Tavistock and his ancestors had been clueless about art, or they hoped to flummox any would-be thieves. I nearly gasped at the sight of a Rembrandt, hanging haphazardly above a mahogany side table with a bust in one corner. This masterpiece should be hung with more care, taking pride of place high on the wall of the dining room or drawing room, not tucked next to a stand filled with spears that could topple over and tear the canvas. The only thing reassuring about the random placement of these artworks was that the corridors were so dark, at least sunlight certainly couldn't damage them. I found dusty bedchambers with their contents covered in white sheets, and private sitting rooms with their writing desks still stocked with stationery. I even stumbled into an old garde-robe, with its hole carefully covered by a plank of wood. Down a flight of stairs at the back of the house, I stumbled into a billiard room, with its balls racked, ready to be played. It appeared less abandoned than many of the other chambers, making me suspect it had seen more recent use. Retracing my steps, I turned right down the next corridor, hoping to locate the library, and found myself at the end of a long passage that overlooked some shadowy chamber below. I realized with a start that this was the portrait gallery. Peeking over the railing spanning one length of the corridor, I could see down into what I presumed to be some sort of great hall or ballroom. Turning back toward the portraits, I inched my way down the gallery, examining each one. Before my eyes, the Trevelyan features regressed through the centuries. A large portion of the males seemed to have inherited the same striking silver eyes Lord Tavistock possessed, though I pondered if maybe the artists had exaggerated the intensity of their sheen in several of the pictures. One painting in particular drew my attention, for it boasted 3 people as its subjects. The man held pride of place, glowering down at me with his silver eyes, while a rather dowdy woman hovered behind him. Then almost in the background stood another woman, her face averted, as if she were looking over her shoulder. She appeared as if she weren't supposed to be in the portrait at all, as if she'd accidentally meandered into the background. But of course the artist would have had to have added her with intention. But why had he painted her thusly? I recalled what Miss Galloway had said about Alfred not being the first person to have gone missing from Langstone Manor, and I couldn't help but wonder if this woman was the other vanishing resident. Lifting my candle higher, I studied all of the portraits with renewed interest, curious which of these people might also have disappeared. Had they ever been found, or was this the last trace of their existence? I shivered in a stray draught. My sense of foreboding and the flickering light of the candle combined to eerily magnify the emotions captured in the faces of Gage's ancestors, making them all the more intense, so that the jaded Georgian gentleman in his curled wig seemed to roll his eyes. The laughter of a simpering debutante in a golden gown with large hoops almost tinkled aloud from behind her fan, and the fiercely scowling Roundhead all but leapt out at me. His glaring visage made me startle and nearly drop my candle. Or perhaps it was the sharp realization that I was not alone. Chapter 14. I spun around to see the Dowager Lady Langstone step out of the shadows at the other end of the gallery. How long she'd been watching me I didn't know, but I felt a pulse of irritation at her for behaving so. She could have announced herself. She wore a gown of Chartreuse silk, another dress that was elegantly fashionable and all but put my simple forest green gown with bows at the shoulders to shame. Her thick hair was arranged in ringlets on either side of her head and topped with a thin gold diadem. I couldn't help but admire her cool beauty, though it made me wonder why she'd not remarried. Though I couldn't say much for her personality, her attractiveness and impeccable breeding should have attracted a second husband. In my experience, most gentlemen never looked past the exterior and the basic niceties. I assumed she'd not wish to enter into matrimony again. But why? Was she all consumed with her son's inheritances, or was there another reason? Her dark eyes gleamed at me in the candlelight like hard gems. Admiring our artwork, I scrutinized her features, trying to tell whether she was slyly implying she'd been observing me for even longer than I suspected. But I already knew if I asked her outright, she would deny it. Instead, I turned back to the portraits on the wall. Some more than others, I replied indifferently. She stepped up beside me, gazing up at the fine lines etched into the face of a woman attired in an Elizabethan ruff. It was one of the oldest paintings in the collection, possibly the wife of the first Baron Langstone, long before Viscount Tavistock was added to their titles. They say she was mistress to the king, another lady-in-waiting, plucked from the Queen's service, and that's why her husband was granted the title and these lands. She could only have been talking about Henry VIII, for no other king would have been the right age, though she spoke as if she were gossiping about the current monarch. How many titles do you think have been won thusly, by a woman on her back? Her piercing gaze turned to meet mine before returning to the portrait. I suspected she'd just insulted me, and that I was supposed to respond with righteous indignation. Contrarily, a bubble of amusement rose inside me. After all the dreadful names I'd been called, all the gruesome acts I'd been unjustly accused of, being charged with seducing Sebastian Gage, the golden Lothario, into marriage, was almost laughable. It certainly wasn't worth getting ruffled by, not when it was what Lady Langstone clearly wanted. I smothered a giggle and strolled on to the next portrait, trusting she would follow. I understand Lord Tavistock is hopeful of an engagement between Lord Langstone and Lady Juliana Maristow. Yes. She paused for so long after that single statement that I thought she was going to refuse to elaborate. Whether she'd been weighing her words or my silence had prodded her into saying more, I wasn't certain, but it seemed far more likely to be the former. It is a good match. Was Alfred pleased by it? Her chin arched a degree higher as she replied almost in challenge. Why would he not be? I turned to look at her, finding her answer interesting. Lady Langstone seemed to me a very deliberate person, and though she could be startled into giving a reaction or response that hadn't been first carefully considered, I didn't think this had been one of those instances. If she had believed her son was pleased by the engagement, would she not have said so? Did that mean she knew better, that Alfred had not liked it? Had she joined Lord Tavistock in pressuring him to accept the match regardless? As if aware of the topic of my contemplation, she switched to another topic. I trust your rooms have been satisfactory. Our rooms are lovely, though... I hesitated, uncertain whether to mention the pranks to Lady Langstone. In the end, I decided I was more curious what her reaction would be than worried she would dismiss my concerns as silly. I believe some of your staff might be intent on making mischief. The missing trunks, she surmised, without removing her gaze from the portrait of a mother and her 5 children we were standing before. She sighed. It is so hard to find good staff in this area, especially since the manor presses into the heart of Dartmoor. It's always been this way.
she added, as we sauntered down to the next painting. Maids coming and going, and the ones that do stay often aren't of the best quality, as Mrs. Gage found out. I blinked at the portrait before me, shocked she'd referred to the maid who poisoned Gage's mother in such a conversational manner. However, I refused to give her the satisfaction of seeing she'd disconcerted me. But Lady Langstone wasn't finished. She sighed again, rather affectedly. I told her to get rid of that maid. There were plenty of other girls from the villages nearby she could have employed, but she wouldn't listen, and look where it got her. Buried cold in the ground, I couldn't help but retort, made furious by her casually cruel remarks. She flinched, but then recovered. Well, yes. I silently fumed, trying to keep my temper under control, and almost missed what Lady Langstone said next. She brought that maid with her from Plymouth, you know. She wasn't a local girl. I turned to her quizzically. Annie wasn't Mrs. Gage's maid before she married? No, she scoffed. She couldn't afford the woman her father employed for her. Her husband hadn't yet attained his riches. She spoke with distaste, as if Lord Gage had been a privateer, pillaging and looting, not the captain of a Royal Navy vessel who'd captured a number of large ships for the Crown as war prizes. Ignoring the tone of her voice, I tried to focus on the content of her words. So life in Plymouth was rather less grand than here at Langstone, especially in the early years of her marriage. She wrinkled her nose. I suspect it was downright squalid. Coming from her, such a description could imply any number of conditions, so I did not concern myself with the details. A Royal Navy captain might not boast of impressive accommodations, but he also wouldn't live in a ramshackle lodging. However, it was plain Gage's mother had come down in the world, greatly. When she returned here with young Sebastian and that maid in tow, she claimed it was her illness that convinced her to make the move, but I didn't believe it. She sniffed. It was evident to me she was simply tired of her life in that tiny house by the sea, doing much of the work she was accustomed to the servants managing. That's the real reason she showed up here without warning. She wanted to come home, but she couldn't. Not really. So she claimed she was only here for a visit, just until her health improved, until her husband came back from the sea. I didn't want to give her story any credence, especially not when it was delivered in such a self-righteous tone. But there were elements of it that struck me as being perhaps more accurate than what I'd always assumed, given the little information Gage had relayed to me. Wasn't she ill? I asked, turning to face her directly. She brushed this aside with a flick of her wrist. No more than a convenient cough when it suited her. She didn't truly become ill until a year or two later, and then, I suppose you know the rest. About the poisoning. About how her maid Annie had feared she would be replaced, and so began dosing her mistress with poison from time to prolong her illness. It was heartless the way Lady Langstone spoke of it, as if it were merely a trifling matter. It made me angry, and determined that she wouldn't escape this conversation unscathed. We visited Lord Glanville yesterday. Had I not been watching for it, I might not have detected the way her eyes flinched. "Did you?" she replied, with an admirable amount of nonchalance. "Then I assume he confirmed the information I already relayed to you." Her eyebrows arched in accusation. "Yes, and no." I furrowed my brow, as if she had confused me. "Why did you tell us Lord Glanville visited you, when it was you who went to him?" I elected not to mention the flurried state Glanville had described her being in. "Did he tell you that?" she asked with cool reserve. She shook her head as if in bemusement. "The man is a drunk, and likely can't recall one day from the next." "Are you saying you didn't visit him?" Her smile tightened to something akin to pity. "I'm saying the man can't be trusted." Once again, she hadn't really answered my question,
and her implication that I was to be pitied for my naivete was grating. "Does that mean you think he's involved in Alfred's disappearance?" "No," she huffed. "It means you shouldn't believe everything you hear." She started to turn away, but paused to offer me one last bit of advice. "Lady Darby, if I were you, I would spend less time worrying about the veracity of Lord Glanville's memory and more time concerned with the violent man you married." I blinked in astonishment. "Ask him about the dagger," she said, and then swept from the room before I could recover from my state of shock to demand she explain. I didn't believe for even 1 second that Gage was a violent man. I'd known violent men. I'd seen the way they operated. I'd survived a marriage with one. Yes, it had only been 3 months since Gage and I wed, but never during that time, or the 8 months before, had he displayed any sign of those characteristics. Not to mention the fact that 2 of his closest friends were also my brother-in-law and an old family friend. I had no doubt Philip and Michael would have warned me if Gage exhibited any forceful tendencies. That being said, Lady Langstone evidently wanted me to find out about something. She'd mentioned a dagger, and I could only assume it was the Bray ceremonial dagger referred to at dinner 2 evenings prior. I'd perceived then how the mention of it affected Gage, but I hadn't yet asked him about it. I suppose now was as good a time as any. Unfortunately, when I returned to our chambers, Gage was nowhere to be seen, and by the time I heard him return to the connecting room, I was already dressing for dinner. I was curious where he'd been all afternoon, and told him so when he joined me to escort me down to the dining room. Hammett arranged for me to speak with several members of the staff, including the gardener who last saw Alfred. He glanced at me in puzzlement. "Did a servant not relay my message asking you to join me if you were available?" I shook my head. He frowned. "An oversight, I suppose. But I could tell neither of us really believed that. In any case, the gardener no longer had the newspaper clipping Alfred dropped. Frustration tightened his voice. Said no one told him it could be important, so he burned it as kindling. He seemed genuinely distressed when I asked for it, so I don't think there was any malice intended." "Did he read it?" "He couldn't. He's only literate enough to recognize his own name and a few place names and such. But he said he noticed the words Langstone, Tavistock, and Gunnislake, which is a small village southwest of Tavistock. Beyond that, he couldn't make anything else out." "That's not much to go on." "No, it's not. But perhaps my grandfather will have some idea what the article was about." He exhaled wearily. "Barring that, I suppose I could search for an intact copy of the edition of Woolmer's Gazette we found in Alfred's chamber." I lifted the skirts of my claret-red evening gown with black braid as we descended the stairs, lowering my voice so as not to be heard by anyone hovering in the entry hall below. "That might require an awful lot of effort to discover something we're not even certain has anything to do with your cousin's disappearance." He grimaced. "That's why I'm hoping Grandfather can enlighten me instead. I wanted to ask him about his visit with his grandfather earlier that day, but we were nearly to the bottom of the staircase and would soon be joining Lady Langstone and Rory. In that little time, I knew I wouldn't receive a satisfactory answer, not to mention the fact that I wished a few moments to prepare myself before seeing Gage's aunt again. I'd wanted to plead a headache, except I'd known it simply wouldn't do for either of us to miss 2 dinners in a row. My suspicion that Lady Langstone would view my absence as some sort of triumph also steeled my resolve. That being said, I did not dally over dinner. There were only so many of Lady Langstone's venomous looks and sly cutting remarks I could endure, especially when Rory did little to help direct the conversation elsewhere. I might have felt annoyed with him, except that he seemed so apologetic when I did manage to pull his attention away from whatever preoccupied him. Clearly something was bothering him, and I hoped he would take the opportunity to confide in Gage when I slipped away, claiming fatigue. In any case, I had something much more interesting to devote my evening to.
Lifting the skirts of my dress, I hurried back to my bedchamber. I was pleased to see Bree had found the items I'd requested. After tugging on the bell pull to summon her, I hurried over to the dressing table to examine the platter, clear glasses, and sieve. I pulled the key out from where I'd secured it inside my corset and leaned over to unlock the bottom right drawer. Inside sat my jewellery case, as well as the 2 bottles of Miss Galloway's tincture. I set the bottles on the table and rose to fetch some sheets of foolscap to jot down my notes when Bree arrived. She'd merely arched her eyebrows earlier when I relayed the list of items I needed her to procure for me, accustomed to my odd requests. But now she studied the arrangement on the dressing table with mild alarm. "Dinna tell me that's poison in those bottles," she chided. I glanced down at them and back at her. Most likely not. Then I narrowed my eyes, curious what she might have heard below stairs, and from whom. "Why did you suspect poison?" She scoffed and pushed away from the door. "Because why else would you be intent on examining their contents? You're not trying to duplicate a recipe." Her mouth quirked wryly. "You and Mr. Gage do investigate murders, milady. That means poison." I smiled at her logic and allowed myself to be spun around. Her fingers deftly began working their way down the buttons. "I hope you weren't planning to strain potions in this dress. One splash, and the silk will be ruined." "Of course not," I lied. "I was just getting everything prepared." Her quiet harumph told me she didn't believe me for a second. "What's supposed to be in those bottles? Something Lord Langstone drank?" "A tincture for a stomach ailment. At least, that's what Miss Galloway claims. We found the nearly empty bottle in Lord Langstone's chamber. Miss Galloway gave me the full bottle this morning and claimed it was from the same batch. And you want to compare their contents to find out if she's telling the truth?" "Exactly." With little warning, Bree whisked my gown up over my head. "Who's this Miss Galloway?" "She's the illegitimate daughter of Lord Sherricombe. Lives out on the moor in the same cottage she grew up in with her now-deceased mother." I swiveled, so I could see Bree's image in the looking-glass as she began loosening the strings of my corset. "Actually, Mr. Trevelyan tried to convince us she's a witch." It turned out I hadn't needed to see my maid's reflection to observe her reaction, for she tugged so sharply on the corset strings, I nearly lost my balance. "My apologies, milady." "If anything, I would say she's more of an herbalist," I continued, "or simply a hedge witch, as Gage says they're called on Dartmoor." I turned to glower over my shoulder at her. "Now tell me why the suggestion that she's a witch so startled you." "'Tis nothing. Only—" I arched my eyebrows, waiting impatiently for her to explain. "The other servants have been telling me some of the local folklore. I imagine there are quite a few colourful tales connected with Dartmoor." The land was too isolated and atmospheric not to be the subject of myth, especially when one considered the high number of deaths connected to its natural hazards. Combine all that, and the moors must be rife with legends. She nodded, removing my corset. "Aye, pixies bent on mischief, vanishing cottages, beasts protecting treasures, even a lady who turns into a black dog every midnight and runs alongside a coach made from her husband's bones." I sat on the bench and leaned over to remove my shoes and stockings. "Is she the witch you're so concerned about?" "Nay," Bree reassured me as she returned with my nightdress. "Least, not till she removes every blade of grass from her castle. 'Tis only then she can be at rest, or free to cause more mischief." I looked up at her, trying to tell if she was serious or pitching the gammon. She seemed to be in earnest, but that still didn't explain her reaction. I cast her a long-suffering look as she lifted my night rail to drop it over my head, refusing to raise my arms until she acknowledged it. "But they did tell me another tale that was about a witch," she hastened to add. "Named Vixana." I let the folds of the nightdress settle around me and swiveled to allow Bree to remove the pins from my hair while she related the tale. "She lived in a cave at the foot of a tor to the south, no far from here, and she hated people, despised them, though no one could remember why. Anyway,
She spent her days perched on top of her tor, waiting to cause harm to any who passed. Near her tor lies a bog, and when travellers would try to take the track past her home, she would summon a thick mist to disorient them, so they would stumble into the bog, ne'er to be seen again. Because of it, locals took another trail, which led through the roughest part to the moor, miles out of their way, just to avoid going past Vixana's home. Bree picked up a hairbrush, running it soothingly through my hair, before she began to plait it. This went on for many years, no one kens how long, until a young Mormon, who'd been given special powers because of a favour he performed for the pixies, decided to investigate Vixana's tor. When Vixana saw him walking along the track toward her, she summoned the mist as she always did, but because of the gift of clear sight that the pixies had given him, the Moorman was able to stay to the path and cross the bog unharmed. When Vixana saw this, she screamed in frustration and began to weave another spell. But the Moorman heard her shriek and realised he was in danger, so he slipped on a ring that would make him invisible, his other gift from the pixies. Vixana was baffled when she could no longer see the man she wanted to direct her spell at, so she moved closer to the edge of the rocks, leaning over to search for him. But while she was distracted, the Moorman crept around the other side of the tor, climbed the rocks, and snuck up behind her to push her over the edge to her doom. Vixana no longer lives there, but the tor is still named after her. I studied Bree in the mirror as she tied the ribbon to secure my braid. That's a very affecting story, but what does that have to do with Miss Galloway? Bree shrugged. Probably nothing. But one of the servants muttered something about Vixana's descendants still being about before Mr. Hammett could shush her. Just be careful. Her eyes met mine steadily in the mirror. I ken you like to believe the best of ladies who've been wronged, and goodness kens, I think that's admirable, but they're no all innocent. Sometimes where there's smoke, there is fire, and sometimes when there's blather, the rumours are true. I considered her words as she turned to gather my clothes and straighten the room. She was right. After hearing Rory's speculations about Miss Galloway's mother's involvement with Annie, I'd already decided I needed to proceed with caution. Hearing Bree, someone I trusted almost implicitly, say the same thing only drove the matter home. That being said, I knew listening to folk tales wasn't the only thing Bree had been doing with her time below stairs. "Have you made any progress with Lady Langstone's maid?" Bree sighed and shook her head. "She's a prickly one. No easily charmed, but I'm working on her. Anderley told me he asked you to try to cousin Cooper, Alfred's valet." "Aye. No, he's more promising. Just wants someone to listen to his complaints, and I can do that." Her nose wrinkled. "Even if he does whine more than my 3-year-old nephew." I chuckled, and she smiled. "Leave the dishes on the dressing table when you're done. I'll take care of him in the morning." She glanced between me and the bottles, as if debating whether to issue another warning, like a little mother hen. "Mr. Gage will be up soon?" My brow furrowed in irritation. I imagine so. Wisely sensing she'd pushed me far enough, she bobbed a curtsy. "Good night, milady." "Good night," I replied, waiting until the door was firmly shut before spinning around to begin my analysis of the tinctures. Chapter 15. I was perched on the bench, dabbing my pinky fingers into each of the 2 tinctures and touching them to my tongue to try to decipher any difference in taste when Gage entered the room through the connecting door to his chamber. "What the devil are you doing?" I startled as he strode closer to stand over me. His eyes flicked furiously over the contents of the dressing table. "Testing the tinctures." "Are you mad?" he demanded, reaching for the ewer of water and a clean glass. "It could be poisoned." "Wait." He halted abruptly in pouring the water, making it slosh onto the floor. "Tinctures?" He emphasized the plural. "Yes," I replied calmly. "Miss Galloway gave me a bottle of tincture she claimed was prepared from the same batch as the bottle we found in Alfred's room, so that I could compare them." "And you decided to drink them?" He thrust the glass of water into my hands. "No, I was merely tasting them, and I already have a glass of water."
How do you think I've been cleansing my palate?
Kiera, they could be poisoned.
He pushed the glass toward my lips.
Drink that.
I scowled, but obliged, restraining myself from pointing out that drinking the water would force more of the tincture down into my stomach. I highly doubt it, I said, when his hand moved away. Besides, even if they were, drinking nearly an entire bottle didn't kill Alfred. So there's little chance a few small tastes is going to harm me.
Maybe not, but it might harm.
He stopped himself before he said the words, his eyes dipping to my abdomen and then back to my face. My face flushed with warmth at the implication, and I couldn't stop myself from pressing a hand to my flat stomach. I wasn't yet expecting, or at least, I didn't think I was. It was too early to tell if any of our most recent efforts had yielded results, but there was the possibility, and I hadn't even considered the effect my examination of the tinctures might have on him, or her. That thought made me go cold. Possibly days into motherhood, and I might already be doing an abominable job. Considering all the uncertainties I'd been wrestling with recently, this was not a welcome revelation. I set the glass of water carefully on the table, trying to calm my suddenly swirling stomach, courtesy of my anxieties, or the tinctures. Well, I haven't noted anything suspicious that might lead me to believe these contain poison. I spoke evenly, trying to use reason to allay my own concerns as much as Gage's. I compared their appearance, their texture, their scent, and even their taste. In addition to the gin the ingredients are dissolved in, I was able to distinguish all the herbs Miss Galloway mentioned, as well as a few more. As far as I can tell, there is nothing to cause alarm. Gage rested a hand on my shoulder in comfort, sensing my distress despite my attempt to hide it. Following my gaze, he read over the list of suspected ingredients I'd noted on the paper before me.
What did Miss Galloway say the tincture was used for?
His voice was still edged with tension, but kinder than it had been moments before. Stomach ailments. His eyes dipped to my face, not missing the irony of dosing such a substance with poison.
Did she know why Alfred needed it?
No, at least, she didn't share the specifics. Though she did mention she sells this particular treatment to the villagers. Says she makes a new batch every few weeks. He cupped my elbow, helping me to my feet and guiding me toward the bed. I perched on the edge while he moved about the room, checking the locks on the windows. What else did Miss Galloway have to say? He glanced back at me over his shoulder. You were in her cottage longer than I expected. Preparing to storm the castle, were you? I quipped, trying to lighten the mood. Actually, yes. His reply made my tentative smile vanish. And Rory didn't help matters. Toward the end, I practically had to restrain him. He truly believes she means us harm. He does. The last set of drapes closed with a snap, but when he failed to join me on the bed, I looked up from where I'd been worrying my hands in my lap to find him studying me. But what do you think? I paused to sort through my impressions of her before I spoke, waiting on Gage to sit by my side. The silk of his dressing gown brushed against the cotton of my nightdress. I rather liked her. She's not responsible for the hand she's been dealt, and yet I think she's made the best of it she can. She could have let her father arrange a marriage for her, and be made to feel grateful her entire life that her husband condescended to take her as his wife. I shook my head. They don't all turn out that way, he reminded me quietly, and some of them end up quite worse. I stared up at him through my lashes, reminding him how I felt about arranged marriages. After all, my first marriage had been arranged, and had turned out to be the worst mistake of my life. Regardless, you cannot blame her for wanting to retain control of her own fate. I propped my foot up against the mattress, clasping my hands around my bent knee as I considered my observations of Miss Galloway. She's intelligent and capable. She doesn't seem to tolerate nonsense, and yet she's not without empathy, even for the likes of Alfred. Gage laid back, turning to his side to face me, and propped his head on his hand.
What do you mean? I reclined beside him, staring up at the bed curtains. From the little she said, I could tell she was better acquainted with him than I'd expected. I think they were friends, of a sort, if not something more. I turned my head to look at my husband. He seemed to confide in her. His pale blue eyes glistened with interest. About? His life here at Langstone. His perception that no one truly cared for him. Gage's eyebrows shot skyward briefly before furrowing in a frown. If so, it's his own fault. Amusement curled my lips. Oh, she was well aware of that, and I've no doubt she pointed that out to him. His eyes trailed over my features as he mulled over what I'd said. You think there might have been something between them? I shrugged. Stranger matches have been made. His face softened at my obvious reference to our own union, and he reached out to roll me onto my side, closer to him. His fingers lifted to toy with the end of my braid. It was only a matter of time before he removed the ribbon and destroyed all of Bree's efforts to keep my hair tame. If that's true, do you think she would have helped him, either to hide or escape if the situation merited it? I chewed on my lip in contemplation, not failing to note how Gage's eyes became riveted to my mouth. If the motive was solely to escape your grandfather's wrath, then no. But if the reason was good enough, perhaps if he was in danger, then yes. It was my turn to scrutinize him. What are you thinking? He frowned. Nothing, as of yet. I'm just curious. I raised my eyebrows, hoping he intended to elaborate. Do you remember the bouquet we found in Alfred's room? The Herb Bennet. Miss Galloway claimed it's for protection. She admitted to giving it to him. Yes. Interesting, he murmured, as his gaze drifted to my right ear. When he didn't explain, I prodded him. Why? Is it not true? No, she's right. It's traditionally used for protection. What I find interesting is that it's often used for a specific type of protection. He settled in closer, as if imparting a secret. Herb Bennet has religious associations, namely that it can ward off the devil and evil spirits, in particular the venom of any beast. This is because Saint Benedict, for whom the plant is named, was once given a cup of poisoned wine, but when the saint blessed it, the glass shattered and a demon emerged, exposing the giver's evil intentions. My eyes widened. How did you find this out? I had a few extra minutes to spare this afternoon, so I looked it up in the library. I pressed a hand to the warm skin revealed by the gap in his dressing gown. Well then, if that's true, it would hardly make sense for Miss Galloway to have given Alfred a plant to protect him from poison if she intended to dose him herself. Gage nodded, gripping my hand to quell my excitement. But that also means she may have suspected he was being poisoned by someone else. I subsided deeper into the bedding, recalling something else she'd told me. She might be concerned for us as well. What do you mean? Before I left, she told me not to remove my mother's pendant. I reached up to feel its solid weight hidden beneath my nightdress. And she told me to keep the bottle of tincture because I might have need of it. His eyes flashed. Was she trying to frighten you? No, I don't think so. She seemed genuinely concerned, the same as she looked when we discussed Alfred. I hesitated, suspecting he wasn't going to like what I had to say next even more. She warned me there's a shadow over this house, and suggested Alfred isn't the first person to disappear from Langstone Manor. But contrary to my expectations, Gage didn't even recoil from the possibility. In fact, he looked pensive. You're not surprised, I remarked in astonishment. There are rumours. I heard them when I was young, about some ancestor before my grandfather's time, someone who went walking on the moors and never returned. So, you don't know if it's true? He shook his head. Had Lorna merely been repeating popular lore, Or did she know something? Something maybe Alfred uncovered? "Would your grandfather?" I asked, pressing the tips of my fingers against his skin to recall his attention. "Maybe," he grimaced. "But will he share it?" Perhaps I should press Miss Galloway for more information. His eyes searched mine, understanding what I was really asking. He exhaled, as if answering against his better judgment, and touched his forehead to mine. "Yes, perhaps you should." I moved my head back, so that I could see him better, surprised he hadn't objected to my suggestion I revisit Miss Galloway. "Truly?" His lips tightened in irritation. "I feel like I should be insulted. I know I'm protective of you, but I've never stopped you from taking reasonable actions, especially in the pursuit of an investigation." I wanted to argue that statement, for we seemed to have differing opinions on what constituted reasonable actions in the past, but I overlooked it in favor of a more interesting point. "I thought you'd be less inclined to trust Miss Galloway's intentions, given the accusations Rory levelled against her mother." "Yes, well, we have no way of knowing whether that is true or not, and as you already pointed out, it's not fair to fault her for the sins of her mother. Heaven knows, I don't want to be saddled with my father's," he muttered almost under his breath. I brushed a stray golden curl back from his forehead, empathizing with that sentiment. "To be perfectly honest, I'm not sure we should give any credence to Rory's claims." His jaw hardened. He never displayed an ounce of loyalty toward my mother in the past, not even at her funeral. It seems a tad too convenient that he should claim to now. Not knowing what had occurred at his mother's funeral, I couldn't respond with any confidence, but I felt I should try. "Yes, but you said yourself he seems to have changed in the 15 years since you last saw him." "But enough for him to become outraged at an accused woman's daughter on my mother's behalf." The ribbon in my hair gave way as he tugged on the end. "That's too far." "You think he dislikes her for a different reason?" "I don't know." He lifted the white ribbon, gazing at it without really seeing it, and then tossed it aside. "But I trust your intuition more, and if you think she's not out to harm you or Alfred, then I think we should ask her for help, if she'll give it." "She's invited me to visit again, offered to show me some places I can sketch." I bit my lip. "But perhaps tomorrow is too soon. She's canny. If I show up on her doorstep so quickly, she might be too suspicious to talk." Gage's fingers combed through my hair, unplaiting my braid, though from the faraway look in his eyes I knew his mind was elsewhere. While he was distracted, I leaned closer, inhaling deeply. "So you spent all of your afternoon interviewing the staff, and in the library?" I murmured, as I smoothed my hand over the silk of his dressing gown's lapel. His eyes met mine briefly before sliding away again. "Mostly. Tomorrow won't work for you to call on Miss Galloway again anyway. I have other plans for us." "Oh?" I replied, baffled by his decision to omit the fact that he'd been working with wood. The faint smell of sawdust still clung to his skin beneath the cleaner scents of his soap and his spicy cologne. I knew his grandfather had been the one to teach him such a hobby, while at the same time admonishing him to keep quiet about it, for gentlemen simply didn't work with their hands. It was only natural that he should feel drawn to the woodworking shed where he'd first learned. So why the secrecy? "I want to visit the farmers and tenants bordering the moor to the north of White Tor. I can't help but think that if Alfred walked away from the manor, it must have been in that direction. Perhaps some skilled questioning will yield more details than the men grandfather sent were able to gather." "You're going to go against your grandfather's wishes?" I asked in surprise. "Not entirely. I don't intend to ask them directly about Alfred, or to let it slip that he's missing." His voice firmed with resolve. "But I'm not going to stay away when those people are the likeliest to hold the key to my cousin's location." "I suppose you know many of them. If so, that would make our surreptitious interrogations that much easier. If they're the same landowners as 15 years ago, yes. And land in this part of the country doesn't change hands often, so I suspect so. The Seftons, the Porlocks, the Brays. The last name he listed sent a jolt through me, though I never moved. I'd hoped for an opening to ask Gage about the dagger, and I hardly believed he'd given me one, but still I hesitated. He would not welcome the query, and it would likely cause him discomfort. There was also the chance I would hear something I wouldn't like, but still, the question needed to be asked. "Sebastian," I murmured, knowing my use of his given name, as I did only when we were in private, would draw his attention away from wherever his thoughts had gone. He stilled his fingers and shifted his gaze to meet mine. Could he hear the uncertainty in my voice? "What happened with the Bray's ceremonial dagger?" His eyes searched mine, perhaps trying to ascertain how much I already knew. For a moment, he seemed about to feign ignorance, but then one corner of his mouth quirked upward, sardonically. "I wondered when you would raise that spectre. I knew it was too much to hope you'd missed Aunt Vanessa's mention of it." I refrained from telling him that she'd made certain of it that afternoon in the portrait gallery. Nothing would be gained from relaying her hurtful accusations. He sighed heavily, rolling onto his back to stare up at the bed curtains. "Thaddeus Bray was a boy my cousins and I played with on occasion, oftentimes at their farm northwest of White Tor. Thad's father was a sort of squire, so grandfather and Aunt Vanessa deemed his son fit enough to befriend us." I shifted closer to his side, allowing him to work his way around to revealing the most pertinent details. I knew from experience that it was easier to share disquieting things once you'd placed them in context, as if somehow that softened the sting. The Brays weren't wealthy, not like we were, but they did have a few priceless possessions that had been passed down through their family for many generations. One of those items was a ceremonial dagger. Mr. Bray kept it in a glass-fronted cabinet behind his desk. His frame grew tenser with every word, and his eyes gleamed with anger. I couldn't stop myself from resting my hand on his abdomen, where his chest rose and fell rapidly with each irate breath. But I didn't offer him any further comfort, knowing he didn't want it, at least, not until he'd finished his story. One day, after we'd been at the Brays' home, the dagger went missing. I knew who'd taken it. He was always taking things that weren't his, simply because he wanted them. But I kept my mouth shut, knowing no good would come of my making an accusation. So you can imagine my surprise when Alfred instead accused me of stealing it. He even claimed to know where I'd hidden it, and lo and behold, that's exactly where we found it. Outrage raced through my veins. I opened my mouth to express my indignation on his behalf, but something in his eyes arrested me. This time, it wasn't anger, but shame. I was so furious. "Rightly so," I assured him. I couldn't believe Alfred had done something so underhanded, and that Grandfather and Aunt Vanessa were going to believe him and report it to my mother. Rory knew the truth. I could see it in his eyes, but he would never stand up for me. The remembered anguish he'd felt as a boy resonated through his body. I tried to tell them the truth, but they wouldn't listen, and Alfred stood there so smugly, his eyes filled with laughter. I felt so helpless. I always had so little control over what was happening, and I didn't want to be powerless anymore. So I grabbed the dagger, and I stabbed at Alfred. I stiffened in shock, and Gage's gaze lowered to meet mine for the first time since he'd begun his story. His face twisted with self-loathing. I nicked him in the arm. It was barely a scratch, but when I saw the blood, I was horrified. I dropped the dagger and ran. "Oh, Sebastian," I crooned, lifting my hand to touch his face. He grimaced. "Funnily enough, that's exactly what my mother said when she found me hiding in the old stable at the edge of our cottage's garden." "What did she do?" "Dried my tears and took me home. She had no need to scold me. She knew her disappointment in me was punishment enough. particularly when I practically had to carry her back to bed because she was so weak from her illness. I frowned. "How old were you?" 11. No wonder he'd lashed out. Not only had his cousin played an unconscionably cruel trick, but he was almost alone in carrying the burden of his mother's illness. His father had been away at sea, so it fell to him to care for and shield his mother, with only the help of the maid who, it later would be discovered, was also poisoning her mistress, something Gage blamed himself for. He believed he should have realized what was happening, that he should have been able to stop it. Had there ever been a time when he wasn't responsible for himself and everyone else around him, when someone had shielded him rather than the other way around? That's when my father almost had me enlisted in the Royal Navy. This was not a shock, for he'd mentioned it before, but it still made me sick to my stomach to think of him placed in such danger when he was so young, particularly with the war against Napoleon raging. What stopped him? Mother. She fought him tooth and nail to keep me with her, said my banishment from Langstone Manor and my lessons for a month were punishment enough, and father relented. I think because mother asked him for so little, how could he deny her? I nodded, but I was really pondering why his mother could fight so hard on that point, but not fight to protect him from her family's barbs. Perhaps such a reflection was unfair, for she couldn't be with him all the time, particularly in her illness. But all the same, I couldn't help feeling a bit vexed that Emma Trevelyan Gage had not sheltered her son more. What would I have done if I were in her shoes? It was a legitimate question, for given my scandalous past and my current unorthodox involvement in my husband's inquiries, my children were certain to face some scorn. When that happened, how would I respond? Would my children bring such slights to my attention, or, like Gage, would they try to shield me? I didn't know the answers, but I would have liked to think I would protect them any way possible, if they would let me. I studied my husband's face, wondering if that was the problem. Maybe Gage hadn't let his mother protect him. I quickly discarded the notion. When he was an older boy, that was possible, but at some point when he was young, he'd learned he couldn't rely on others to defend him. Maybe in some ways I should be grateful for that, for it had made his enduring the gossip attached to me easier. But sometimes I worried he too easily fell back on old habits, sheltering me when he shouldn't. I leaned over to kiss the honourable man I'd married, pouring all of my regret that he'd had to endure so much pain, and gratitude that he'd chosen me for his wife, into my caress. When I lifted my mouth to stare into his eyes, my chest tightened at the vulnerability reflected there. Gage so rarely showed weakness. Even in our private interactions, he was usually so confident and self-assured. To see him expose his pain and insecurities in such a raw way made me want to wrap him up in my arms and never let him go. Instead, I settled for soothing as many of his hurts as I could with my love. Perhaps if I kissed every square inch of him, if I whispered enough words of love into his skin as I held him as close to me as humanly possible, it would be a start. Chapter 16. True to Gage's intentions, we spent much of the next day visiting the farmsteads and homes that bordered the moor around White Tor. Gage was at his most charming, setting even the guarded and cantankerous men at ease. It helped that many of them knew him and seemed to respect him, having followed some of his more daring exploits in the newspapers. Even Thaddeus Bray, who had inherited his father's property when he passed, appeared pleased to see him. At the very least, I sensed no rancour from that affair with their family's ceremonial dagger long ago. The same could not be said of Alfred, though Gage was as discreet as his grandfather could wish. Approaching the matter of his cousin in as indirect a manner as possible, we had no trouble finding out the information we truly sought, and much more. From the beginning it was evident that Alfred was not well liked. Either these residents didn't care whether their uncomplimentary comments got back to Alfred, or they trusted me and Gage to keep their words to ourselves, for they were brutally honest. In truth,
I wondered if perhaps they hoped Gage would report some of their disgruntlement back to Lord Tavistock. The complaints were much the same. Alfred was snide and reckless, uncaring of who or what got in the way of his own pleasure. Just as Gage had feared, there was no end of angry fathers, brothers, and husbands who claimed his cousin had trifled with their female relations in some way. Much of the time it appeared to be mere flirtation, but there were a few more troubling incidents. One farmer claimed Alfred had got his daughter in the family way, but had refused to admit it. Apparently the allegation had been believable enough, or Lord Tavistock was merely kind, for he had given the girl a handsome enough dowry to attract a decent husband willing to accept her illegitimate child. Regardless, no one admitted to having seen Alfred in almost a month, and as voluble as they'd been on his sins, I doubted they were withholding anything. No one confessed to witnessing anything out of the ordinary either, which meant that while the information we'd uncovered might be important, the day's efforts proved useless in getting us any closer to finding Alfred. There was always the possibility that one of these wronged men, or women, had decided to take the matter of Alfred's appalling behaviour into their own hands, but that seemed rather far-fetched. By the time we'd finished our last interview, the warmth of the afternoon had begun to wane, and a stiff breeze picked up over the moor. I was weary from the hours of riding and maintaining interest in others' conversations, even when it had nothing to do with our inquiry. Contrarily, Gage appeared invigorated, sitting tall on his horse as we ambled down an old bridle path deeper into the moor. Today he had been in his element, giving me a glimpse of the type of lord he would be when he inherited his father's title and estate. The soft evening light washed over the heath around us, revealing swathes of gorse and milkwort flowers, and prickly bracken intruding on some of the drier slopes. Before us, to the east, we were treated to a sweeping view of some of the tors, their craggy formation stark against the azure sky. Skylarks and meadow pit-pits circled overhead before soaring back toward the woodlands behind us. To the west, tucked into the shadowy folds of a valley, nestled the slate rooftops of two villages. The southern hamlet boasted a stolid grey church tower, and I wondered if it might mark the churchyard where Gage's mother was buried. I scowled in irritation as another gust of wind blew the wayward strands of my hair about my face. If not for the blustery breezes, the weather would have been perfect. I struggled futilely to tuck my straggling hairs back under my jaunty riding hat, nearly missing the sight of a jagged stone pillar positioned near the intersection of our bridle path and another narrower track. It appeared too small to be another standing stone. Reining my mare to a stop, I glanced at Gage in question. "This is Stephen's grave," he said, recalling how he'd told me Rory claimed this Stephen's ghost haunted the manor. I surveyed the moss-studded grave marker with more interest. I sense there's a story behind this. Given the fact that historically suicides had been buried at crossroads, it wasn't a great leap of logic to conclude such a thing. Gage rested his hands on the pommel of his saddle and turned his head to gaze off over the ridge to the south, where the roof of Langstone Manor was just visible above a line of trees. The legend says that a man named John Stephen lived in one of the villages nearby, fell in love with a local girl. However, her parents didn't approve of the match, and so she was forced to break his heart. He gestured to the empty, wind-swept heath around us. She met him out on this bleak part of the moor to tell him she no longer wished to see him, and he gave her an apple as a parting gift. But the apple was poisoned, and after she fell victim, he also ate of the same apple, in hopes that their bodies would lay side by side for eternity. Given the fact that this is called Stephen's grave, I'm guessing his wish did not come true. His lips curled humorlessly. They buried Stephen here at the crossroads, as was the custom for suicides, but the girl was interred in the village churchyard, albeit at the north end, since no one could be certain she hadn't also taken her life in a fit of despair, though most agreed she must have been murdered. His eyes narrowed on the lopsided stone, which seemed to be sinking into the fescue beneath it. His ghost is said to haunt this area on dark nights, searching for his missing love. I suppose such a belief isn't surprising, considering one of the reasons suicides were buried at crossroads was because it was supposed to confuse their spirits. I glanced toward Langstone. But why did Rory suggest his ghost was haunting the manor? I studied Gage's bronzed features. Was he simply being cruel, given your father's name is Stephen? Probably. But I could tell there was more. I waited patiently for him to continue, watching the darting flight of a rook overhead. When Gage's eyes finally shifted to meet mine, it was evident he didn't like what he had to reveal next. There are also ludicrous rumours that a relative of mine is connected to the affair. Alice, my grandfather's older sister. Some say she was the girl Stephen loved and murdered. My eyes widened in surprise. He shook his head. But although Alice did die a young woman, there is no proof she had anything to do with this Stephen. The one time I asked my mother about it, she told me Alice had died from an illness. His gaze turned distant. She wouldn't say more, and I assumed that was because of her own precarious state of health. What he didn't say, but I could hear in his voice, was that he wondered now if he'd been wrong. If his mother had refused to share anything more about Alice because she didn't want him to know the truth. Have you ever asked your grandfather about her? No. It seemed cruel somehow. Do you think Rory did? A sharp gust of wind whipped over the moor, almost knocking his hat from his head. He reached up to secure it, and then spurred his horse forward, allowing me to follow suit. If he did, I can't imagine my grandfather answered him, he replied, eyeing the fast-moving clouds with misgiving. The weather is shifting. Let's not dawdle. There will be heavy mist on these moors before nightfall. True to Gage's prediction, thick mist engulfed the manor before we even sat down to dinner. It was rather disconcerting to peer out the windows and discover that the blustery day had suddenly given way to an almost preternatural calm. It wasn't that I hadn't believed Gage and his grandfather when they'd tried to explain how capricious the weather on Dartmoor could be, but I had questioned whether they'd exaggerated. It was no wonder so many people had become lost and disoriented over the centuries. How many bodies lay as yet undiscovered in the vast nothingness of the moors, or sunken in her bogs? I could well imagine how the legend of Ixana the witch and others like it had sprung up. In a less rational age, it must have seemed as good an explanation as any for the rapid shifts in weather. Somewhat surprisingly, the Dowager Lady Langstone sent her regrets, claiming a megrim kept her from joining us for dinner. Pleading a headache had been used by women for centuries as a polite way to excuse oneself from an engagement, so I didn't worry she was actually suffering a poor turn in her health. She'd seemed a woman of remarkable fortitude, and I decided it was far more likely she simply didn't wish to dine with us that night. Apparently we weren't the only ones who found the present company trying, though for distinctly different reasons. In her absence, Gage and I enjoyed a rather companionable meal with Rory. His sulky resentment from the day before had subsided, and he returned to the amiable, easy-going nature he'd displayed during the first days of our arrival. I was tempted to ask him how much more, if anything, he knew about Stephen's grave, but I didn't want to risk lowering the mood. After days of tense, morose exchanges, we were all in need of a bit of light-hearted conversation. Seeing the good it did Gage to reminisce with his cousin about happier times, I wasn't sorry I'd elected not to press for more information. His shoulders relaxed, and his eyes lost that hard edge they'd so often exhibited since our arrival. He even threw his head back and laughed several times as they recounted some of their bouts of innocent mischief. Rory took care not to bring up any incident that might recall the ill treatment Gage had received, and I was grateful. It was a relief to hear not all of Gage's childhood had been unhappy. As we left the dining room, Hammett approached Gage to give him some correspondence that had been delivered earlier. Gage turned each letter over, examining the outsides before breaking the seal on the second one, while we all still stood in the entry hall. He quickly scanned the page, and then sighed. I could almost see the weight he'd shrugged off during dinner settle back onto his shoulders.
Alfred is not in Plymouth, he relayed to Rory and me. He slid the first letter out from beneath the other and frowned, but refrained from opening it. Please excuse me. I must see to this at once. Of course, I replied, having already recognized the handwriting on the second note as his father's. He was also the only person I knew that could put that conflicted look in Gage's eyes. I watched him stride away, wishing the timing of the arrival of his father's letter could have been better. Even from far away, Lord Gage was still able to disrupt his son's good humour. "I hesitate to do so now," Rory murmured, recalling my attention, "but I have some matters I really should attend to myself." He grimaced an apology. "Though I suppose if they wait another hour, it won't make much of a difference." "So you can entertain me?" "No, go on," I assured him. "I shall find something to occupy myself." "Are you certain?" "Yes." I smiled when he still hesitated and waved him away. "Now shoo!" He laughed. "Far be it for me to disobey a lady's orders. Thank you." I nodded, watching him hurry away. I'd assumed those matters had to do with the business of the estate, or perhaps I should have politely inquired. Would he have been honest? Would I have been able to tell? Shaking my head at my rampant suspicion, I turned to survey the chilly entry hall, wondering what I should do with myself. Perhaps I should take the opportunity to finally locate the library. I was sure Hammett could point me in the right direction. As if beckoned by my contemplations, the butler materialized in a doorway behind me. "Milady," I swiveled to face him, "if you're not otherwise engaged." I almost arched my eyebrows at that comment, for obviously he'd been listening and was aware I was not. "Perhaps you'd be willing to sit with his lordship for a time. His illness is troubling him this evening. 'Tis the damp. It gets into his lungs." The same complaint Gage's mother had suffered from. Was it something that ran in the family, or was it merely this dismal, draughty old house? "'Twould give his valet a chance to eat some dinner and gather any supplies he needs for the night," Hammett added in his creaky voice, when I didn't immediately respond. "Of course, I would be happy to." I turned to go, and then paused. "Though you might need to remind me how to get there." I'd mastered the path from our bedroom to Lord Tavistock's, but not from the entry hall. His eyes twinkled with suppressed humour. "I'll show you the way, milady." I followed him up the staircase, finding myself curious about this long-time retainer. He was plainly more than a major domo. In fact, I would venture to say he was almost a friend to the Viscount, though I was certain both men would have balked at such a designation. Hammett also seemed to have eyes and ears all over the house. I suspected little went on that he didn't know about. "You've been a servant here a long time," I ventured to say, hoping he would pick up the conversational gauntlet. "Yes, milady. Almost my entire life. Started as the stable boy, when his lordship was not much more than a boy himself." That was quite a propitious rise from stable boy, one of the lowest-ranking male servants, to major domo, even if it had been done over several decades. The family must have sponsored his education in some way. As if he could hear my thoughts, he confirmed this. "His lordship's father took an interest in me, had me instructed and given a bit of polish." It also explained his more common accent, which I'd attributed to his being a Devonshire man. "Did you know the Viscount's sister Alice, then?" Hammett's head swiveled to glance over his shoulder at me, not missing the obvious connotation of such a question. "Aye, but only in passing. I helped her with her mount a time or two." "Gage showed me Stephen's grave today," I offered by way of explanation. "And told you the legend, and the Trevelyan family's possible connection to it," he deduced. "Aye, well, 'tis only natural, then, you be curious about his lordship's sister after that." He paused, turning to face me. "But leave those questions for another night. I'm sure his lordship will tell you the tale if you ask, but it's bound to upset him. So save them for a time when maybe he's not so weak."
His words were gentle but firm, his priority being his employer's health and well-being. I couldn't fault him for that, so I nodded in agreement. He led me around the corner, even though I was now familiar with our surroundings, and came to a stop outside Lord Tavistock's bedchamber door. "I'll have some tea sent up. Is there anything else I can get you?" "My sketchbook and charcoals. If the Viscount was able to rest, I would need something to occupy my time. If you send my maid Bree for them, she'll know where to find them." He bowed in understanding, and then opened the door to beckon the valet forward. I switched places with the short, sombre man, settling into the chair he'd positioned near the bedside. A blazing fire crackled in the hearth, but as before, it did almost nothing to alleviate the chill trapped within these cold stone walls, or to drive out the damp seeping in through the windows. The light flickered over Lord Tavistock's features, making the hollow of his cheeks and the knife-blade thinness of his nose all the more pronounced. The extremes of light and shadow almost made him appear as a caricature of himself. Listening to his rasping breaths, each one an agonizing rattle, there was no doubt that his illness was worse than he let on. Whether this was because he didn't wish to acknowledge it, or he didn't want others to write him off so soon, I couldn't say, but I suspected it was a bit of both. Hammett returned with the tea, my sketchbook, and a warm shawl. I wasn't sure if he or Bree had thought to send the garment, but regardless, I was grateful to them. I settled the woolen wrap around my shoulders and wrapped my hands around my cup of hot brew. Once my fingers no longer felt like ice, I kicked off my slippers and tucked my feet up under my skirts before picking up my sketchbook. I sat that way for some time, comfortably ensconced in my chair, drawing from memory a few of the farmers we'd encountered that day, with nothing but the ticking of the clock on the mantel for company. Then I ventured to sketch what my fingers were truly itching to, Lord Tavistock. He would have hated to be captured in such a feeble position as he lay in now, so instead I drew him as I imagined he was before this illness had forced him to take to his bed. I didn't immediately notice when the Viscount woke, but it couldn't have been long, not when I'd been flicking my gaze up to study his features while I sketched. When I caught sight of his silver eyes staring back at me, I set my book aside and rose to my feet. "Would you like some water?"
"Yes,"
he croaked. Perching on the bed, I helped him to drink, trying not to react to the evident pain it caused him to swallow. When he finished, he waved me away, lifting the counterpane to smother a wet cough that rattled up from his chest. "A bit of warm tea might help," I coaxed, lifting my pot. "My nursemaid used to tell us it was the best thing for us when either my siblings or I were ill, especially if a cough was rasping our throat." He shook his head stubbornly.
"Were you drawing me?"
Yes. There was no point in lying. He knew the answer, but I also wasn't going to explain myself. I could draw who I very well pleased. His brow furrowed in what appeared to be displeasure, but he didn't castigate me as I'd expected. Instead, he lifted his hand and asked politely,
"May I see it?"
I considered refusing, but that seemed petty. The least I could do was remain civil, so I passed him my sketchbook. I tried not to watch him as he studied the drawing of himself, and then began perusing the rest of the book. Part of it was filled with depictions of the people who populated Langstone Manor and the area around it, while the rest were sketches from our time in Ireland, preliminary illustrations of the Irish people I hoped to paint for an exhibition in London, my first since my marriage to Sir Anthony at 21. However, it was impossible not to sneak glances at him, even though his expression revealed little. If anything, he struggled to look disinterested. So instead I crossed to the windows and lifted aside the drapes to stare out at the swirling haze of darkness. I didn't want to care what Gage's grandfather thought of me or my artistic abilities, and yet my rib-cage tightened as I awaited his judgment. Breathing deeply, I told myself it didn't matter. But the truth was, I wanted someone in Gage's family to approve of me. His father certainly didn't,
I'd essentially had to blackmail him just to convince him to attend our wedding for Gage's sake. Lady Langstone plainly objected to our association, and while Rory seemed to like me, I was never quite certain of him. He'd proven more difficult to read than perhaps any of them. But perhaps most troubling was the fact that the more I learned about his mother, the less certain I became she would have accepted me either. I'd comforted myself with the impression that she would have been pleased by our match, a balm against Lord Gage's malice, but now I wasn't so sure. If she'd brought him back here to be educated as a gentleman, to live among such society, then perhaps a scandalous outcast like myself wouldn't have been her choice in a bride for her only son. It was useless to speculate. After all, had Emma lived, Gage would not be the man he was today. Our paths probably never would have crossed. But that didn't stop me from contemplating it. Lord Tavistock cleared his throat, recalling my attention, and I turned to see him closing the sketchbook. "You have talent." "Thank you," I replied, recognizing it for the great compliment it was, coming from the cantankerous Viscount. "Lord Gage said you were a woman of rare ability,"
he said, handing me back my book. I was so stunned by this comment that I almost missed the seat of my chair. He did?" I stammered, making an awkward recovery to prevent myself from sliding to the floor.
"He says he has it on good authority that the Duchess of Beaumont is eager to have you paint her portrait."
This was news to me, though who knew what sort of correspondence we'd missed after setting off for our latest inquiry in Ireland. However, I was confounded by Lord Gage's willingness to pay me a compliment. Or was it truly praise? I found it far easier to imagine him describing me as a woman of rare ability, with a sardonic edge of irony, rather than genuine admiration. But why had he written to Lord Tavistock about me at all?
"You seem perplexed."
His sharp eyes didn't miss anything, even when his eyelids drooped with fatigue. "Yes, I suppose I am," I replied, deciding I didn't owe Lord Gage my silence or my loyalty, not when he'd always treated me so dreadfully. A spark of humour lit the Viscount's eyes.
"I take it you and Stephen Gage are not as close as he would have me believe."
I arched my eyebrows. "Not unless you think I find condescension and disdain endearing." He chuckled. "From all I've observed, Lord Gage can barely stand me, and I merely tolerate him for Sebastian's sake." He folded his arms over his stomach.
"Well, don't let it bother you too much. Stephen Gage has always been overly concerned with social status, though I suppose one can hardly blame him when his ancestors were so quick to throw it away. He married a viscount's daughter, so I suspect he wasn't willing to tolerate anything less than the daughter of an earl for Sebastian."
I wasn't sure whether Lord Gage had written to boast about the alliance he hoped to secure for his son, or Lord Tavistock simply knew him that well. But the Viscount's inkling was correct. Gage's failure to obey his father's wishes and wed the debutante he'd chosen for him had been the main source of contention over our improbable match.
"If I know anything, sooner or later Gage's father will come to terms with your marriage and work his way around to trying to charm you. He simply can't abide the idea of a female who isn't enamoured of him."
That was not the impression I'd been given. He seemed quite content with my animosity. His throat rattled as he spoke again.
"But let's forget him. I'm not really concerned with his opinion, only mine."
He began to cough and gestured toward the water-glass. I sat on the edge of the bed next to him, waiting for his rasping breaths to settle, and then helped him to drink again. But when I would have risen to return to my chair, he stopped me by touching my arm.
"I want you to paint a portrait of Sebastian, one I can have hung in the gallery with all the others."
He sank back deeper in his pillows, his face twisting with the pain he tried to repress.
"I should have done it years ago, but—"
But Gage had never returned after his mother's funeral. He sighed and shook his head.
"So many mistakes."
"It's not too late to remedy some of them."
Maybe.
But I wasn't going to let it go so easily. There is no maybe about it. He looked up at me, perhaps surprised by my adamant tone. The right words go a long way to healing hurts, even when they are late in coming. I studied his wizened features. Just don't wait too long. I thought he might argue with me, or take offence at my stating the blunt truth, that he wasn't long for this world, not unless he drastically improved. Instead, his eyes twinkled with the same repressed amusement I'd seen earlier.
You remind me of my Edith. She would have liked you.
The words were spoken so tenderly, I felt a catch in my throat. As if sensing we were both in danger of turning maudlin, he cleared his throat.
So, will you paint Gage's portrait for me or not? I may not be here to see it, but I'll have my solicitor add to my will that the painting should be hung in the gallery beside his mother's when it's moved back to its customary place.
His brow furrowed.
They should be hung together.
I nodded. Yes, I would be happy to. He patted my hand where it rested beside him on the bed.
Good, good.
Then he closed his eyes, seeming more at peace than before.
I think I'll rest now.
I took that as my cue to move back to my chair. Picking up my sketchbook, I opened it to a fresh page. But when the Viscount's valet returned to relieve me half an hour later, I'd still not put charcoal to paper. Chapter 17. A shriek pierced the air, and I jumped, almost spilling tea on the lilac apron covering my white jaconet morning dress. I set my cup in the saucer with a clatter and glanced across the table at Gage. He'd lowered the newspaper he'd been scanning with a sharp rustle, and now cast it aside to rise to his feet. Leaving the breakfast room, we followed the sound of raised voices to the entry hall, where the Dowager Lady Langstone stood at the base of the stairs, shouting.
"Where did you get this?"
she demanded, pointing at something one of the men before her held.
"Where did you get this?"
Hammett stood between them, trying to calm her ladyship, while the two men seemed to almost cower under her vehement questioning. I recognized one of them from the day before as a farmer Gage had spoken to. He owned a small farmstead north of White Tor. The second man was unfamiliar to me, though from the manner of his rough dress, I surmised he was likely employed as a labourer. Whatever the case, he clutched in his hands the source of Lady Langstone's distress. As we drew closer, I realized it was a cloth of some sort, a deep blue superfine fabric with gold buttons. It must be a coat, a gentleman's frock coat. I stiffened, and it was stained with something dark. I glanced up at Lady Langstone's wild eyes. Her reaction left little doubt she'd recognized it.
"Mr. Porlock, what brings you to Langstone on such a murky morning?"
Gage said, stepping into the fray.
"Mr. Gage, sir,"
the farmer gasped, turning to him to explain. His eyes kept darting toward Lady Langstone, as if she might pounce on him.
"I came as quick as I could. You said you wished to be notified of anything odd or suspicious right away."
"Yes?" He nodded over his shoulder at the man holding the coat.
"Plim here showed up at the farm late yesterday afternoon with that, but with the weather turned, I decided it best to wait till morning to make the trek here."
Gage stepped forward to take the fabric from Plim's hands, swivelling so we could all examine it better. "Where did you find it?"
"'Tween Coxhill and Lynch Tor, a bit off the bridle path what leads between,"
the labourer answered hastily.
"'Twas my hound who found it, snagged on some heather, near a boggy pit."
My stomach dipped. Gage lifted the cloth toward Lady Langstone, who seemed unable to move except for clenching and unclenching her hands. It was as if she both wanted and didn't want to touch it, to verify it was, in fact, her son's. "It's Alfred's?" he asked her gently, acknowledging what we could already see was true. She blinked, and then nodded. Gage lifted his gaze to Rory in question, where he stood behind his mother on the stairs, having come clattering down moments before. His expression somewhat dazed, he also nodded. My husband caught my eye for a brief but significant moment as he turned back to Mr. Porlock and Plym. "Thank you for bringing this to our attention." The farmer's face was white with apprehension. "Does this mean... is Lord Langstone?" He clearly didn't want to say the words, not with the dowager present. "Lord Langstone is missing," Gage replied succinctly. There was some cause for confusion, so we couldn't be certain that was the case, which is why we elected to proceed with such delicacy. He frowned. But it appears we can no longer deny that fact, nor could his grandfather insist we keep the matter quiet. The men accepted this explanation without further question and allowed Hammett to escort them out, while Gage led the rest of us into the drawing-room. Shoving aside the objects on the top of a round table near the corner, he spread the coat out across the wood. I moved to his side as he leaned over to examine it. Something had caused a tear in the seam at the shoulder, either before or after it was removed from Alfred's torso, and one of the ornate buttons was missing, leaving behind a loose string. But it was the stain splashed across the fabric I found most disturbing, for it was plainly neither mud nor bog water. "Kiera, tell me your opinion," Gage declared as he flipped the coat over to inspect the back. "Do you think this is blood?" Trying to ignore Rory and Lady Langstone, I gingerly lifted the fabric to study the stains. The deep blue obscured some of the substance's true colour, but hints of dark red showed on the most heavily saturated parts. When I pressed my finger into a swathe that was still damp, it came away coated in carmine red. Lady Langstone turned away as I lifted my finger to my nose and sniffed it. The distinctive metallic odour assailed me, as well as the musty stench of marsh water and rotting vegetation. Yes, though I can't say with any certainty that this blood is from Lord Langstone. It could be another person's, or an animal's, but given the fact that it's staining his frock coat. I didn't need to finish that sentence, for why would someone else's blood be coating Alfred's garment, and in such large quantities? Gage's eyes were solemn as he passed me his handkerchief. "Given the size of the stains, do you think whatever caused this was survivable?" I wiped my fingers, but continued to clutch the handkerchief to cover the red still tinting my skin. "I don't think there's enough evidence here to argue for certain. After all, head wounds bleed like the devil. But I still find the quantity to be worrying. Whatever Alfred's injury had been, it hadn't been minor." Having heard enough, Lady Langstone strode from the room. We all turned to watch her go, and I thought Rory might follow her, but he remained fixed to his spot, waiting to hear what we said next. In any case, without her present, it was easier to speak frankly. Perhaps if we could discover where the injury occurred, we might have a better idea of how severe Lord Langstone was hurt. I sighed. Though after a fortnight, the rain and mist must have washed away most of that evidence. "I'll speak to Mr. Porlock and Plym again," Gage replied. "Perhaps they can lead us to the spot where Plym found the coat." "What the blazes was he doing all the way out beyond Cox Hill?" Rory finally interjected. "There's nothing there." Gage evidently wondered the same thing. "Maybe that wasn't his final destination," he suggested. "Maybe wherever he was headed was beyond that." Rory shook his head in frustration. "That still doesn't make sense. There's nothing out there but old tin mining remnants." Gage didn't say the words, but I knew he was contemplating the same thing I was. Alfred might not have gone there of his own volition. It was just as possible someone had taken him there, either still alive or already dead. But there was also another possibility. If he sustained a head injury of some sort, he could have become disoriented and lost his way, I ventured to say. If so, who knows where or how far he wandered? "He could be miles from here," Gage added, picking up my train of thought. "Further north toward Lidford, or even east toward Postbridge, or lying dead out in the middle of the high moor," Rory stated bluntly. Gage's brow furrowed. "Yes." Rory's eyes dropped to the floor,
staring bleakly at something we couldn't see. When he lifted them again, his jaw was set, as if he'd made some momentous decision. "Are you going to see Porlock this morning?" "Yes, after I tell grandfather." He nodded and swiveled to go, speaking over his shoulder. "I'm coming with you to search. Give me a quarter of an hour to prepare. I'll have Hammett pack us some supplies." Before Gage could respond, he was gone. "That was quite a reversal," I remarked. While Rory had seemed baffled by his brother's continued absence, he hadn't appeared all that concerned, at least not enough to take the initiative to do any investigating or searching himself. Though he'd said he'd begun to worry something bad had happened to Alfred, I'd gotten the sense that part of him still clung to the belief that Alfred was merely off on some lark. "Yes, well, this changes everything," Gage replied, gazing